Roman 1 the Jew. PG 3. Chapter 1. General Opinion of the Jew. The history of the Jew, as well as his physiological aspect, are subjects which still remain to be considered and carefully to be worked out from an Aryan point of view. We have of late years seen books in plenty upon points of detail. Let us particularize the physical history of the Jewish race, by Dr. Josiah Clark, Not 5 Charleston 1850, Le Juif par le Chevalier Guergenot des Montceau Paris Henry Plan 1871, and Notices of the Jews and Their Country, by the classic writers of antiquity, being a collection of statements and opinions, translated from the works of Greek and Latin heathen authors previous to A Roman 500 by John Gill London Longmans 1872, but in these as in other works we find wanting a practical and personal familiarity with the subject. Nor can we be surprised at its absence. It is generally assumed PG4 that at the present moment there are 6 millions of Jews scattered over the face of the earth. Some have exaggerated the total to 9 millions and a half. But even the former figure is a greater number, says Roman 1000 Cremia, than the nation could boast of at any other period of its history, ancient or modern. 6. Throughout the world also the race increases with such marvelous rapidity as a rule, which admits of few exceptions that philosophical inquirers are PG5 beginning to ask whether this immense fecundity, taken in connection with the exceptionally healthy and vigorous physique of the race, its ubiquity, and its cosmopolitanism, does not point to a remarkable career in times to come. The ethnologist and the student of general history are urgently invited to consider the annals and the physical and intellectual aspects of the children of Israel, perhaps the most interesting subject that can occupy their attention. The Jew, like the Gypsy, stands alone, isolated by character, if not by blessing. Traditionally, or rather according to its own tradition, the oldest family on earth, it is, at the same time, that which possesses the most abundant vitality, its indestructible and irrepressible life power, enables this nation, without a country, to maintain an undying nationality, and to nourish a sentiment of caste with a strength and a pertinacity unparalleled in the annals of patriotism. The people that drove the Jews from Judah, the empires, which effaced the kingdoms of Israel and Judah from the map of the world, have utterly perished. The descendants of the conquering Romans are undistinguishable from the rest of mankind. But 1800 years after the fall of Jerusalem, the dispersed Jewish people have a distinct existence, are a power in every European capital, conduct the financial operations of nations and governments, and are to be found wherever civilization has extended. PG6 and commerce has penetrated. In fact, it has made all the world its home. One obstacle to a matured and detailed ethnological study of the Jew is the difficulty of becoming familiar with a people scattered over the two hemispheres. Though the race is one, the two great factors, blood and climate, have shown it to be anything but immutable either in physique or in character. Compare, for instance, the two extremis Tatar-faced Karaite of the Crimea, with the Semitic features of Morocco, the blonde lovelocks of Aden, and the fiery ringlets of Germany, with the greasy black hair of Houndstitch. And as bodily form differs greatly, there is perhaps a still greater distinction in mental characteristics. We can hardly believe the peaceful and industrious Dutch Jew, a brother of the fanatic and ferocious Hebrew, who haunts the rugged highlands of Safed in the Holy Land. Yet though these differences constitute almost a series of subraces, there is one essentially great quality which cements and combines the whole house of Israel. The vigor, the vital force, and the mental capacity of other peoples are found to improve by intermixture. The more composite their character, the greater their strength and energy. But for generation after generation, the Jews have preserved in marriage at least the purity of their blood in countries where they form but a small percentage of PG7. The population, the range of choice must necessarily be very limited. And from the very beginning of his history, the Jew, like his half-brother, the Arab, always married, or was expected to marry, his first cousin. A well-known traveler of the present day has proved that this can be done with impunity only by unmixed races of men, and that the larger the amount of mixture in blood, the greater will be the amount of deformity in physique and morale to be expected from the offspring. Consanguineous marriages are dangerous in England, and far more dangerous, as Dahone has proved, in Massachusetts. Yet the kings of Persia intermarried with their sisters, and the Samaritan branch of the Jews is so closely connected that first cousins are almost sisters. Physically and mentally, the Jewish man and woman are equal in all respects to their Gentile neighbors, and in some particulars are superior to them. The women of the better class are strongly and symmetrically shaped, and although their beauty of feature is not that admired by the Christian eye, debility and deformity, are exceptionally rare in grace of form and in charm of manner. They are far superior to their husbands and brothers, and indeed this everywhere appears to be a subcharacteristic racial feature. They are nowhere remarkably distinguished for chastity. And in some places, Morocco for instance, their immorality is proverbial. Their grand PG-8 physique does not age like that of the natives of the strange countries which they colonize and where Europeans readily degenerate. They preserve youth for 10 years longer than their rivals. They become mothers immediately after puberty, and they bear children to a far later age. Their customs allow them to limit the family not by deleterious drugs and dangerous operations, but by the simple process of prolonging the period of lactation and barrenness, is rare amongst them, as in the days when it was looked upon as a curse. There is scarcely any part of the habitable globe from the highlands of Abyssinia to the lowlands of Jamaica, in which the Jewish people cannot be acclimatized more readily and more rapidly than the other races of Europe. Also, the result of blood comparatively free from that intermixture, which brings forward the inherent defects of both parents. The Jews also enjoy a comparative immunity from various forms of disease, which are the scourge of other races. Pulmonary and scrofulous complaints are rare amongst them. Leprosy and elephantiasis are almost extinct, and despite their impurity in person and the exceptional filth of their dwelling places, they are less liable to be swept away by cholera and plague than the natives of the countries, which are habitually ravaged by those epidemics. They seldom suffer from the usual infectious results, even where the women are so unchaste that honor PG-9 seems as unknown to them as honesty to the men. Physiologists have asked how is this phenomenon to be accounted for. Why is the duration of life greater among the Jews than among the other races of Europe? Is it the result of superior organization or of obedience to the ceremonial law? The researches of those who have made these questions their special study supply but one satisfactory or sufficient answer, and it may be summed up in 6 words: of prodigious superiority of vital power, and all the laws attributed to the theistic secularism of Moses were issued with one object, namely, that of hardening and tempering the race, to an extent which even Sparta ignored. The ancient Jew was more than half a Bedouin, and not being an equestrian race, his annual journeys to and from Jerusalem were mostly made on foot. His diet was carefully regulated, and his year was a succession of fasts and feasts, as indeed it is now, but not to such an extent as formerly. The results were simply the destruction of all the weaklings and the survival of the fittest. Thrice during the year, by order of the Torah Deut. Romans 16, namely one in the Passover, or feast of unleavened bread during the first ecclesiastical and the 7th civil month, 2 at Pentecost or Shebyoth, weeks the feast of the wheat harvest in the 3rd, or the 9th month, and 3 at the Feast of Tabernacles, or the ingathering of the harvest PG-10. In the 7th or the 1st month, a Jew of old was religiously commanded to appear before the Lord. He was bound to leave his home, which might be distant 150 miles, and travel up to Jerusalem, where he led a camp life like his half-brothers in the desert. This semi-nomad life was combined with a quasi-ascetic condition produced by the frequency and the severity of his fasts, and by the austerities attending upon making ready for the Sabbath, that is to say, the preparations of Friday evening. Some religious men, even in the present age, suffer nothing to pass their lips for 7 consecutive days and nights. 7. This afflicting the soul, as it is called, served to breed a race equally hard and hardy in frame and mind. It embodied to perfection the idea of the sacrifice of personal. Will add to this the barbarous and ferocious nature of their punishments, amongst which stoning by the congregation is perhaps the most classical, and the perpetual bloodshed in the temple, which must have suggested a butcher's shambles. PG 11. Again, the history and traditions, the faith and practice of the Jew, ever placed before his eyes the absolute and immeasurable superiority of his own, cast the peculiar people the kingdom of priests, the holy nation. This exaltation justified the Hebrew in treating his brother men as heathens, barely worthy of the title of human. Lo, the people shall dwell alone, and shall not be reckoned among the nations. An unfriendly separation, and an estrangement between man and man, equally injurious to the welfare of Jew and Gentile. It grew a rank crop of hideous crimes, committed in the fair name of religion. What nation but the Hebrew could exult over a Jephthah who did with his daughter, according to his own, that is, burnt her to death before the Lord? At the same time, it inculcated a rare humanity amongst its own members unknown to all other peoples of antiquity. For instance, it allowed the coward to retire from the field before battle, and, strange to say, It inculcated the very highest of moral dogmas in 250 B Roman. 100 Sachus, and after him, the Pharisees according to Josephus taught that God should be served not for gain, but for love and gratitude. Hence, his follower Sadduc forbade the looking forward to futurity, even as Moses had neglected the doctrine with studious care. Even in the present age of the world, such denegation of egotism would be a higher law. All these specialities in combination urged the PG-12 Jews to dare, and to do everything against all who were not of their own blood. The inevitable conclusion of such a policy was that eventually they came into collision with all around them, that they failed in the unequal combat with pagan Rome and early Christianity, that they lost the birthplace of their nationality, and were scattered far and wide over the surface of the earth. And what has happened once may happen again. The Greeks of earlier days, who, like the Hebrews, had but one faith and one tongue, also met periodically, as a single family at Delphi, the center of their racial area. Thus that gifted people without any inspiration, effectually combined with grandeur in the worship of the gods, the law of harmony which should preside over human society. But the Greeks were a sensuous and a joyous race, walking under the free heavens, in the glorious lights of poetry, of art, and of beauty, and could not fail to realize the truth that society based upon reciprocal benevolence means civilization and the highest stage of human society communion with the world. Dr. Boudin, the eminent physiologist and medical writer, remarks that the Jew is governed by statistical laws of birth, sickness, and mortality, completely different from those which rule the peoples amongst whom he lives. This assertion is confirmed by the testimony of history during the Middle Ages, when PG-13, the unclean capitals of Europe and Asia, were periodically devastated by the plague. The angel of death passed by the houses of the oppressed and despised Jews, although they were condemned by local regulations to occupy the worst quarters of the cities. In speaking of the pestilence of A Roman 500, T. Schutte says that it nowhere attacked the Jews. Frascator mentions that they completely escaped the typhus epidemic in A Roman 500. They were untouched by the intermittent fevers which reigned in Rome in A Roman 500. They were not subject to the dysentery which was so fatal at Nijmegen in A Roman 500, and both in 1832 and 1849, it is stated upon excellent authority that they enjoyed comparative exemption from the cholera in London, although during the last named year, the city numbered nearly 13,000 victims. 8. Not less curious are the statistics showing the natural aptitude of the Jewish people, at once so national in their sentiments and so cosmopolitan in their tendencies, for universal acclimatization. The Jew and the Christian will emigrate to a British or a French colony from the same birthplace, and while PG-14, owing to the uncongenial climate, the Christian settler with his family eventually dies out, the Jewish settler increases and multiplies. In Algeria, for example, the French colonies would become extinct in a very short process of time, were it not for the steady influx of immigrants, whereas the Jew takes deep root and throws out vigorous branches. With respect to the superior longevity of the Jews, German sources supply some interesting particulars. Dr. W. Roman 100 de Neufville, 9 of Frankfurt, by the collection and collation of an immense mass of statistics, has demonstrated the following facts. 1/4 of Christian populations dies at the mean age of 6 years 11 months. 1/4 of Jewish populations dies at the mean age of 28 years 3 months. 1/2 of Christian populations dies at the mean age of 36 years 6 months. 1/2 of Jewish populations dies at the mean age of 53 years 1 month. 3/4 of Christian populations die at the mean age of 59 years 10 months. 3/4 of Jewish populations die at the mean age of 71 years. It is found that in Prussia the annual mortality among the Jews is 161% to 200 among the rest of the population. The annual rate of increase with the former is 173%, with the PG-15 latter only 13,610. In Frankfurt, the mean duration of human life is 36 years 11 months among the Christian population and 46 years 9 months among the Jewish. I will now quote at full length the favorable verdict usually offered in the case of the Hebrews by the writers of Europe. If we trace the history of the Israelitish race from the destruction of Jerusalem to the time at which the prevalence of a more enlightened public opinion caused to be effaced from the statute books of European nations, the barbarous and cruel enactments against the Jews, adopted in an epoch when bigotry, brutality, and persecution were rampant, we shall be constrained to admit that there has been something little less than miraculous in the preservation of this people from utter extermination. Basnage Histoire des Juifs calculates that 1,338,460 Jews perished by fire and sword, famine, and sickness. At and after the siege of the Holy City, subsequently a host of unfortunate exiles became the objects of bitter and unrelenting persecution, fanaticism, and tyranny in every country throughout Christendom. During the 2 years, which preceded their final expulsion from Judah, 580,000 Jews were slaughtered by the Romans, and the gradual dispersion of the rest over the face of Europe was the prelude for the perpetration upon PG-16 them by Christians of a series of atrocities, almost unequaled for merciless savagery. The functions they discharged in medieval society were in reality of the most valuable kind, but so dense was the ignorance and so inveterate were the prejudices of the age that towards the close of the 13th century, upwards of 13,000 Israelites were banished from England. In one day, just as 200 years later 500,000 were expelled from Spain, 150,000 from Portugal, and an indefinite number were cast out of France. For a period of 3 centuries, successive sovereigns refused to accord permission to the Jews to worship Almighty God within the English realm, nor was it until the Protectorate of Cromwell that a synagogue was allowed to be erected in London. In works of fiction, in the drama, and in daily life, the name of Jew has become a byword, and a reproach, and an explanation of this is to be sought for rather in the malignity of religious prejudice than in the actual conduct of the people who have been visited with so much opprobrium. Their virtues are their own, but their faults are the fruit of 18 centuries of outlawry and oppression. Under such treatment, archangels would have become depraved in the history of the whole world. There is nothing which in any degree resembles the systematic persecutions, the barbarous cruelties, the cowardly insults, the debasing tyranny to which PG-17, the Jewish race, has been exposed, that it was not degraded to the level of the African Negroes, or absolutely obliterated from the face of the earth, is only another proof of its wonderful vitality, and of the indestructible elasticity of the national character. In spite of all these centuries of oppression and repression, its representatives are still found not merely among the monarchs of finance, but among the royalties and aristocracies of genius. Everyone must remember the passage in Coningsby, in which Mr. Disraeli enumerates the illustrious Jews who are occupying, or have occupied, the foremost rank in arts, letters, statesmanship, and military science: Count Cantemir in Russia, Senator Mendisel in Spain, and Count Arnhem in Prussia, Marshals Soult and Massena, Professors Neander, Regius Berneri, and Wohl, the composers Rossini, Mendelssohn and Meyerbeer, not to mention Offenbach, Rachel, the actress Pasta Grissi, and Braham, the vocalist, Spinoza, the philosopher, and Heine, the poet, to which list he might have added the names of some of the most distinguished of living French and English celebrities. And though we have forgotten PG-18 Zappal and Gondamer, Yehuda Halevy and Avi Abrin, alias Solomon, Ben Gabriel, few of us can ignore the Rothschilds and Goldsmids, the Ricardos, Rauhers, and Torlonias, now become household words in Europe. That in all countries, the Jews, on the other hand, should evince a preference for sordid pursuits, and follow them with an eagerness and tenacity worthy of employment in more generous and elevated callings, must also be admitted. William Abbott, in his outspoken and earnest, but narrow-minded way, advanced this plea upon one occasion in the House of Commons, in resistance to a motion to relieve all persons professing the Jewish religion in England from the civil disabilities, under which they then labored. He was replied to by Macaulay in a speech as eloquent in terms as it was irresistible in logic. Such, sir, said he, has in every age been the reasoning of bigots. They never fail to plead in justification of persecution. The vices which persecution has engendered England has been to the Jews less than half a country, and we revile them, because they do not feel for England more than a half patriotism. We treat them as slaves, and wonder that they do not regard us as brethren. We drive them to mean occupations, and then reproach them for not embracing honorable professions. We long forbade them to possess land, and we complain that they chiefly occupy themselves in trade. We shut them out from all the paths of ambition, and then we despise them for taking refuge in avarice. During many ages, we have in all our dealings with them abused our immense superiority of force, and then we are disgusted because they have recourse to that cunning PG-19, which is the natural and universal defense of the weak against the violence of the strong. But were they always a mere money-changing, money-getting, money-hoarding race? Nobody knows better than my honorable friend, the member for the University of Oxford, that there is nothing in their national character which unfits them for the highest duties of citizens. He knows that, in the infancy of civilization, when our island was as savage as New Guinea, when letters and arts were still unknown to Athens, when scarcely a thatched hut stood on what was afterwards the site of Rome, this contemned people had their fenced cities and cedar palaces, their splendid temple, their fleets of merchant ships, their schools of sacred learning, their great statesmen, and soldiers, their natural philosophers, their historians and poets. What nation ever contended more manfully against overwhelming odds for its independence and religion? And if in the course of many centuries the oppressed descendants of warriors and sages have degenerated from the qualities of their fathersif, while excluded from the blessings of law and bound down under the yoke of slavery, they have contracted some of the vices of outlaws and slaves, shall we consider this a matter of reproach to them? Shall we not rather consider it a matter of shame and remorse to ourselves? Let us do justice to them. Let us open to them every career in which ability and energy can be displayed. Till we have done this, let us not presume to say that there is no genius among the countrymen of Isaiah, no heroism amongst the descendants of the Maccabees. We have done this, and the results have stultified all this nicely balanced rhetoric. And the following pages may suggest that our European ancestors had other reasons for expelling the Jews than the mere bigotry and brutality, so unphilosophically ascribed to them by Lord Macaulay. PG 20. Chapter 2. Opinion of the Jew in England. Of all Europeans, the Englishman, who boasts of being a staunch friend to the people scattered and peeled, and whose confident ignorance and indiscriminate philanthropy are bestowed upon them equally with the African Negro, knows least of the customs and habits of his protégés, and especially of those of Jews in foreign countries, the neglect of things near to us, must be the reason why we know so little of the inner life of Jewry. There are, however, other concomitant causes. In our native land, the Hebrew lives protected and honored, in fact, as one of ourselves. We visit him, we dine with him, and we see him at all times and places, except perhaps at the Sunday service. We should enjoy his society, but for a certain coarseness of manner and especially an offensive familiarity, which seems almost peculiar to him. We marvel at his talents, and we are struck by the adaptability, and by the universality of his genius. We admire his patience, his steadfastness, PG 21, and his courage, his military prowess, and his successful career in every post and profession: statesman and senior wrangler, poet and literato, jurist, surgeon and physician, capitalist, financier and merchant, philosopher and engineer. In fact, in everything that man can be. When we compare the Semitic premier with his Anglo-Saxon rival, it is much to the advantage of the former. While jesting about the Asian mystery, we cannot but feel that there is something in the Asiatic which we do not expect, which eludes our ken, which goes beyond us. Those familiar with the annals of old families in England are aware of the extent to which they have been mixed with Jewish blood, even from the days when religious prejudice is mistakenly represented to have been most malign, indeed of late centuries. Our nation has never prided itself, like the Portuguese and the Iberians, generally in preserving its blood pure and free from taint of Jew and infidel. The cross perpetually reappears in outward form as well as in mental quality here and there. An old country house produces a scion which to all appearance is more Jewish than the Jews themselves. A peculiar characteristic of the blood is an extreme fondness for show, for color, for splendor and magnificence in general. The rich Jew must display his wealth like the Parsee. He makes and spends, whilst his rivals, the Greek and the Armenian, make and hoard in certain PG 22 continental cities, where he now reigns supreme. He renders society impossible to the Christian, the Messrs. G. Muir Mackenzie, and O. P. Irby. The Turks, the Greeks, and the Slavons. London, Bell Daldy, 1867, will show how at Salonika the French consul Marquis de could not join in any of the festivities. The dinner table was not respected, unless it glistened with gold and silver plate borrowed and lent for the occasion. His wife could not appear without a new dress on every occasion, and therefore she stayed at home. A toilette from Paris twice a week not only ministers to the womanly enjoyment of the wearer and to the sensuous pleasures of the beholders, but also shows that the house is wealthy and that the firm has spare money to throw away. It is in fact an advertisement of the most refined description. Ladies meeting in parties of 3 and 4 over what our grandmothers called a dish of tea must appear décolletés, and in diamonds the Riviere must disfigure the beautiful neck and bosom of the bride at the theater. Those boxes are most valued where the light falls strongest upon the precious stones, and wear costly textures and valuable PG-23 laces stand out to the greatest advantage. And behind this splendor of show lies cunning of a high order. The grand liveries are used once a week upon Madame's day. At other times, the lackeys are en déshabille. The costly carriage horses work till noon in carts and drays, transporting the irritamenta malorum which support the equipage of the afternoon. And so, in everything, the Hebrew race is so marked in its characteristics that it has ever been the theme of overpraise or of undue blame, like those individuals concerning whom society cannot be neutral, and of late years, the transitions of public opinion, which usually move slowly, have been comically abrupt. The Jew of popular English fiction is no longer Moshesh, a wretch who believes in one God, and in Shent per Shent as his prophet, whose eyes, unlike those of Banquo, are brimming full with speculation. The Fagin of young Dickens, only a quarter of a century ago, has now become the gentle Juriah of old Dickens, a being remarkable for resignation and quiet dignity, a living reproach to the Christian heathenry that dwells about him. The great feminine actresses of the world, we are told by a charming authoress, are all Jewesses. Tancred, or the New Crusade, to mention nothing of meaner note, teaches us to admire and love the modern roses of Sharon, those exquisite visions that are read to rest by attendants with silver lamps, and PG-24, who talk history, philosophy, and theology, with the warmth of womanly enthusiasm, tempered by the pure belief of a bishop of the Church of England, the learning of a German professor, and the grace of Madame Recamier Miriam, has become in fact a pet heroine with novel writers and novel readers. And thrice happy is the fascinating young Christian who, like that boy of Norcott's, despite his manifold Christian disabilities, can win her hand and heart. Of the middle and lower classes of Jews, the Englishman only hears that they are industrious, abstinent, and comparatively cleanly in person, decent, hospitable, and as strict in keeping the Sabbath as the strictest Sabbatarians could desire. Or perhaps, if he knew all, he would not desire so much. He is told that they are wondrous charitable in their dealings with those of the same faith, always provided that some mite of a religious difference does not grow to mountain size. The papers inform him how munificent and judicious is their distribution of alms, how excellent are their arrangements for the support of their paupers, who are never exposed to the horrors of the parish and the poorhouse, and who are maintained by their co-religionists, though numbering in London at least 1650% out of a total exceeding 30,000 souls. And he PG-25 everywhere reads of charities, public, private, and congregational, of hospitals and almshouses, of orphanages, philanthropic institutions, of pensioners and widows, homes, friendly societies, of doles of bread and coal and raiment, of ling-in houses, and infant asylums, of burial societies, male and female, of arrangements for supplying godfathers and godmothers managed by benevolent societies, boards, institutions, committees, and consistories like their charities. The educational system may be divided into three head schools: public and private, rabbinical and theological institutions, and literary and scientific associations. Heth ordinary Englishman may be dimly conscious that the Jew is the one great exception to the general curse upon the sons of Adam, and that he alone eats bread not in the sweat of his own face, but in the sweat of his neighbor's face, like the German cuckoo, who does not colonize, but establishes himself in the colonies of other natives. He has perhaps been told that all the world over, PG-26, the Jew spurns the honest toil of the peasant and the day laborer, that in the new Jewry of Houndstitch and Petticoat Lane, in the Marais, in the Ghetto, in the Judenstrasse, and in the Harat el Yahud Jewish quarters of Mussulman cities, his sole business is quacunc modo, sorted gains, especially by moneylending, and by usury which may not be practiced upon a fellow Jew, but which, with the cleanest of consciences, is applied to the ruin of the Gentile. He has heard that where Saxon and Celt ply pick and pan, the Hebrew broker and peddler buy up their gains and grow rich, where the workingmen starve in the midst of gold. He sees that the chosen people will swarm over the world from California to Australia, wherever greed of gain induces them to travel. To my mind, says a popular writer, there are few things so admirable and wonderful in this life as the getting on, as it is vulgarly called, of the Hebrew race, for one of us, who, by means of infinite wriggling, panting, toiling, struggling, and hanging on by his eyebrows, so to speak, to opportunity, ambitious to emerge from obscurity and ascend to the topmost round of the ladder, there seems to be at least 500 Caucasian Arabs who attain the desired altitude and who manage to avoid turning giddy and toppling over. Most Jews seem to rise, and the instances of a few going to the utter bad, as the phrase PG-27 runs seem equally as rare how often your successful Nazarene comes to grief at the moment you think him lord of. All he is master of nothing Jews appear to keep what they have gotten, and what is better to get more and keep that too they are not much given I fancy to experience the pangs of remorse, and I cannot well imagine a mad Jew. It must be something awful on the whole, looking at the vast number of Christians I have known who from splendor have subsided into beggary, and the vast number of Hebrews I have watched advancing not from mendicitia. Jew never begs save from one of his own tribe. And then I suppose the transaction is more of the nature of a friendly loan, to be repaid with interest when brighter days arrive. But from extreme indigence to wealth and station, I incline to the opinion that Gentiles have a natural alacrity in sinking. Look how heavy. I can be but that the chosen people have as natural a tendency towards buoyancy. That young man with the banner in Mr. Longfellow's ballad was, depend upon it, an Israelite of the Israelites. Only I think the poet was wrong, as poets generally are. In his climax, the young man was not frozen to death. He made an immense fortune at the top of Mont Blanc by selling Excelsior penny ices. The secret of this getting on is known to every expert. The Jewish boy begins from his PG 28 earliest days with changing a few sovereigns, and he pursues the path of lucre till the tomb opens to receive him. He is utterly single-minded in this point. He has but one idea, and therefore he must succeed. Who does not remember the retort of the Jewish capitalist to the Christian statesman, who impertinently enough advised him to teach his children something beyond mere trade? My first wish, answered the Hebrew, is to see my boys become good men of business. Beyond that, nothing. The average Englishman cannot help observing with Cobbett, and despite Lord Macaulay, that the callings which the lower orders of Jews especially prefer are those held mean or dishonorable by other men, such as demoralizing usury, receiving stolen goods, buying up old clothes, keeping gambling houses, and betting cribs. Dealing in a literature calculated to pervert the mind of youth, combining, as a person afterwards sent to Newgate lately did, the trade of a cosmetic artist with the calling of a procuress, and supplying the agapemen of the world, while occasionally producing a sharp jockey or a hard-hitting prize-fighter. He is not ignorant of their prodigious trickery, of their immense and abnormal powers of lingth trifle. PG 29 tongue, as they picturesquely call it, and their subtle art of winning their object by roundabout ways. He cannot mistake their physical cowardice, but he remembers that the Jewish officers, once so numerous in the French army, were as brave as their Christian brethren. And again, he recognizes the fact that lying and cowardice long continue to be the effects of oppression. He smiles at their intense love of public amusements, and their excessive fondness for display, evinced by tawdry finery and mosaic gold. Knowing this, however, he supposes himself to know the worst. He has heard little of the excessive optimism of the Jew, the Greek Pantakala lion, so strongly opposed to Christianity, the religion of sorrow. He knows nothing of the immense passions and pugnacity, the eagerness and tenacity of Lutheran rancor displayed against all who differ from some minuty of oral law. He ignores the overweening narrow-minded pride of caste, which makes the Jew destined by God to be a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. As one of their own race, Rabbi Asher, initiator of youth even now, repeats, he cannot realize the fact that the ferocity, PG 30, and terrible destructiveness, which characterize the Jew and his literature from the days of the prophets to those of the Talmudists, are present in his civilized neighbor, whom he considers to be one of the best of Mina. Sleeping lion, it is true, but ready to awake upon the first occasion, and he is ignorant of the Eastern Jews' love of mysticism and symbolism, their various horrible and disgusting superstitions, and their devotion to magical PG 31 charms and occult arts which lead to a variety of abominations. This ignorance produces weak outbursts of lamentations that the Hebrews still cling with obstinate persistence to a hopeless hope. Hence, we read in the pages of a modern traveler, the Rob Roy, on the Jordan p. 274, by J. MacGregor, Roman 1000 A. London Murray, 1869. Here, as well as some 20 years ago, I heard men in Palestine call their fellows Jew as the lowest of all possible words of abuse, when we recollect that the Jews in this very land of their own were once the choice people of the world, that now through the whole earth among the richest, the bravest, the cleverest, the fairest, the best at music, and song, at poetry, and painting, at art and science and literature, at education, philanthropy, statesmanship, war, commerce, and finance, in every sphere of life, are Jews. We may well remember the word of prophecy, which told us long ago that the name of Jew would be a byword and a reproach even in the Jews' own land. It is true that even in the Portuguese colonies, where the Jew is comparatively unknown, his name is worse than at Jerusalem, Baghdad, and Damascus, whilst Judirdo play the Jew signifies the being capable of any villainy. But how long will prophecy prove true in the coast towns of Morocco? A few years have sufficed to raise the Hebrew from the lowest of stations to PG 32 equality with, and even superiority over his Mussulman cousin. The Jew may ere long make the Gentile a byword and a reproach. But the English world never hears the fact that the Jew of Africa, of Arabia, of Kurdistan, of Persia, and of Western Asia, generally, is still the Jew cunning and fierce of the 13th and the 14th centuries in Europe, that he is the Jew of the Talmud of Shammai, and of Rabbi Shalom and Jarchai, not of the Pentateuch of Hillel, and of Gamaliel, that he sympathizes not with those staunch old conservatives and rationalists, the Sadducees now gone forever, nor with Ezra and the priests, the Levites and the Nethinim of the great synagogue, nor with the ascetic Essenes, prototypes of Christian monkery, but with the Pharisees, the separatists, and the Puritans of his faith, with the captains, the fanatics, the zealots, the sycorae, the swordsmen, and the brigands of John of Giscala, of Eleazar son of Ananias, and of those who worked all the civil horrors of our first century, some distant or adventurous journey of Sir Moses Montefiore, or other philanthropists. PG 33, duly published with pact and partial comments in the papers of Europe, reveals to the lazy comprehension of the man of refinement that the Hebrew in many parts of the semi-civilized world is still the object of suspicion, fear, and abhorrence. He attributes the persecutions, the avarice, or the massacre to the pleasures of plunder, to the barbarous bigotry, and to the cruel fanaticism of bloodthirsty and cruel races who still look upon the present with the eyes of the past, and who have seized an opportunity to glut their lust of spoil or to wreak an obsolete revenge, because some 18 centuries and three-quarters ago an aristocratic and unpopular high priest, whom the people afterwards rose upon and murdered, had for political reasons crucified our Lord, or because in A Roman 50,019, a heroic Jewess of Khaybar poisoned a shoulder of lamb, with the object of trying by a crucial test whether Mohammed was the prophet of Allah, or merely the PG 34 sheikh of Arab pillagers, the worthy conferrer of Musalama, the liar. We do not waste time upon thought or inquiry whether the persecution, the avarice, or the massacre may not be the direct result of some intolerable wrong, of some horrible suspicion, which has gradually assumed the form of certainty, and which calls for the supreme judgment of the sword. We do not reason that the cause which from ancient times has confined the Jew to ghettos and to certain quarters in all great continental cities resulted not only from his naturally preferring the society of his coreligionists, but also from the fact that his Christian neighbors found it advisable to consult, by such means, their own safety, and that of their families. The disappearance of children was talked of at Rome, and in all the capitals of Italy, even throughout the early part of the present century, when constitutional rule and the new police were unknown as freely and frequently as at Salonika, at Smyrna, and in all the cities of the Levant during the year of grace 1873. Again, we hardly reflect that as intolerance begets intolerance and injury breeds injury, a trampled and degraded race will ever turn when it can upon the oppressor, and that the revenge of the weak, the slavish, and the cowardly will be the more certain, ruthless, and terrible, because it has a long score of insults and injuries to reckon up in the country. PG 35 towns of modern Persia. As in Turkey, the Jew is popularly believed to make away with children. The Mohammedan boy, meeting a Hebrew in the streets, will pluck his gray beard, taunt him with the Bushemet rank odor which is everywhere supposed to characterize the race, tread upon his toes, and spit upon his Jewish gabardine. In Turkey, there are still places where he would be expelled the bazaar with sticks and stones, others where every outrage of language would be leveled against him, including Al-Yahud Musaraj 20. The Jew smells of the lamp, alluding to his free culinary use of sesame oil. A Jew, passing through the square of the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem, would infallibly be mobbed on all occasions, and on certain fetes would be torn to pieces, and the list of dangers and insults which he incurs both from Muslims and Christians might be indefinitely prolonged. Can we wonder then if the persecutor man or boy disappear should opportunity offer such tempting punishment for their barbarous fanaticism? And will not this supposition explain the Arabic proverb sup with the Jews and sleep at the PG 36 Christians, and the fact that every mother teaches her boy from earliest youth to avoid the Jewish quarter, binding him by all manner of oaths? Finally, is it surprising that, amongst an ignorant and superstitious race of outcasts, such random acts and outbreaks of vengeance, pure and simple, should by human perversity pass, after the course of ages, into a semi-religious rite, and be justified by men whose persecution has frenzied them as a protest, and a memorial before the throne of the Most High against the insults and injuries meted out by the Gentile to the children of Abraham. Shakespeare may not have drawn Shylock from a real character, but his genius has embodied in the most lifelike form the Jew's vengefulness, and the causes that nourished it. How many cities of the world there are where he might hear these words: hath not a Jew eyes, hath not a Jew hands, organs, dimensions, senses, affections, passions, fed with the same food, hurt with the same weapons, subject to the same diseases, healed by the same means, warmed and cooled by the same winter and summer as a Christian is. If you prick us, do we not bleed? If you tickle us, do we not laugh? If you poison us, do we not die? And if you wrong us, shall we not revenge? Moreover, in the course of our reading, we Englishmen meet with nothing which points to the existence of cruel murders and similar horrors in PG-30. 7. Any branch of the Hebrew race. Popular books like The British Jew, Rev. John Mills, London, Hurlston Stoneman, 1854. For instance, are mostly written in the apologetic tone. They are advocates and missionaries, not describers. They enumerate the duties and ceremonies of the strict, enlightened Israelite, a powerful majority, amongst the 35 to 40,000 that have colonized the British islands, modified and transformed by the civilization of their surroundings. They studiously avoid that part of the subject which would be most interesting to the ethnologist, the various irregular practices of the people, because they would not crowd their pages with the superstitions of the ignorant, and they probably have not defined to themselves the darker shades, which the religious teaching of later centuries has diffused over the Jewish mind, and which linger even among the most advanced of modern communities. The well-known volume of Dr. Alexander McCall, The Old Paths, or a comparison of the principles and doctrines of modern Judaism with the religion of Moses and the prophets, London, Hubbard, Son, 1854, which has been translated into almost every European language, reveals but little while professing to reveal much. It is written in a purely apologetic spirit, and as it attacked the Talmud but spared the Jew, who, however, systematically destroys every copy, it has lost for the general reader all its significance. Pg. 38. The celebrated article upon the Talmud, first published in the Quarterly Review, October, 1867, and afterwards owned to by the late Roman 1000 Emanuel Deutsch, who began by denying the authorship, greatly surprised the Pocket of Great Britain. It was a triumph of special pleading. It studiously ignored the fact that the Talmudic writers who flourished in the 3rd and the 6th centuries of our era had evidently consulted the writings of the School of Galilee, especially of the New Testament, apocryphal as well as canonical. It artfully opened to the admiring eye of ignorance. Noble garden of time-honored experience, a goodly parterre of racial and social piety and benevolence, a paradise of religious wisdom, from which a few transplanted shoots would suffice to enrich and adorn a wilderness of rugged and neglected fields. It concealed with equal skill the sinks and drains, the shallows and quagmires which everywhere underlie fair and flowery surface, and it withdrew attention from the dark corners rank with poisonous weeds and overrun with trees bearing deadly fruit. Such art of manipulation would readily pick the Sermon on the Mount from the pages of the erotic poets of the East, perhaps the most materialistic and the most corrupt which the literature of the world has produced. PG 39. What then can the average Englishman, thus instructed, know about the Hebrew at home? How much of the Hebrew abroad, especially in Asia and Africa, and even in Europe? How is he fully to comprehend the reason why the name of Jew is still a byword and a reproach, or why the scrupulous British official, late Consul Brant, Roman 100, be the historical consul of Erzurum, who revived the trade of ancient Trebizond, who never allowed himself to use profane language, applied to Christians and Muslims the word Jew as the most insulting term that can be leveled at man. The following article appeared in the Saturday Review as a comment upon a recent outbreak of Romanian fanaticism against the Jews at Ismail, and explains at once the isolation and the great material success of the children of Israel all the world over. I quote it in extenso, as it shows the general opinion of educated Englishmen, and the unreality and shallowness of the treatment which views the world through glasses of British homemake. There is no real difference between the Romanian Jews and the Jews of Galicia or Bohemia, nor can they in their turn be separated from the Jews of Germany, of France, or of England. The dirty, greasy usurers of Romania are the humble brethren of the financiers of London and Frankfurt, and that the Jews are a great power in Europe is PG 40 incontestable. What are, it may be asked, the secrets of their power? They are religion, the capacity for making money, and internal union, a ceremonial, and therefore an exclusive religion, A religion that binds together its members by rites that seem strange to the rest of the world, has a strong hold upon those who are within the fold. They are like the tenants of a beleaguered fort, cut off from the rest of mankind, and obliged to protect themselves and help each other. But religion is not enough to raise a race into eminence. The Jews and the Parsees are eminent not only because they circumcise their sons or light fires on the tops of their houses, but because they make money. The money they have gives them consequence. But it is not only the money itself that does this, it is the qualities that go to making money, which raise them: patience, the good sense, the capacity for holding on when others are frightened, the daring to make a stroke when the risk is sufficient to appall. And the Jews are not only religious and rich, they are bound together by intimate ties. The inner world of Judaism is that of a democracy. The millionaire never dreams of despising or failing to aid his poorest and most degraded brother. The kindness of Jews for Jews is unfailing, spontaneous, and unaffected. The shabbiest hat buyer or orange-jesseler of Houndsditch is as sure of having the means provided for him of keeping the sacred PG 41 feast of the Passover as if he lived in a Piccadilly mansion. To the eyes of the Jews, even the most degraded of Jews do not seem so degraded as they do in the eyes of the outer world. The poorest have perhaps possessions which redeem them in the eyes of their brethren, and many of the lowest, greasiest, and most unattractive Hebrews who walk about the streets in search of old clothes or skins are known by their coreligionists to be able to repeat by rote portions of the sacred volumes by the hour at a time. To all these permanent causes of Jewish eminence, there must, however, be added one that has had only time to develop itself, since extreme bigotry has died away, and since in Western Europe the Jews have been treated first with contemptuous toleration, then with cold respect, and finally, when they are very, very rich, with servile adoration. These people, so exclusive, so intensely national, so intimately linked to have shown the most astonishing aptitude for identifying themselves with the several countries in which they have cast their fortunes. An English Jew is an Englishman, admires English habits and English education, makes an excellent magistrate, plays to perfection the part of a squire, and even exercises discreetly the power which, with its inexhaustible oddity, the English law gives him, while it denies it to the members of the largest Christian sect, and presents incumbents PG 42 to livings, so as to please the most fastidious bishops. The French Jews were stout friends of France during the war, served as volunteers in the defense of Paris, and opened their purses to the national wants and their houses to the suffering French. The German Jews were as stout Germans in their turn, and in war as in peace, they are always ready to show themselves Germans as well as Jews. It is the combination of the qualities of both nations that is now raising the foremost of the German Jews to their high rank in the world of wealth. In that world, to be a German is to be a trader whom it is very hard to rival. To be a Jew is to be an operator whom it is impossible to beat. But to be a German Jew is to be a prince and captain among the people. In this way, the Jews have managed to overcome much of the antipathy which would naturally attach to men of an alien race and an alien religion. The English Jew is not seen to be standing aloof from England and Englishmen. But it is impossible there should not be some sort of social barrier between the Jew and the Christian. They cannot intermarry, except for special political or other cogent reasons, and it necessarily chills the kindness and intimacy of family intercourse when all the young people know that friendship can never grow into anything else. In order to overcome this obstacle, many wealthy Jews have chosen to abjure their PG 43 religion and enroll their households in the Christian communion. But the more high-minded and high-spirited among them shrink from doing this and accept and even glory in the position into which they were born. Fortunately for himself and for England, a kind friend determined the religion of Mr. Disraeli before he was old. To judge for himself, and in his maturer years, he has been able conscientiously to adopt what he terms the doctrines of the School of Galilee. If they are not decoyed into Christianity by their social aspirations, Jews are unassailable for the most part by the force of either persecution or argument. And although there are some conversions to be attributed to Christian reasoning or Christian gold, they are probably counterbalanced by the accessions to Judaism of Christian women who marry Jewish husbands. The Jews therefore lied and must lead on the whole a family life marked by something of reserve and isolation. But the disadvantages they have thus to endure are not without their compensative advantages. Their family life, by being secluded, has gained in warmth and dignity. In very few families is there so much thoughtfulness, consideration, parental and fraternal affection, revet PG 44 rents for age, and care for the young, as in Jewish families. The women too have been ennobled, not degraded, by being thrown on themselves, and on their families for their sphere of thought and action, they are almost always thoroughly instructed in business and capable of taking a part in great affairs. For it has been the custom of their race to consider the wife the helpmeteth sharer in every transaction that establishes the position or enhances the comfort of the family leisure activity of mind, and the desire to hand on the torch of instruction from the women of one generation to those of another inspired Jewesses, with a zeal for education, a love of refinement, and a sympathy with art homes of the best type, are of course to be taken as the standard when it is inquired what are the characteristics of a race as seen at its best in European family life, has few things equal to show to the family life of the highest type of Jews. Their isolation again makes most of the men liberal and free from the prejudices of class, just as their connection with their dispersed brethren relieves them from the pressure of insular narrowness. But as Mr. Bright remarks, religious bigotry is slow to die away altogether, and even in educated English society, there are few Christians who do not think themselves entitled to approach a Jew with a sense of secret superiority. If a Jew is ostentatious, or obtrudes his wealth, if his PG-45 women are loaded with jewelry, if he talks the slang of the sporting world, in order to show fine creature he is, society is as right to put him down as to put down any Christian like him. But the philanthropists who invited Mr. Bright to attend their meeting may be profitably invited to search their own hearts, and ask themselves whether they are quite free from that feeling that the best Jew is never the equal of the worst Christian, which is at the root of the Romanian riots, and which certainly is entirely out of keeping with the tenets and teaching of the school of Galilee. Such are a few of the passages which are still approved of by learned and reverend Jews, the stars of the evening twilight of their race. These pretensions are evidently misplaced at the end of the 19th century. Their effects are remarkable upon the feeble brains of certain Christians who in conversation and missionary matters have been thrown much in Jewish society, and who end by thoroughly believing all these absurd claims. A Gentile writes about them, in addressing the posterity of the patriarchs on such a theme: incredulity. Well may I avail myself of the words held sacred by their fellow citizens, not of their race, while I repeat the assertion that a Hebrew infidel and infidel amongst the Israelites to whom appertain the adoption, and the glory and the covenants, and to whom were committed the oracles of God, only open eye of the world, when all the rest of mankind had darkness for their portion, or the light of dreams is, indeed a frightful, a portentous phenomenon, yet such as they are they number hundreds of thousands, and the spread of absolute infidelity is enormously on the increase. PG 46. Chapter 3. The Jew of the Holy Land and His Destiny. In dealing with the Jews of the Holy Land, it is well to remember that the two great branches of the Hebrew race are the Sephardim and the Ashkenazim. They are both equally orthodox, and may intermarry. When they please, it is advisable to offer a few words concerning these great branches first. Sepharad, pronounced throughout the East Saphard, a word occurring only once in the Old Testament, and the captivity of Jerusalem, which is in Sepharad, Obed ver 20, has been subjected to various interpretations, enough to say the majority of Jews following the Targum Jonathan and the Peshido or Syriac version identify it with Iberia, modern Spain. And Portugal, the Sephardim claim descent from the royal tribe of Judah, which, like the children of Benjamin, was the last to disperse. It contains the usual three orders: one, the Cohen in Arabic, Kahin the priest, or Levite, PG 40, 7 of the house of Aaron, a numerous body. As the Cohens of England show, though born an ecclesiastic, he may now, since the right of ordination has become extinct, pursue a purely laical trade. Whenever a Jew slaughters an animal, the Cohen claims the tongue one side of the face, and one shoulder. So, in the days of Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews, Roman, for the priest took the maw, the cheek or breast, and the right shoulder of the sacrifice privately killed. For festival 2, the Levite or descendant of Levi, but not through the house of Aaron, like the Cohen, to whom he should pay the tithe of his tithes, he must prove his genealogy, which is often doubtful. And he is known by taking the name of Levi after his own, and before that of his birthplace Simeon, Levi Salonically. 3, the circumcision or Ammon Israelite. Since the final destruction of the temple, there are no Gentile proselytes of the covenant, that is, circumcised strangers, admitted to all the privileges of the children of Abraham, nor are there proselytes of the gate, uncircumcised worshippers of Jehovah, who keep the moral law. The juror or stranger may be received into the church under certain circumstances, by purification and circumcision, which PG 48 latter, unlike the law of Mohammed, is absolutely necessary. Judaism, however, like Hinduism and Gebrism, is essentially one of the old congenital creeds. It never has been, it is not, and it never will be a system of proselytizing. As regards the tribes Judah and Levi are everywhere known. Benjamin, Ephraim, and half Manasseh are spoken of, and tradition declares that Asher exists in Abyssinia with Karaite peculiarities. Finally, many Jews do not believe that the 10 tribes were ever lost. They say that during the Great Captivity, when the faith became all but extinct, they were mixed to such an extent that it was afterwards impossible to separate them. The Sephardim or Southern Jews are mostly the descendants of Spanish and Portuguese ancestry, and throughout the Levant and the North African coast, they speak Spanish and read and write it in their own character. Those of the Moroccan interior use Arabic. The dress is Oriental, and in the Holy Land they still wear the black turban, ordained by the sumptuary laws of El Hakim circa A Roman 500. In physical appearance, they are somewhat more prepossessing than the Ashkenazim, who are outnumbering them in Syria and Palestine, and are gradually ousting them officially. They retain their position. The Hakam Bashi, or chief doctor, is the only Jewish official recognized by the Turkish government, and representing the community in PG 49, the Majlis, or town council. In all matters which come before the tribunals, the Ashkenazim must be supported by the Hakam Bashi, while the doctors hear and decide all cases relating to the internal affairs of the community. Many of the Sephardim are shopkeepers trading chiefly in stuffs and hardwares. There are many minor differences between them and the Ashkenazim, such as the contents and the arrangement of their ritual, the constitution of their meetings, the mode of reading the service, their music, and even their cursive form of the square Hebrew. Character. The Maghrebis or Western Jews, chiefly living in northwestern Africa, rank elsewhere as Sephardim at Jerusalem. However, they are considered a separate sect and have their own chief doctor. Thus the Sephardim are the southern opposed to the northern Jews, or Ashkenazim. These derive their name from Ashkenaz, son of Gomer and grandson of Japhet, Gen Roman 10, who is supposed to have peopled in ethnologic succession Armenia, Jur Roman 51, Poland, Germany, and Scandinaviath. Latter, according to some, derives from him. Its name, the Ashkenazim, claim descent from Benjamin, and are generally supposed not to have been present at the second building of the temple by Zorobabel B. Roman 100, as described in the Book of Ezra. The Ashkenazim of the Holy Land are chiefly PG 50 Germans, Poles, Muscovites, and other northerners. On January 26, 1849, an order from the Russian Consulate General of Beirut obliged them either to return home biennially in order to renew their passports or to give up their nationality. They were then taken under the protecting wing of Great Britain by the immense exertions of their coreligionists in the city of refuge London, and of other Western powers. This step can hardly be looked upon with satisfaction. Relying upon their new nationality, they addict themselves openly to usury and to other transactions of a doubtful and often of a dishonorable character, a determination to protect the whole community from religious persecution, allowing the Sultan to treat their commercial and civic affairs on the same footing as all the rest of his subjects. Would be much more just, and would probably remedy not a few evils. In the year 1840, the northern Jews mustered few at Damascus, and even now they are not numerous. Among them may be mentioned old Abu Brahim, a well-known cicerone at Dimitri Kara's hotel, who usually passed for a Cohen. The Ashkenazim speak a kind of Jew-German garbled with Hebrew and other foreign words. Their dress is a long robe like a dressing gown, and a low-crowned hat of felt or beaver, the lank lovelock hanging down either cheek, and the eccentrically clipped fur caps which, despite the burning sun PG 51, they everywhere don for the Sabbath, and for feast days make their appearance, not a little comical in the Holy Land. They are mostly petty traders and craftsmen, supported in part by the halorka, or alms. Many Jews who have neither the time nor the will to visit Jerusalem pay considerable sums for vicarious prayers there offered by their coreligionists, and the contributions are collected throughout Europe by appointed emissaries, like the begging friars of the Catholic world. This dole distributed, alike and indiscriminately, to all who occupy the 4 holy cities, brings many idle and worthless persons together, and promotes early and improvident marriages, every child being a source of additional increase. Some steps should be taken to obviate the scandals of the halorka. Much vice, misery, and ill-feeling are engendered by the present system of bounty, which leaves much behind when passing through the hands of doctors responsible to no one for the money they receive. These men live in comfort and even luxury. The terrorism, physical as well as spiritual, with which they inspire their congregations, renders them absolutely unassailable, knowing that his doctor can excommunicate him, and what is more to the purpose, starve him, and his family not a Jew dare object to though, he will loudly complain. Of a system of hypocrisy and peculation. And as a rule, the almsgiving of the Israelites so exceptionally liberal, PG 52, throughout Western Europe becomes mean, and niggardly throughout the Holy Land in the absence of coin, sufficiently small the wealthy Hebrews of Jerusalem have invented a system of tin bits, which the mendicant must collect, till sufficiently numerous to be changed for currency, whenever there is a famine in the country pauper. Jews receive probably the least assistance from their fellows dwelling within the same walls. The Ashkenazim are divided into religious sects and social communities. The former are three in number viz. Parushim Chassidim. In Chabad, the Parushim Pharisees, or separatists, follow the law as laid down in the commentary of the late R. Gaon of Wilna. They consider the diligent study of the Talmud an essential for every religious Jew, and they conduct their liturgy, according to it, respecting however the sense attached to various rites by the Kabbalistic teachers. They strictly observe the appointed times for prayer, but they do not consider it necessary to dip the body in water before ablution. They neglect the second pair of phylacteries prescribed by Rabbanu Tam. They do not hold it unlawful to slaughter animals for food with a knife, which is not very sharp provided that the edge has no notches. They regard a Passover cake as lawful PG 53, even though it be made of any kind of wheat or flour. The Chassidim Kabbalists, that most fanatical of Jewish sects, are here for the most part unlearned. Their liturgy is according to Rambani or Maimonides, Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon, a Spaniard who flourished in the 12th century, and of whom it is said from Moses to Moses, there was none like Moses. They interpret it, however, in the Kabbalistic sense. Their favorite book is the Holy Rye. They pray whenever they feel bound to do so, no matter whether the prescribed time has passed or not. Unlike the Parushim, they believe in certain Sadikim or righteous men, popularly called Gyut Yadin Judin, and regard them with a superstitious veneration, which borders upon worship, attributing to them supernatural powers, and attaching some spiritual and symbolic meanings to their most trivial and insignificant actions, whilst professing to be guided only by the Talmud. They in reality follow the teaching of some chosen Gyuter Jude. The Chassidim are particular in the observance of Jewish customs, especially such as relate to the Sabbath. They shake themselves violently and cry aloud during prayers at other times. They are much addicted to dancing, singing, and deep drinking. They dip themselves in water before devotions and use the second pair of phylacteries. They deem it unlawful to slaughter animals with a knife, which PG 54 is not very sharp, or to use any, but a particular kind of wheat for the Passover cakes. Much importance is attached by this sect to works of charity in this way. They are guided by the Yad HaKazaka, or strong hand of Maimonides, who assigns 8 steps or grades to the golden ladder of charity. The Parushim and Chassidim combine in various proportions. For instance, in Tiberias, all are Chassidim, except the doctor, who is a Parushi. The Chabad, or third sect, suggests in name the Ebionites or Jewish Nazarenes, who hold the great teacher of Nazareth to be the Messiah, but merely human. This sect, however, has apparently died out. The modern Chabad have a liturgy arranged from their old Rabbi Zelmana. They resemble the Chassidim, having their own Gyut Judin, but they are usually more learned and pious. They are given to hospitality and charity and attach much importance to visiting the sick. They dip themselves before prayers read and study much, and meet together on Sabbath evenings to hear the law expounded by their principal teacher. They keep as a feast the 19th day of Kislev, the 3rd civil and 9th ecclesiastical month, about December. On that day R. Shalaman, the founder of the sect, was liberated from prison. The Ashkenazim are divided into social communities according to the European district, or city, whence they came, and each section is presided over PG 55 by a scribe, or a layman of respectability and good standing. The chief communities of Parushim are the Wilna Grainer Grodno Minsk, Nassen Warsaw Zulich, and German. Those of the Chassidim are the Volhynian, the Hungaro-Austrian, and the Galician. The Chabad are a community by themselves. The Ashkenazim, who are wrongly represented to be considered pariahs by the Sephardim, have brought from northern climates a manliness of bearing, a stoutness of spirit, and a physical hardness, strongly contrasting with the cowardly and effeminate, the despised and despicable. Sephardim Jew of Israel's land, if spoken to fiercely, they will reply in kind. If struck, they will return the blow. And they do not fear to mount a horse, unlike their southern brethren, who prefer an ass, or at most an ambling pony, to the best of Arab blood. They will travel by night over difficult and dangerous paths, whereas their congeners tremble to quit the city walls, and they can endure extremes of heat and cold, of hunger and thirst, which might be fatal to any soft Syrian, who would imitate them, the Ashkenazim of the Holy Land, are, in a word, men, the Sephardim. Are not the Spanish and Portuguese Jews are of far higher and more intellectual type than the English and German, says Dr. Linsdell, possibly. But in the matter of manliness, there is no comparison, and as has been remarked, pg 56, the Ashkenazi is eating up the Sephardi wherever they meet. Concerning the so-called unorthodox sects in the Holy Land, a few brief details may be given. The Karaites translated readers, that is, textualists, assign a literal sense to all Holy Writ and reject every book posterior to the law, and the prophets, they are therefore considered pestilent heretics. These Puritans, claiming descent from the 10 tribes who took no part in the crucifixion, are scattered throughout Arabia with Baghdad for a center, and they are most numerous in Russia and Poland, where they could boast that, for 4 centuries, none of their number had ever been found guilty of a serious crime. Henderson, the traveler, numbers some 4,000 of them in the Crimea, with their koans or priests. At Pentecost they read, we are told, as half a Torah, or conclusions of the day, Joel, Roman 232. Whereas other Jews stop at ver 27, there is still a large colony at Aden, where the English authorities have found nothing to complain of them formerly. There were many at Damascus, now they have left it. En masse the Protestant cemetery occupies part of their old burial ground, whose gravestones are distinguished from those of the Jews in Syria. They are mostly confined to Jerusalem, where till lately they numbered 7 families, 35 souls, their single poor synagogue, a small cellar-like chamber, which dates back pg 57, they say, for many centuries, lies opposite the big new building of the Orthodox. Its sole object of attraction is one old manuscript of the Pentateuch, and the other Jews so hate them that the stranger will not readily find his way to their place of worship. In early 1872, they were reinforced by an emigration from Baghdad, numbering 40 souls, who reported that many more were on the way. These men all wore Bedouin dresses, which however they changed for the usual Jewish garb when once settled in the city. The Samaritans are now found only at Nablus, the classical Neapolis, or New Town. They claim descent from Ephraim and Manasseh, whilst their Cohens are, of course, Levites. The Orthodox opprobriously call them Cuthim or Babylonians, and despite physical evidence utterly deny their Jewish consanguinity. All contact with them is defiling, as though they were Gentiles. The total is now 40 families, or 135 souls. They will not intermarry with any but their own people. The birth of males, contrary to what might be expected, outnumbers that of females in the proportion of 80 to 55, and consequently, the undying dogmatism is threatened with dying out. The little sect owes its fame in Europe to the 3 well-known codices, which every stranger hastens to inspect according to their hakems, whilst repeating the Talmud. They pg 58 study the Targum of R. Levi. They keep their Passover by solar computation, not lunar like the Hebrews, for instance, in 1871. The former held the feast on May 3, and the latter on April 5. Moreover, they still sacrifice and eat their paschal lamb upon Mount Gerizim. Jerusalem is sometimes visited by some of the black Jews of Malabar and Western India, concerning whom so much absurdity has been written. The white Jews of India have a tradition, according to which their ancestors, numbering 10,000 souls, emigrated eastward about A. Roman 500 and settled about Cranganore on the Malabar coast. Here they remained till A. Roman 500, when they were driven into the interior by the Portuguese, as no synagogue can be founded without a minimum congregation of 10 free and adult males. The white Jews, when necessary, simply bought back their 9 Hindu slaves, manumitted them, circumcised, and bathed them, and thus obtained their wishes. The reformed British Jews, mostly Ashkenazim, who date from the 7th of Elul A. Roman 1000 August 24, 1841, and whose prayer book is edited by their minister, the Rev. Mr. Marks, are hardly likely to make way in the East with such ultra-Karaite doctrine as the sufficiency of the law of Moses for the guidance of Israel, and with their opposition to the divinity of the traditions contained in the Mishnah, and in the Jerusalem and pg 59 Babylonian Talmuds, they would only be included in the host of petulant, capricious sects, the maggots of corrupted texts. There is little to say concerning the physical peculiarities of the Eastern Jew, who, in all the salient points of form and feature, remarkably resembles his brother of Houndstitch, and the minories here and there, the lines are less curved, the profile is straight and high, whilst there are a few local varieties. Like the fair hair and olive-colored eyes of Dalmatia, the highest type contains a certain softness of expression, with that decisive cast of mouth and chin, which may be seen in the London policeman, and in the backwoodsmen of the far west, although centuries of oppression have necessarily given to the many that cringing deprecating glance, that shifting look which painfully suggests a tame beast expecting a blow, yet we still find both amongst the Ashkenazim and the Sephardim red Jews and black Jews, fierce-eyed, dark-browed, and hollow-cheeked, with piercing acuteness of glance, and an almost reckless look of purpose. Greed and craft and even ferocity are to be read in such faces, but rarely weakness, and never imbecility, roughness, unculture, and coarseness. Are there not vulgarity nor want of energy? And the Christian physiognomy, by their side, looks commonplace. When PG 60 contrasted with those features, so full of concentration and vigorous meaning. These are the same men as those who, under happier auspices, organize such worldwide institutions as the Alliance Israelite Universelle, with its heart in Paris, and its limbs extending far and wide on the earth, whilst increasing organization proposes to extend them farther and wider. Its object is simply to promote concerted action amongst the Jews, scattered about both hemispheres, to effect unity and community in all matters interesting to the Jewish body politic, to forward the interest of its friends, and to effect the ruin of its enemies. Thus it will eventually absorb, by taking under its charge such detached institutions as the Kaggle or communal government of the Hebrews in Russia. It is the fashion to praise the organization of the Jesuits, the Freemasons, the Carbonari, the Mormons, and other bodies who have an esoteric system underlying the exoteric form. As far as my knowledge goes, none can be compared with that of the Jews, because those are local and partial, whereas these are all but universal. Such men easily become the warriors of commerce, bringing to the battle of interests the campaign of life. All that boldness and resolution, that persistence and heroism, that subtlety and unscrupulousness, which the patriarchs and the Maccabees carried out into the personal conflict of sword and spear, they PG 61 become the great potentates of finance and capital, who have agents and reporters in every chief center of the world, who know every project, what is to flourish and what is to founder, what enterprise is to be effectual, and what is to fail. If a seaport want a dock, a city require a bulwark, or a country demand a railway or a loan, they are ever ready to furnish each and all, and as a rule they are not unfair, they are not mean. Indeed, there is often a certain generosity in their conditions, but they always bargain for something besides money. They stipulate, for instance, that this man should be allowed to participate in these profits, that another should be excluded from those advantages. Their interests are so various and so widespread that they need political power everywhere. And as they must have it so, they will have it. One offense, one deadly sin, never forgiven, never forgotten, is insubordination in the ranks, however trifling. Let a secondary firm attempt to throw off the yoke, by launching out, for instance, into an enterprise unauthorized by the great house. Straightway its credit is assailed, its acceptances are dishonored, its ruin is assured. Such are the arts which have enabled the Jew to arrive at his present position, and he may confidently look forward to the time when the whole financial system, not only of Europe from one end to the other, but of the whole world, will be in the hands of a few crafty capitalists. PG 62, whose immense wealth shall, with a few pulsations of the telegraph, unthrone dynasties and determine the destinies of nations. It remains now only to touch upon the future prospects of the Jewish race. This important consideration is still subject to two widely different opinions. The first, which may be called the vapid utterance of the so-called liberal school, speaks as follows: in this century, we are battering down the ponderous walls of prejudice, which nations and sects have erected in past times for the separation of themselves from their neighbors, or as a coign of vantage from which to hurl offensive weapons at them. Roman Catholic and Jewish emancipation have been conceded, though tardily, and we may fairly hope that in the next generation our political, social, and commercial relations with our fellow men will be conducted without regard to their religious belief or their ethnological origin. The trifling objection to this harmonious and tolerant state of things is that though the Christian may give up his faith and race the Jew however readily, he may throw overboard the former, will cling to the latter with greater tenacity, as it will be the very root and main foundation of his power. The second is the Judophobic or Roman Catholic view of the supremacy of Jewish influence in the governments and the diplomacy of Europe. It openly, PG 63, confesses its dread of Judaic encroachments, and it goes the full length of declaring that unless the course of events be changed by some quasi-miraculous agency, the triumph of the Israelite over Christian civilization is inevitable. In fact, that Judaism, the oldest and exclusive form of the great Semitic faith, will at least outlive, if it does not subdue and survive, Christianity, whose triumph has been over an alien race of Aryans. Gold, it argues, is the master of the world, and the Jewish people are becoming masters of the gold. By means of gold, they can spread corruption far and wide, and thus control the destinies of Europe and of the world for the last quarter of a century. The dominant church in France seems to have occupied itself in disseminating these ideas, and the number of books published by the alarmists and replied to by Jewish authors is far from inconsiderable. Witness the names of Roman 2000 Tausuel, Bederide Th Hallis Rev P. Ratisbon, and a Roman 100 de Medelsheim, without specifying the contributors to the Union Israelite and the archives Israelites of Parisa, sufficient proof of the interest which this question has excited and of the ability with which it has been discussed in France. But these are generalisms which require the specification of particulars, where however the field is so extensive, we must limit ourselves to the most running survey of Europe and the holy PG 64 land throughout this continent. The career of the Jew is at once thriving and promising the removal of Jewish disabilities in England, and the almost universal spread of constitutionalism throughout Europe have told mightily in favor of the Jews. An essential condition of all reform is that the reformer never can say, "Thus far will I go, and no farther." In sporting parlance, he took off the weight from a dark horse, and the latter is everywhere winning in a canter. The father kept a little shop in the ghetto. The son has palaces and villas, buys titles, crosses, and other graven images utterly unknown to the Mosaic law, and intermarries with the historic Christian families of the land. The great, if not the only danger, is that in the outlying parts of Europe, where men are not thoroughly tamed, and where the sword is still familiar to the hand, the Jew advances far too fast, nor is it easy to see how his career can be arrested before it hurries him over the precipice. At this moment, Hungary is a case in point. The magnate, profuse in hospitality, delighting in display, careless of expenditure and contemptuous of economy, sees all his rich estates with their flocks and herds, their crops and mines passing out of his own hands and contributing to swell the bottomless pocket of the Jewish usurer. But the Magyar is a fiery race, and if this system of legal robbery be allowed to pass a certain point, which by the by is not far distant, the Jews PG 65 must prepare themselves for another disaster, right worthy of the Middle Ages, and they will have deserved it. As regards the restoration of Israel to the Holy Land, that favorite theme of prophecy and poetry, that daydream of the Jew at least, until he found a country and a home in the far happier regions beyond his ancient seats, no supernatural gift is required to point out the natural course of events, though the recovery of Jerusalem is the subject of eternal supplication throughout the Jewish world. Wealthy and prosperous Jews openly declare that they take no personal interest in the matter. The prayer, in fact, has become a mere formula still, with 6 millions of souls, which will presently become 9. There can be no difficulty in finding volunteers like those who now garrison the 4 holy cities Jerusalem and Hebron Tiberias, and saved a single million of souls would give the Israelite complete command over the land of promise in the widest PG 66 acceptation of the term, and it will not be long before this number can be contributed. The Jews might readily return to Judah, but there is a lion in the path. Russia cares little for Constantinople, which will fall to her in the fullness of time when the fruit is ripe. But she will brook no interference with the Holy Land, except for her own benefit. This power, half European and half Asiatic, greatly indebted withal for her success in life to the mixture, which she despises, has the immense advantage of a peculiar and homogeneous creed, in which she believes with childish ardor and which she preaches with virile energy to her conquest, is not mere increase of area of physical growth. It is extending the field of proselytism of religion. And this view of national progress and of racial duty is at once her strength and her weakness, her glory and her shame. She finds the headquarters of Christianity necessary to the full development of her religious superiority, and in the ever-increasing weakness of the Latin Church, she descries her best opportunity. Thus, as modern travelers assure us, Russia is quietly absorbing the holy places in Syria and Palestine, a brand new Jerusalem of church, convent, and hospice, which a few days' work would convert into forts and barracks, has lately risen outside the gray old walls and towers of Jebus, concealing them from the ardent gaze of the pilgrim PG 67 as he tops the last hill leading to the Jaffa Gate at Hebron. The Muscovite was not allowed to buy building ground within the settlement. He bought the oak which passes itself off for Abraham's terebinth, and here again will be a church, convent, and hospice. Jacob's well at Shechem has shared the same fate, and even Tiberias is threatened with a 4th church, convent, and hospice. The so-called Greeks, whose Muscovite sympathies are well known, were granted such boons as the monopoly of Mount Tabor, whose classic and Saracenic ruins were ruthlessly pulled down to build a Cockney church, and convent this usurpation became so intolerable that, in the summer of 1872, the Latin monks attacked the intruders seized Roman six et armies, a part of the mountain to which they laid claim, and enclosed their conquest with a wall on the other hand, when the Latins proved an undoubted right to their ancestral chapel at Capharcana in Galilee, the Greeks were instructed to set up a rival claim, and both were formally dismissed with the oyster shell, the oyster having been pronounced wukuf or mosque endowment. This Russian preemption of the Holy Land is a benefit to the Jew, although the latter may not recognize it, but for this, he would hasten to fulfill the prophecy he would buy up the country as PG 68. Indeed, he is now doing at Jerusalem, he would conquer the people by capital, and he would once more form a nation. But here the question obtrudes itself if Judaism should again prevail. Indeed, its advocates say, it shall prevail universally. How long could it endure? Those who know the codes of the Talmud and of the Safe School, which are still, despite certain petty struggles, the lifelight of Judaism, will have no trouble in replying a people whose highest ideas of religious existence are the superstitious sanctification of Sabbath, the washing of hands, the blowing of rams' horns, the saving rite of circumcision, and the thousand external functions compensating for moral delinquencies, with Abraham sitting at the gate of hell, to keep it closed for Jews, a community which would declare marriage impossible to some 12 millions of Gentiles, forbid them the Sabbath, and sentence to death every stranger. PG 69, reading an Old Testament, which would have all the juror who are not idolaters without religion, whilst forbidding those whom it calls idolaters, the Christians, to exercise the commonest feelings of humanity, which would degrade and insult one half of humanity, the weaker sex, and which would sanction slavery, and at the same time oppress and vilify its slaves by placing them on a level with oxen and asses of faith, which, abounding in heathen practices, would encourage the study of. The black art would loosen every moral obligation, would grant dispensations to men's oaths, and would sanction the murder of the unlearned, a system of injustice, whose Sanhedrins, at once heathenish and unlawful, have distinguished themselves only for force and fraud, for superabundant self-conceit, for cold-blooded cruelty, and for unrelenting enmity to all human nature. As such conditions, it is evident, are not calculated to create or to preserve national life. The civilized world would never endure the presence of a creed which says to man, hate thy neighbor unless he be one of ye, or of a code, written in blood not in ink, which visits the least infractions of the rabbinical laws with exorcism and excommunication, with stoning and flogging to death. A year of such spectacles, PG 70, would more than suffice to excite the wrath and revenge of outraged humanity. The race, cruel, fierce, dogged, and desperate, as in the days of Titus and Hadrian, would defend itself to the last. The result would be another siege and capture of Jerusalem, and the chosen people would once more lie prostrate in their blood and be stamped out of the Holy Land. Briefly, it is evident that nothing but Russian preponderance in Syria and Palestine prevents its being reoccupied by its old, intolerant, and persecuting owners, and that to these, the greatest PG 71 possible misfortune would be the granting of their daily, weekly, and yearly prayer. Next year, May, we meet at Jerusalem. Jews 9,500, Christians 5,300, Muslims 5,000, total 19,800. Owing to the recent immigration, especially of Russian Jews, and to the opening of the railway to the coast of Jaffa, these figures have been more than quadrupled. In 1896, the whole population was estimated at over 80,000, of whom nearly 40,000 were Jews, 25,000 Christians of all denominations, and 15,000 Mohammedans, chiefly Turks and Arabs. It is instructive to compare with the sage's text two commentaries of his editions. One of them assures us that no longer persecuted by Pope and Kaiser or Christian community, with no mark of civic distinction, denied the Jews, they will soon become absorbed into the larger Christian communities, surrounded by whom they now dwell in all the countries of Europe. They will finally disappear and leave only historical records of their existence at present. However, Judaism bids fair to rise above and to survive Christianity. In B. Auerbach's Leben Spinoza's, we're told that the immediate cause which to Spinoza suggested this curious persuasion, the restoration of the Jews, may have been this, that a certain Sabbathized Yui, who had lately appeared in Greece, caused such a commotion amongst his coreligionists, as at one time to make their regeneration and reconstitution into a sovereignty appear not impossible. Page 72. Chapter 4. The Jew and the Talmud. The present chapter contains many an assertion, which will make the expert Talmudist smile. It will, however, serve one most useful purpose, namely, to show what the Christians and Muslims of the East hold to be the belief of the Hebrew race, and the practices of men dwelling within the same walls as themselves, that this hostility to the Eastern Jews is no mere unreasoning prejudice, but is founded in some sort on fact. The following brief survey of the rabbinical and Talmudic writings will show a people which has such a vindictive oral law is sure to excite the spirit of retaliation, for obviously, the law exists not merely in letter, but in the spirit. In a notorious trial in Damascus within living memory, which roused the anti-Jewish feeling in that city, and indeed throughout Syria, to a frenzy, certain learned doctors brought into court, as evidence a number of manuscripts and printed books. It was remarked that the texts were full of lacun. This was explained by the fact that they are so pg 73 written, since Europe began to read the rabbinical and Talmudic writings, for the purpose of concealing what might excite odium. The divines supply the omissions, by inserting them in writing or preferably by committing them to memory. Thus they suppress offensive sectarian words, such as goy plural goyim, the wicked, the forgetful of God, that is to say Gentiles in general, including Christians and Muslims minim, or Karaite, Jews Kuthim, Samaritans Nakram, strangers, or infidels corresponding with the Arabic Kafirin, or the Turkish Jawar and Endoyim, or Mesumedim in Arabic Marumin, or Murtadin, the excommunicated. And it is evident that they had good reasons for this prudence. The Seder Adarhout, for instance, enumerates with the object of refuting them many foul crimes attributed to the Jews. The most important and pregnant tenet of modern Jewish belief is that the Jur or stranger, in fact all those who do not belong to their religion, are brute beasts having no more rights than the fauna of the field. Thus in Lucio Ferraris Prompta Bibliotheca, Vol Roman 3 sub, lit E and H, Order 4, Tract 8, we read Pr. Omnibus Judies ut Christians omnes loco brutorum habent, nec aliter eus tractant quam bruta animalia. The argument from which this abominable belief is derived appears to be as follows. When Abraham was ordered to offer up Isaac, Gen Roman 22, he saddled his ass, and pg 74 took 2 of his young men with him. But when he saw the place of sacrifice, he said unto his young men, Abide ye here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder, and worship and come again to you. The Talmud declares that Abraham, who had seen God, asked his servants if they had likewise done so, and on their replying in the negative, he said to them, Abide ye here with the ass, meaning that they were animals like the ass. But this is by no means contrary to scripture doctrine. For instance, Jeremiah Roman 10 calls the votaries of false religion altogether brutish and foolish. Thus the law and the prophets belong exclusively to the Jews. The Gentile reading, or even buying a copy, should be put to death. All the books of other faiths must be burnt, even though they contain the name of Jehovah. And if any but a Hebrew write the name of God in a Bible, which is not a Jewish manuscript, the volume must also be burnt. The Jew who does not keep the Sabbath Saturday according to rabbinical law must suffer pg 75 excision, be stoned to death, or incur the flogging of rebellion, that is, he must be beaten until his soul go out, like all those who transgress affirmative commandments. Some rabbis hold that a Hebrew hearing the sound of the trumpet should stand or sit in the same position until the evening of the holy day. All manner of work is absolutely forbidden to the Jew. He is guilty of capital crime if he carry a snuff box or a pocket handkerchief. He may not light a fire to cook his meals, nor extinguish it to prevent his house being burnt down. Until the days of the Maccabees, he could not defend his life against an enemy. And when Strabo informs us that Pompey B. Roman 100 stormed Jerusalem by waiting for the day of fast, on which the Jews were in the habit of abstaining from all work, he evidently alludes to the Saturday. The modern Jew in Syria and Palestine can walk only 2,000 paces upon the Sabbath. Except when traveling through the dangerous desert, he will not receive pg 76 money on that day, or transact any business however profitable. It is moreover the fashion to keep a grave face, and to speak as little as possible. Yet he is not the strictest of Sabbatarians, and his women, rather, enjoy being called upon between the services in order to display their dresses and jewelry. Of course, there are many guiles technically so called in order to elude restrictions, which savor of the degrading spirit peculiar to the oral law, which is little more than the rabbinical criminal code, intended to raise and provide for an aristocracy of savants. For instance, most wealthy pg 77 families, forgetting that he who hires a man to murder a third person is really the murderer, habitually keep Muslim servants who can boil coffee and serve pipes to Gentile friends, and the latter must by no means join in honoring the day, according to the Talmud chap Roman 4 Sanhedrin of the 4th Mishnah section, or order Seder Nezikin. The Gentiles sanctifying the Sabbath must be put to death, without asking questions, even as the Lord said to him, "Thou shalt not rest day nor night." The oral law is superior in dignity to all others. Pg 7839 in the Prompta Bibliotheca. We find p. 297, Order 4, Tract 4 dis 10 Gravius plectendos esse, qui contradicunt verbis scribarum, quam verbis mosaic leges, quibus qui contradixerit. Mort moriatur, and he must die by the flogging of rebellion, a rabbinical practice, utterly unknown to the Pentateuch, which ordered 40 stripes, whereas in the new dispensation, the offender must be flogged without intermission till he expires. Thus the scribes and Pharisees still sit in Moses' seat. The modern Jew follows the creed of Maimonides' 12th century, which contains 13 fundamental articles, the last being the resurrection of the dead. The ancient Jew obeyed the 12 commandments. Without a word about the resurrection, the sojourning proselyte who would be saved must become a Noahite and obey the 7 commandments assured to the Nochid. The Hakam Abul Afia gave them as follows. Thou shalt not worship planets, stars, or idols. Thou shalt not fornicate, nor commit adultery. Thou shalt not slay man. Thou shalt not steal. Pg 7940. Thou shalt not eat in the street the flesh of a lamb. Thou shalt not castrate the sons of Abraham, mankind, or any other animal. Thou shalt not join the several races of animals. More correctly speaking, this code given to the Nochid or Nohites commands them to abstain from the 7 deadly sins: 1. Idolatry, 2. Irreverence to God, 3. Homicide, 4. Robbery, fraud, and plunder generally, not only of a co-religionist, 5. Adultery, 6. Disobedience and misrule, and 7. Eating part of an animal still living or the blood of the dead. The latter was added, Gen. Roman 9, to the 6 sins forbidden to Adam, namely, idolatry, blasphemy, shedding of blood, incest, robbery, and injustice. But the sojourning proselyte receives scant con pg 80 salation, as he may not be received when the Jubilee cannot be observed. Hilchoth Isher by a Roman 14:8, and this ceased after Reuben, Gad, and half Manasseh were led away captive, or in B. Roman 100. According to common chronology, add to this 1873, and we have 2757 years since the last feast of the kind, and we have 27 centuries and a half since any Gentiles were converted from the errors of idolatry to the religion of the sons of Noah. Those who transgress any of the commandments transgress them, all the goods of Gentiles who have not conformed to the Noahite code, that is to say, all now living are lawful to the Hebrews. This right was first conferred by Jehovah during the Exodus from Egypt, and it was confirmed to the descendants of the wanderers by the Talmud Baba Masiah, or Middle Gate 2nd of the 4th order, and Abada Zera 8th of the same. Rabbinical religion is rampant in the kitchen blood, first forbidden to Noah, Gen. Roman 9, and afterwards to all the sons of Abraham, Lev Roman 3 and Roman 6, because it was supposed to contain the vital principle, which it does not must be drained out of the meat before this can be eaten. The PG 81 usual practice is by macerating it in water for 30 minutes and leaving it in salt for an hour. It is then taken out and washed again, a peculiar wooden tub and sieve being used for the purpose in Morocco. The Jews also pound the flesh till the fiber is broken, and thus it becomes more tender and less able to be kept. Thighs, however, is a local practice unknown to the Jews. Elsewhere the Talmud declares that there are 2 kinds of blood, pleasing to the Lord, viz. 1, that of the Paschal Holocaust, 2, that of circumcision. In the books of Moses, we find that blood is used as a purifier. For instance, the lawgiver Exod Roman 248 took half of the blood drained from victims and put it in basins with which he sprinkled the people to cleanse them from the abominations of the Egyptians, and the other half he sprinkled upon the altar. Human blood is not used by us in its pure state, nor can we call it human, for the Gentiles are mere vermin, and of their daughters it is said, "Cursed be he that lieth with any beast." It must also mostly undergo through manipulation a change of essence, nor is it administered indiscriminately, but only to the most zealous. On the eve of the Passover, the chief scribe attends the oven and mixes what he pleases with the cakes, which are then sent round to the congregation. PG 82. A Jew abandoning the faith of Israel must die the death. Also he should be surely slain for all such breaches of the law as committing adultery, all who admit the doctrine of the Trinity, whether they be Jewish perverts, Christians, Muslims, or pagans, all Hebrews who have violated the secrets of the synagogue, and all those especially who speak against or who injure a co-religionist have forfeited their lives in these days. Minor offenders are usually excommunicated, but those who have been informers, or who prove themselves hostile to Israel, must be killed at all risks either by the Jews themselves or better still through the local authorities. This is an invariable rule. We read in the tract Sanhedrin 4th of 4th, Order P58, that the Gentile who strikes a Jew has committed a capital offense. This ordinance is as old as the sojourn of Moses in Egypt. He who strikes a Jew, strikes the deity the sons of Noah, may be slain by the sentence of a single rabbi, or upon the PG 83 testimony of a solitary witness, although the latter be a relation, a descendant of the Hebrews who, learning the true God in the days of Abraham, thereby separated themselves from, and exalted themselves above the rest of humanity, may not be put to death, but by the decision of 20 rabbis, and on the testimony of 2 witnesses, a Gentile forfeits life if he cause a pregnant Jewess or her fruit to perish. A Jew is not to be punished capitally for such crime, but he must pay for the loss of the child. P57. The son of Noah who blasphemes the holy name, who has committed adultery with or who has slain a co-religionist, ceases to merit death by becoming a sojourning proselyte, but he must not be suffered to escape if he has slain a Jew, or if he has committed adultery with a Jewess. P71. The Jew must not contract friendship with Gentiles, lest an oath being necessary, he be compelled to swear by an idol. P63. He may not eat bread prepared by the heathen for fear of undue intimacy, being the result market bread may be bought and eaten, but on condition that it was made for sale, not for private use, and then sold. It is usual to burn a bit of such bread before using it. A Jew may not eat victuals cooked by Gentiles, although vessels from a Jewish house were used in the presence of Jews. Extends even to a roasted egg. The tract Abada Zara before alluded to PG 84 asserts P4 that all the commandments kept by Jews shall bear friendly and favorable witness in heaven before all the assembled souls of men, and to the confusion of every other faith. Hebrews dwelling out of the 4 holy cities are as idol worshippers, but without blame. A Jew going to a Gentile marriage feast eats impure food. Although the meats be cooked by Jews and served by Jews in the presence of Jews, he even commits a sin if he enters the house within 30 days of the coming ceremony. P8. Gentiles should be prevented as much as possible purchasing immovable property. It is not allowed to speak well of a Gentile man or woman, and it is a sin to make a present to them. P20. To greet or to approach them and the Jew becomes as ceremonially impure by handling anything touched by them, by drinking out of the same cup, or by sleeping under the same roof, as if eating with them. Hebrews should never tether their beasts in places not belonging to them, at least, without locking them up lest the heathen plunder or pollute them. Gentiles preferred the Jews' beasts to their own women, because evil entered into Eve on the day when the serpent demon committed adultery with her. A Jewess may not live amongst the heathen. PG 85. Because possibly the latter do not hold adultery to be a sin, a Jew should also beware for fear of their killing him, as they probably will do. Israel was purified of every sin upon Mount Sinai, but the descendants of the peoples not present there preserve their perversity. P22. If a Hebrew wayfarer meet a Gentile armed with a sword worn on the left, he should pass on the other's right side, and vice versa, if the stranger has only a staff, so that the arm can be seized before the weapon can be used. He must also name a distant place when asked his journey's end, in order that the Gentile may defer slaying him till 2 late. P2550. The better to prevent all intimacy, the Jew must not buy wine or vinegar from a Gentile, who also may perhaps have used it in pagan rites. If a Christian, a Muslim, or an idolater touch a cup containing wine, the Jewish owner must throw away the wine or sell it to the heathen and cleanse the cup. The same is the case with grapes. The law forbids the Israelites to marry the daughters of the 7 tribes that held the land before the conquest, namely, the Hittites, Girgashites, Amorites, Canaanites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. This, say the writers of PG 86, and commentators on the Talmud, arose from the fact of these women being impure from their childhood upwards. Others, however, whilst including all Gentiles in these 7 tribes, assert that the prohibition was not on account of any special impurity, such women being vermin or brute beasts, not subject to the normal feminine infirmities. Thus the learned restrain their weaker brethren, who might suppose that an impure Gentile woman is pure to them, and who might even extend it to the case of a Jewess. Hence, again, the deduction that only the Hebrews are human beings. P. 3551. Tract Arobim II of the Second Order Seder, Moed of Appointed Seasons declares. P. 62. that if a Jew live under the same roof with a Gentile who breaks the Sabbath, Saturday the former lest he be robbed, should drive out the latter by hiring the whole house. But he may expel the heathen as he can, or as he pleases all tenements inhabited by others, then Jews are dens of beasts which cannot pg 87 become householders. The son of Noah, who steals even a farthing, should be put to death. And of 10 commandments given by God in his covenant with Noah, he cannot be pardoned, unless he restore the stolen goods. But God enjoined this restitution only upon Gentiles becoming Israelites. Roman 1e sojourning. Proselytes, all other thieves must be instantly and pitilessly slain. In Tract Ohaleth II of the Sixth Order, called Seder Taharoth, or of Purification, we read 6 that the graves of Gentiles cannot be held impure, because they are not tenanted by human beings, and that when the law declares sitting upon tombs a cause of defilement, it alludes only to those of Jews. Chapter Baba Bathra, 3rd Tract of the Fourth Order, declares IP 10, also repeated in another part of the same tract, that all alms given by Jews are acceptable to God, whereas those of the Gentiles are so many sins, because their objects are ostentation and the preservation of their children. If, however, the Jew declare that his almsdeeds are meant to save his family, and to win paradise, still they are grateful to Jehovah. Privilege allowed only to the children of Israel. In the same tract, we are also informed that Esau the son of Isaac sinned 5 times in one day, by committing adultery with a heathen, by slaying his neighbor, by profaning the name of his God, by insulting the resurrection of the dead, at the coming of the Messiah pg 88, and by degrading the rights of primogeniture. Rabbi Shalaman argues from the fact of Ishmael laughing, when his brother Isaac was born, that Sarah concluded therefrom, either that he held her to be an adulteress, or that she saw him commit a murder. Thus he draws the deduction that Ishmael had broken the 7 commandments, and that consequently his descendants cannot bear witness against Jews. p16. Tract Bechorath on primogeniture, 4th of the Fifth Order Seder, Kodeshim of Holy Things, gives Roman 1 the formula of the scribe's prayers, and tells us that there are 2 things which hinder men from keeping the law of God: the action of demons and dependence upon Gentiles. The Lord explains to the angels that usury is permitted only to the Hebrews, who, being ordered to give thanks after food, praise their Creator, even when they have eaten only an egg or an olive. p20. A Jew may not pray before a naked Gentile, though the latter be in the category of a wild beast. p25. This tract relates that a Jew beaten by a scribe when detected in adultery with an Egyptian woman complained to a Gentile ruler that the law had been taken into private hands. The scribe pleaded pg 89 that he had surprised the criminal with a sheath, and called the prophet Elijah to bear witness. Why didst thou not slay him? Asked the magistrate. The reply was that, since the children of Israel had been driven from their own country, such a punishment could not be inflicted by them, but that the judge could do as he pleased when both left the court. The Jew charged the scribe with having called Elijah as a witness to a lie. Wretch, exclaimed the learned man, and are they not the same as sheases? But as the Jew was about to return and report this explanation, the scribe slew him with his staff. Roman 1 p58. Hence, it appears that this tenet is a religious secret, whose violation merits death. When a Jew looks upon the grave of a brother Jew, he must say, blessed is he who hath created us by law, who has promised to raise us again by law, and who knoweth our number. Blessed is he who revives the dead. But if the tomb be that of a Gentile, he must say, shame upon thy mother, cursed be she that bare thee, for the end of the heathen shall be dry and desolate as the soil of the desert. p58. It also explains earthquakes by the lamentations of the Lord, who bewails the miseries of the Jews. p59. If a Jew find an object lost, we will say, by a Muslim, he must not restore it even though he knew the proprietor. Also, if a Gentile make any mistake in accounting with the Jew, or leave property in his pg 90 house, the latter, when not in fear of the authorities, must rob him at all times. In fact, the Jew should spoil the Gentile as much as possible if one Jew injure another, though even his personal enemy and the greatest villain in the world, especially if such injury be to the advantage of a Gentile. The Jew shall surely die. Chap 388 of the Kalaha Orahaim Meshet, one of the most accredited parts of the oral law. All those present are bound to put the denouncer to death before he can do the deed. And if he has done it, they must remove him from this world. Every Israelite, the place contributing to pay the assassin the oath of a Gentile, or a Samaritan, cannot be taken in evidence against a Jew. If a dispute occurs between 2 Israelites, they must go before their own judge. It is sinful to have recourse to foreign tribunals, and all the decisions of the latter, when adverse to Jews, must be quashed, although the heathen court pass sentence. According to Hebrew law, the plaintiff or denouncer becomes impious sacri pg 91 legis and religiously excommunicated, whilst the rabbi is bound to make him lose his cause by every possible contrivance. even by suborning false witnesses against him, and at last due punishment must be dealt out. The latter is not a biblical command, but it results from the commentaries on the Talmuds. When these works were written, Mohammedanism did not exist. Muslims, therefore, are now included amongst the Gentiles. They are not, however, like the Christian idolaters. In Tract Karatoth or Excision, the seventh of the fifth order Kodeshim, the learned R. Moshe Maimona, after describing a fight between two bulls, the one belonging to a Jew, the other to an Egyptian, declares p. 36, that in case of a dispute between men of these different races, the Hebrew, if in the right, should go to the local authority and say, see, such is the law, but he must not do so. If he prefer the Jewish tribunal, the rabbi adds that no one should be astonished, pg 92, at such a condition, for all who do not keep the revealed commandments are not men, but beings whose sole purpose upon earth is to serve men. Tract Mued Katan, Little Feast, 11th of the second order, forbids Jews to salute Gentiles, unless in fear of them, and even then never twice. When it was observed to the author that many scribes had so done, he replied that doubtless it was with some such mental reservation as this: I salute thee, a son of B, meaning the rabbi who had taught the speaker to read the scriptures. p. 62. El Ruzich, in his commentaries on the Talmudic tract Abada Zara, speaking of Hebrew accusers of Hebrews and eaters of flesh, not ceremonially killed, declares their death to be a necessity. At this point, it may be advisable to offer a short view of the two great schools of the Holy Land, which have influenced Jewish thought in Christian times. These are first that of Tiberias, whence issued the Talmud of Jerusalem, followed by the Talmud of Babylon, and second the school of Safed, which rendered itself remarkable by the extreme opinions of its commentaries and glossaries. We read in a Jewish writer, Roman 1000 J. Cohen, on the pg 93 authority of the Talmud archives, Israelites 184,157, when after 200 years of energetic struggles against an empire, which was fated to be universal, the Hebrew race found its political nationality in peril, the first want felt was to lighten as much as possible the bonds of personality, so as morally to preserve by identity of belief that unity which dispersion was about to dissolve, and the plan which at once suggested itself was to determine by an invariable method the principles of the Mosaic law, to develop their sense, and to fix their interpretation. But in those times, if I may so speak, the lights of Israel were eclipsed. Ages had elapsed since the voices of the prophets had delivered to this people the oracles of God and divine inspiration. The heightening of the national faculties, by supernatural means, seemed to have returned to its home in heaven. Moreover, after the destruction of Jerusalem and the expulsion of the Jews, all authority had disappeared with national power and social organization. No longer existing man could not magisterially impose his opinion upon others. The only rational step in this state of things was to assemble all the Israelites or those who represented them, and to form a sovereign synod. pg 94. The Jewish Senate Sanhedrin, Greek Synedrion, or National Council, was first transferred from the ruins of the Holy City to Javne, and after many removes to Sapphuriah the Sephors, which in the days of Josephus was ever faithful to the Romans, finally about the middle of the 2nd century, during the reign of Antoninus Pius A. Roman 500,161, it was transferred to Tiberias, another city of Galilee. Rabbi Yehuda, universally known as HaKodesh, or the Saint, was the Nashi prince of his nation, and the president of the Sanhedrin. He lived at Sapphuriah, where there is a cave through which the Roman pg 95 emperor, whose reign in history is almost a blank, used to visit him from Tiberias. This tunnel is now blocked up. The modern Jews residing in Galilee are not agreed whether the great rabbi died at Sapphuriah or at Tyrian, a neighboring village where two large caves exist, but neither of them shows traces of a tomb. When this prince of Israel died, it was Friday evening, and the sun stood still, whilst his corpse was carried to its distant grave, lest even the body might break the Sabbath. The work of this Sanhedrin consisted in committing to paper that which had before been entrusted to memory, and had perpetuated itself by tradition, jurisprudence of the Jews, the various interpretations of the law by the principal doctors, and the rules of man's duty. In other words, all that was called the oral law. Thus the synod began by transgressing a principle of Israelitism, which until those days had decreed that the supplementary code should never be written, and hence, indeed its vulgar name in this point. The Ecumenical Council followed the pg 96 example of Hadrian A. Roman 500,130, the adopted father of Antoninus Pius, who also commanded the jurist Salvius Julianus to draw up the Edictum Perpetuum, or fixed code, and the Responsa Prudentium, which before his time formed an unwritten core of doctrine, embodying legal decisions and precedents. The book, which was compiled by R. Yehuda with the adhesion of the Jewish majority, received the name of Mishnah doubling or repetition of the law, and its principles became obligatory upon all men. The great work was completed according to some about A Roman 500. David Gantz prefers A Roman 500 or a short time before the compiler's death, whilst others contend that R. Yehuda collected the principles of the code, and that the nation accepted it by order of Gamaliel, his son and successor, in the princely dignity of Nashi and presidency of the Sanhedrin, and others again make it of still later date at all events. It is the most ancient composition known to the Jews after the law and the prophets. By almost imperceptible degrees, the notes and commentaries upon this text grew to formidable proportions and became a special science, whose technical name found in the Book of Chronicles, 2 Roman 13 and Roman 24, is Midrash from Daresh in Arabic Dars, a lesson of the innumerable methods of studying these holy writs. The three principal are PG 97, embodied in the Persian, parodies the Arabic Firdaus, and the Greek Paradeisos, written Semitically without vowels PRDS, and the mysterious letters were assumed mnemonically as the initial of a technical word, thus P. Peshet. The simple rendering of words recorded the elementary law of Talmudic exegesis: no verse of scripture practically admits any sense, but the literal sense, although in a different or familiar signification, it may be explained in a host of ways. R. Remiz, the Arabic rams, a secret intimation, insinuation, or suggestion of meaning, illustrates certain letters and signs apparently superfluous and explained only by tradition in a more general manner. It gave rise to a memoria technica, and a stenography resembling the Roman notarican points and notes were added to the margins of manuscripts, and thus was founded the Masorah tradition, or diplomatic conservation of the text, intended to preserve its purity. D. Daresh illustration was the familiar application of historical PG 98 traditional anecdotal, allegorical, and prophetical sayings to the actual state of events. It was a sermon aided by ethics, logic, poetry, parable, proverb, apologue, and the vast mass of legendary lore known as the Haggadah, plural Haggadoth, as opposed to the halakha or dogmatic part. Perhaps it was suggested by the New Testament. Finally, the fourth and last Sod secret mystery included the mystical and esoterical sciences of theosophy, metaphysics, angelology, and a host of supernatural visions, brilliant and fantastic. It borrowed with impartial hand from the magic of Egypt, the myths of Hermes, Trismegistos, the works of the Platonists and Neoplatonists, and the labors of the Christian Gnostics. Few were initiated into the creation, or the chariot, as it was called, alluding to the vision of Ezekiel. Yet its attractions were such that at last paradise was confined to this special branch of esoteric science, even as later in Gnosticism it came to signify the spiritual Christ. Yet the Talmudic authors lay down the principle that their decisions are in no wise absolute, but can always be modified by a power equal to that which lay them down. Their sole object was to PG 99 fix the sense and the rules of written law for, as Moise de Coucy says in his Smag, or Great Book of Precepts, if the interpretation of the oral law had not been added to the written law, the whole code would have been obscure and unintelligible, because Holy Writ is full of passages which seem to oppose and contradict one another. Rambani Maimonides of Cordova declares introduction to his Guide Vol Roman 1 p. 29. Thus we find continually written in the Talmud, the beginning of the chapter differs from the end, and the explanation is given because the first part emanates from such and such a doctor, and the last from another. Furthermore, we read Rabbi Yehuda the Holy approved the opinion of that doctor in that case, and merely records the opinions of this doctor in this case, without even naming him. The following formulas are also frequent: to whom belongs this anonymous assertion R to be the doctor, and to whom belongs our paragraph of the Mishnah R to such and such a person. To resume the history of the Talmud. Some years after the publication of the Mishnah, in the 3rd century A Roman 500,270, Arya Chanan, who for 80 years had been president of the PG 100 Sanhedrin, undertook a commentary on the text like the Shar, which accompanies the Arabic Mot. Who aided it is said by Rab and Samuel, the disciples of Gamaliel, son of Ar Yehuda. He produced about A Roman 500, a book which, united with the Mishnah, received the title Talmud Doctrine, or Learning of Jerusalem, Though written at Tiberias, the product of the schools of Palestine, it was composed in the West Araman tongue, and it calls the Mishnah text by the simple name of halakha rule or dogmatic part. The school of Tiberias flourished apparently in the days of St. Jerome and passed into oblivion during the 4th and early 5th centuries. In A. Roman 500, Ascai, president of the Babylonian Sanhedrin, whilst teaching the Mishnah, annually commented upon 2 tracts of that work, which being concise, and as it were axiomatic like all books that announce legislative principles, required explanation of the author's exact intention, he was aided by the opinions of many doctors omitted in the Mishnah, either those who died before Ar Yehuda, the holy, had finished his labors, or the many who followed during the ensuing years, in order that his learning might not be lost to the world. He compiled and transcribed 35 tracts, and died A. Roman 500. His son Mar and Merriman, his disciple, continued the work, and after 73 years appeared the Gemara Complement, or PG 101 conclusion. It was written in the Eastern Araman tongue, and it corresponds with the Hashka of Arabic standard works. The Mishnah and the Gemara, now forming a single code, became known to history as the Talmud Babli of Babylon, and when the Talmud is mentioned, the second work being the fuller, and the more minute, is always meant presently. The Talmudists separated into 2 great and rival schools in ante-Christian times, that of Hillel, remarkable for his learning, his humility, and his charity, extending even so far as to forbid usury, Tract Baba Metzin folio 17b, and that of Shammai, inflexible in principles, and often inclining to severity. Both of these voluminous compositions are essentially a corpus juris, to be compared with the Edictum Perpetuum and Responsa Prudentium, with the Pandex, the Novel 67, and the Institutes, they PG 102, form an encyclopedia of Judean law, divine and human, national and international, laical and ecclesiastic, civil and criminal, a doctrinal, judicial, and sentential digest, dealing in exegesis and hermeneutics, a huge compilation of what Muslim divines call fatwa or decisions upon legal subjects, and a thesaurus of ceremonial observances borrowed from the oral law, and the traditions of the heads of schools from Rabbi Gamaliel downwards, composed in the East, that classic land of the supernatural. They abound in Haggadistic matter, wild and picturesque legends, sometimes inculcating moral lessons like the 4 nocturnal specters, Lilith, Nama, Agrith, and Mahala, at other times puerile tales of the great angels, Patspitzaya, Tashbach, Hadernil, Inkatham, Pastem, Sandalpin, Shamsil, and Prasta. Its historical, topographical, ethnographical, and geographical information must be PG 103, received with the greatest reserve, coming from authors of different ages and of several values. For instance, the Gemara Sanhedrin Roman 6 informs us that our Lord, having vainly endeavored during 40 days to find an advocate, was sentenced, and on the 14th of Nisan was stoned, and afterwards hanged. It is a storehouse of curious allusions to the products of various countries, the occupations of races, agriculture, gardening, professions, and trades, arts and sciences, connubial relations, manners and customs, the interiors of houses, and even dress. It portrays the cosmopolitanism and the luxury of Rome in her later days, thereby filling up the somewhat meager sketches of the post-classical school. We find in the Mishnah allusions to the fish of Spain, the apples of Crete, the cheese of Bithynia, the zithus, lentils and beans of Egypt, the citrons of Greece, the wines of Italy, the beer of Media, the garments of India and Pelusium, the shirts of Cilicia, and the veils of Arabia. At 5 years of age, says the Mishnah, let the child begin to study the scriptures, let him continue so doing till the age of 10, when he may begin to study the Mishnah at the age of 15. Let him begin the Gemara T, a both chap Roman 5. This passage in the vast work or ocean of learning, as some call PG 104, it could not but be distasteful to Christianity. The tone adopted in speaking of the Almighty is anthropomorphic and anthropocentric in the extreme. God spends a 4th part of the day in studying the law. Every watch of the night he sits and roars like a lion, saying, Woe is me that I have laid desolate my house and burned my sanctuary, and sent my children into captivity among the nations of the world. Barachath. He plays for 3 hours every day with the Leviathan, and bear in mind, there are far more objectionable representations than these in the writings of the rabbis. It revels more than any known faith in the degradation of women. The rabbinic court declares women disqualified by the law from giving testimony. The Talmud excludes them from the public worship of God, and teaches that they are under no obligation to learn the revealed will of their Creator. Peculiarly antipathetic doctrines to those who believe in an immaculate virgin and innocent Mary Magdalene. Moreover, the large space given to cursing the Jew and the non-Jew, and to the unhallowed practices of magic and pg 105 necromancy, the summoning and conversing with devils, and spirits. The advocacy of astrology, charms, and philters served as a pretext for Pope and Inquisition to attack it. In A Roman 500, Justinian proscribed it by Novella 146 as a tissue of puerilities, of fables, of iniquities, of insults, of imprecations, of heresies, and of blasphemies. It was destroyed by Gregory Roman 9 in A Roman 500. It was burnt in Paris by Innocent Roman 4 A Roman 500, and it was proscribed by Clement Roman 4 by Honorius Roman 4, and by John Roman 22. The first printed edition, Venice 1520, saved it, and not until the third had appeared, Ball 1578, did it come under the eye of the censor. In 1553 and 1555, Julius Roman III promulgated a proclamation against what he called grotesquely the Talmud Gulnaroth, and this proceeding was repeated by Paul Roman IV in 1559, by Pius Roman V in 1566, and by Clement Roman VIII in 1592 and 1599. A well-known anti-Talmudical writer remarked in 1836, "The promised German translation of the Talmud, if ever completed, must without any discussion overthrow Talmudism. Its exhibition in any European language is the most fatal attack that pg 106 can be made on its authority. This is utterly unphilosophical. The Book of Mormon, with all its Americanisms and its internal evidences of feudal forgery, confirmed instead of destroying Mormonism. The Mishnah was translated into Latin by Schernhusius Amsterdam 3 vols 40 as early as 16,981,703, and into German by the chaplain J. J. Rabbi Onnelsbach Ansbach, 1st to 6th part 40 in 17,601,763, without any knowledge of Hebrew or Aramean. Those who read Latin, French, and Italian, German, and English will find in any great librarithette of the British Museum, for instance, a translation of almost every part, and they may be assured that the small remnant still untranslated contains nothing of importance. The modern verdict is that the Talmuds are a spotted orb, and that they contain two distinct elements, sacred light in the true interpretation of the Word of God, and the purely human darkness in its folly and infirmity. But it does not confirm the following assertion of the initiation of youth. Rabbi Asher, the Talmudical writers enjoin upon us to treat Christians as our own brethren in every social matter. The second great rabbinical school arose at Safed, also a city of Galilee, and rising within sight of Tiberias Benjamin of Tudela A Roman 500, visited pg 107, the tombs of Hillel and Shammai near Maron, which is Maron supposed to be the Beth Maron of the Talmud. But he says nothing about Jews being in Safed. Then a fortress held by the Templars, the city set upon a hill, is also ignored by travelers of the next 300 years, and appears in history only about the 16th century. It then became the great center of Jewish learning. In fact, another Jerusalem, the children of Israel dwelt there in great numbers, and had a vast khan, a square lead-roofed fortress, where many of them lived, and which contained a fine synagogue besides the schools, in which the sciences were taught. They counted 18 synagogues, distinguished by the names of the several nations, which possessed them, as the Portuguese, Spanish, Italian, and others. The printing press, of which there are remnants at the northeastern village Einel Zeitung, issued many volumes, now becoming exceedingly rare, because so much in request amongst European bibliophiles. The college madrash of the rabbis still remains a two-arched hall of which no part is ancient, except the eastern side. All the rest has been shaken down by earthquakes, which are supposed to destroy the city. As each sabbatical year comes round, in the cemetery below the settlement are the whitewashed graves of Joseph Caro, of Shalom and Alcabez, and of other notables. The peculiar ferocity of the Safed school resulted pg 108 partly from the domination of the sons of Ishmael, which, however mild, is everywhere distasteful to the children of Israel. If Esau hateth Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him, Jacob returns the hate with at least equal heat, adding fear and contempt. Would willingly to use the words of Rashi blot out Esau and his seed, but doubtless the harshness and cruelty which distinguished its doctors must be explained by the nature of the place, and its surroundings, situated in the bleak and wind-swept, the stony and barren highlands of Upper Galilee, shaken by earthquakes and exposed to terrible storms. Safed is one of the least amene sites in the whole of Syria. The climate is ever in extremes. The water is hard and full of constipating lime, the earth is cold and fruitless, and the people are crafty and cruel. As Simeon and Levi, after a few days resident strangers, complain of sickness, cramps, and malaise, and their only desire is to escape from the gloom and seclusion of this town upon the hillside. Even the Mohammedans contrast the facile manners of their own women at soft and lowlying Tiberias with the asperity and the violence of those who inhabit the upland settlement. Safed, Fasad, Safed, ever giveth trouble is the jingling saw of the neighborhood, and it contains abundant PG 109 truth. The amount of intrigue and plotting is excessive even in a Syrian settlement. The charges bandied about by men against one another are atrocious. This doctor is a murderer, that scribe is an adulterer, and the third is a swindler and a thief. If the visitor were to believe half what he hears, he would find himself in a den of brigands. That not a few of these charges are founded on fact may be gathered from what travelers have printed concerning certain sons of this holy city, some of which are too revolting for publication. The rich divines are accused of shamelessly embezzling the halakha large, sums sent from Europe for the maintenance of the community, and the poor are ready with complaints. Upon the most trivial occasions, breaking of a hen's leg sends them on a hurried official visit to their vice-consuls. It is not too much to say that if Safed again produced a theological school, it would rival in its narrow bigotry and peculiar ferocity that which disgraced the 16th century. The Talmud had spoken its last upon the interpretation of the Torah. It had closed the discussions which arose from the sacred text, and it had exhausted the traditional lore and the rules established by the rabbis of Palestine and Babylon till the 5th century after the Christian era. Still, the Talmud itself required after the course of ages to be interpreted, and this gave rise to a variety of medieval abridgments, and to a vast series of glosses, PG 110, and commentaries. The more modern rabbis especially resolved that no uncertainty should rest upon the halakha, or doctrinal part of the work, and they strictly applied themselves to codify the whole body of the Talmud. To cite only the best known names, we have to begin with Rabbi Ishaz al-Fasi, who first resumed the Talmud, and who had the boldness to expel from the text everything not strictly bearing upon the discussion. Then came the celebrated Maimonides of Cordova, a Roman 500, whose Yad ha-Hazaka, hand of power, is a compendium of Talmudic lore, valued almost as highly as the original. He was followed by Asheri, a powerful dialectician, who knew how to conciliate with the Talmudic argument the observations of the Tosophists, or glossarians, represented before and after him, by Rashi Rabbanu Tam Kausi, and a host of others. His son succeeded him, and made a new attempt at a codification in which the opinions of Asheri naturally occupied the place of honor. About this time rose the Safed school. The first and greatest commentator was the rabbi, by some called Rabbanu Jacob B. Rab, in exile from Spain, and subsequently chief rabbi of Fez, and Safed, where after long teaching he died in a Roman 500. This Baal HaTurim, Lord of the Books, as he is called, wrote 4 works which, being considered in the light of religious laws, were PG 111 known as the Dinim. The first of the Arba Turim Orech Choin, Urahayim, the way of life treats of observances enjoined upon the Jews. The second is Jordi Urada, the teacher of knowledge. It describes the ceremonious observances of butchering, eating, making vows, circumcising, and so forth. The third is Eben Ha-Azar, the stone of assistance to mankind. And in the fourth, Hashan Mispat, breastplate of judgment, law civil and criminal, is discussed. The school of this commentator was kept up by Moses of Trani in Apulia, who lectured during 54 years to a Roman 500. The year of his death, the next name of repute was R. Joseph Caro, or Caro, a Jew of Spanish descent born at Constantinople, who died in a Roman 500. He was a voluminous writer in the Shalkin, a code of religion adopted universally by the Israelites. He analyzed and resumed the opinions of his predecessors. His magnum opus is the Beit Yusuf House of Joseph, in 4 folios, first printed at Venice, and repeatedly republished. It consists of commentaries upon the 4 dinim of Rabbanu Jacob, on the Talmudic writings of the R. Ishaz al-Fasi, and on the labors of Rabbino Yaakov ben Rosh, not to be confounded with Rashi the Glossarian. The 4th great name is R. Shalaman al-Kabez, also of Constantinople, who wrote in a Roman 500, and who was still living in a Roman 500. This theologian has left the worst PG 112 name amongst the Christians, whom he seems to have hated from his very heart. A pupil and colleague of Caro and Alcabez was Moses of Cordova, the most famous Kabbalist since the days of Simeon ben Joachim. He died chief rabbi of Safed in a Roman 500. Moses Galante, a native of Rome, was somewhat later, dying in a Roman 500. But the Academy was not indebted for its fame to strangers alone. Samuel Osida and Moses Alshik Both natives of Safed contributed to its celebrity during the 16th century. The latter died between A Roman 500 and 1601. Of the medieval rabbis and their successors generally, it may be observed that the later the school, the more prominent became its bigotry and violence. This is easily explained. Anna Karenina describes the Crusades, which were guided by a giant and a goose with truly Eastern relish, as having left a very admirable mound of bones, high, deep, and broad, but they left something more, a tradition, which presently enabled the Christians to recover power in the Holy Land, and their abomination of the Jew inspired him with kindred sentiments. Nor can we wonder that the later and more fanatical writings are preferred by the Israelites to those of the earlier school's religious exclusiveness, and the ambition of being a peculiar people set apart from and raised above the rest. Pg 113 of humanity appealed to the heart of every man through the sure channel of his passions, and thus in the youngest faith of the world we find the same phenomenon as in one of the most ancient Book of Doctrines and Covenants is read at Salt Lake City, whilst the Book of Mormon is neglected. R. Jacob B. Rabb, in the second part of his Jordi Urada, asserts that it is unlawful to draw a Gentile out of a well, into which he may have descended or fallen. He also declares that the scrupulous Jewish physician, who thoroughly conforms to Talmudic law, will not attend a Gentile without honorarium, because this will be his sole reward. He may do so gratuitously, if he wishes to study medicine by that means, but he should usually kill such patients whilst pretending to cure them. This, however, must be attempted only when there is no chance of detection. R. Joseph Caro of Safed, one of the most pestilent of that school, in his commentary upon the Way of Knowledge, enables the doctor to do additional harm by calling Gentile fees cashmed, that is to say, the wages of sina term applied to the price of a woman's honor. And in speaking especially of Christians, he declares that if the Jewish physician takes his fee without poisoning them, it is as the gift to the wicked woman. On the other hand, should the mediciner be unwilling to be paid, he must absolutely poison Pg 114 his patient. He also forbids the doctor, who has not thoroughly studied the healing art, to attend one of his own faith, lest his ignorance cause death. But he may practice amongst all others, because if he kill them, it is lawful and no matter. Commentary of Gittin, the sixth tract of the third order. Others declare that the Hebrew physician must not treat a stranger even for fees. But if he fear the Gentile and the latter know him to be a Jew, he may do so. For Money Rubby argues the question by reference to the Gittin, in which it is related that R. Richmi bin Askai had prepared a dose for a stranger. He explains that the drug may have been given by way of experiment or for the purpose of study. The Safe School continued its labors into the 17th century, and Quasimus, writing about A. Roman 500, speaks of it, Safed as inhabited chiefly by Hebrews who had their synagogues and schools, and for whose sustenance contributions were made by the Jews in other parts of the world. After that it gradually sank under the oppression of the Mohammedans, who probably took the place by degrees. Pg 115. Chapter 5. The continuity of tradition in the East. Obviously, such cruel and vindictive teaching as that recounted in the previous chapter must bear fruit in crime and atrocities. The occurrence of such deeds explains much of what appears to have been the mere results of superstition and greed of gain amongst semi-barbarous peoples from the earliest ages to these modern days, and not in one place, but all the world over. The hatred of the Jew against the non-Jew has been of the fiercest. Those who are so ready to admit and deplore the mighty provocations which roused a spirit of retaliation in the rabbinical mind, should equally make allowance for the natural feelings of the unfortunate Gentiles and heathens. When the people of the synagogue had their wicked will in the 5th century, the Hebrew colony, which flying from Syria and Palestine, after the wars of Titus and Hadrian, settled near Yathrib, Medina, was powerful enough to murder the viceroy of the Taba, or Pg 116 Himyarite king, and to convert to Judaism. Danawas A. Roman 501. Of the last of that dynasty, he acquired the title Lord of the Fiery Pit by burning alive in a trench filled with combustibles thousands of the Christians of Negerin at the instigation of the Jews. In later times, the people of the synagogue brought upon themselves a war of extermination by insulting an Arab woman, and after the siege of Khaybar they attempted to poison Mohammed. In A. Roman 500, the Hebrews of Galilee, according to Eutychius, joining the Persian army under Chosroes Roman II, caused a great slaughter of the Nazarenes. When the holy city was captured, they bought at a cheap rate those taken by the Persians, especially from the Greek monastery of Mar Saba for the sole purpose of butchering them, even in Abyssinia, when the Falashas or black proselytes established a powerful kingdom. This quasi-Jewish race under their king Gideon and their queen Judith was a scourge to all the nations around these, are but a few instances of the many which would fill a volume. It is absurd to suppose with the liberal writers of the 19th century that whole colonies have been expelled, driven away half-naked from England and France, from Germany, Spain, Portugal, and other Christian kingdoms, that communities were imprisoned in ghettos and subjected to tumultuous and wholesale massacres, and that thousands of individual Jews and Jewesses, old men and children, were roasted with PG 117 dogs over slow fires, were skinned, alive, tortured, dismembered, and slain like savage beasts for the mere frenzy, and the ignorance of superstition for simply diabolical barbarity, and for clipping coin, or for claiming more than 2 shillings per week as interest on a loan of 20 shillings. We must seek for a solid cause underlying these horrible acts of vengeance. We find ample motive in the fact that the Jew's hand was ever like Ishmael's against every man, but those belonging to the synagogue, his fierce passions and fiendish cunning, combined with abnormal powers of intellect, with intense vitality, and with a persistency of purpose which the world has rarely seen, and whetted, moreover, by a keen thirst for blood engendered by defeat and subjection, combined to make him the deadly enemy of all mankind, whilst his unsocial and iniquitous oral law contributed to inflame his wild lust of pelf, and to justify the crimes suggested by spite and superstition, because under the present enlightened governments of the West, the Jews have lost much of their ancient rancor and no longer perpetrate the atrocities of the Dark Ages. Europe is determined to believe that the race is, and ever has been, incapable of such atrocities. The conclusion is by no means logical. We have seen them even now repeated in the Holy Land, and presently we shall see that they are still not unknown to Western Europe, Asia Minor, and Persia. PG 118. And what can we expect from a system which teaches men to believe and to act as follows? A tradition of the Talmud says, Talmud book, Baba, chapter Hagozel, if an Israelite and a Gentile come before thee to judgment, if thou canst absolve the Israelite according to the Jewish law, absolve him, and say this is our way of judging. But if thou canst absolve him by Gentile law, absolve him, and say this is your way of judging. But if not, then they are to come upon him with cunning frauds. R. Samuel says the error of a Gentile is also lawful, for behold, Samuel bought a piece of gold for 4 small coins, and added one more that he might go away the sooner, and not perceive the fraud. Chahana bought 120 casks of wine, for the price of 100. He said, my trust is in thee. So far the Talmud. From these and similar passages, Jews infer that they may and ought to deceive Christians and others who are not Jews. Thus also from other passages, they infer that they may and ought to kill Christians, of which the following example is found in the book Mechilta Exod Roman 14. And he took 600 chosen chariots, and all the chariots of Egypt. From whom did he take them? If you say from the Egyptians, is it not said already? Exod PG 119 Roman 9. And all the cattle of Egypt died. If you say Pharaoh, then there is a difficulty, for it is said already Roman 9, behold, the hand of the Lord shall be upon thy cattle. But if you say they were from the Israelites, it is said already Roman 10, our cattle shall go with us. From whom then were they? It is plain that they must have been from those who feared the word of the Lord. Hence we learn that those of the servants of Pharaoh who feared the word of the Lord were a stumbling block to Israel, and hence our Simeon ben Jachai says, slay thou the best amongst the Gentiles, and of the best of serpents bruise the head. Thus far the Talmud, and by this they mean to say that as of serpents he especially is to be killed, that is the greatest and best of its kind. So Christians are to be dealt with in the same way for killing Christians and throwing their children into pits, and even for killing them when they can do it secretly. They derive an argument from that which is said in the book Abada Zara chapter En Mohammedan, as to Gentiles and robbers, and those that tend small cattle, they are neither to be helped out of a well nor to be thrown into it, but heretics and informers and apostates are to be thrown in, but not to be helped out. The commentary of Rashi says heretics mean the priests of idols, informers mean calumniators who betray the wealth of their brethren into the hands of PG 120. The Gentiles. R. Shesheth says, if there be a step in the pit, let him find an excuse, and say lest an evil beast descend upon him. Rabbah and R. Joseph both say, if there be stone upon the mouth of the well, he is to cover it, and say, I do it that the beasts may pass over it. R. Nachman says, if there be a ladder in the well, he is to take it away, and say, I wish to get down my son from the roof. Thus far the Talmud. Thy prudence, O reader, may perceive that the Talmud which so perniciously teaches them to lie, and to kill Christians is not the law of God, but the figment of the devil. We can hardly be surprised, after reading such atrocious doctrines, at what history tells us concerning the Jews their crimes and their condemnations, for instance. In A Roman 500, according to Socrates Eccles Hist, Lib Roman 7 Chap Roman 16, some Jews of Inmastar between Chalcis and Antioch, as a drunken frolic tied a Christian child upon a cross, and mocked it, and that hurried on in their wickedness they afterwards scourged it until it died. In A Roman 500, a Jew was stoned for carrying away and profaning an image of the Savior. The same happened at Odessa in A Roman 500, where the PG 121 Hebrews were charged with stealing the image of the miraculous Madonna of Kutbarova. About A Roman 500, the Jews of Beirut repeated the offense. The result was the conversion of almost all their number and the consecration of their synagogue by the bishop. A Roman 500 massacre of the Jews in France. A Roman 500 certain Jews beheaded by order of Pope Benedict at Rome. A Roman 500, the Jews crucified a boy at Norwich. According to the general report, they hired a Christian lad aged 12 as a leather sewer, and converted him into a paschal offering. They placed a bit in his mouth, and after 1,000 outrages, they crucified him and pierced his side in order to mock the Redeemer's death. The corpse was borne in a sack to be burned outside the town gates, but a surprise caused the murderers to fly, leaving the remains hanging upon a tree. A Roman 500, the Jews at Ponthosa crucified a lad aged 12. A Roman 500, for similar outrage upon a girl, and others King Philip Augustus confiscated the goods of the Jews and banished them from his realms in the April of the following year. A Roman 500, the Jews were massacred at London and in other parts of England. A Roman 500, the Jews were massacred at York. A Roman 500, the Jews of Saragossa nailed a child PG 122, named Dominic, to the wall in the form of a cross, and then pierced his side with a spear. During the same century, those of Toledo also killed a Christian youth. According to the Chronica Seraphica della Vita di S. Francesco di Assisi, Opera del Padre Damiano, Cornijo 1721, Lib Roman 1 Chap Roman 1, the Jews superstitiously used the blood of Christians in childbirth, and sent it in a dried state to China and other places where they had synagogues, but where worshippers of Christ are not to be found. Hence, the Jews were eventually expelled from Spain and Portugal. A Roman 500 Japin, one of the chief Jews of Lincoln, and others of his faith kidnapped a lad 11 years old August 27, beat him with rods, cut off his nose and upper lip, broke some of his teeth, and pierced his side. King Henry Roman III and his parliament at Reading condemned the murderers to be dragged to death at horses' heels and gibbeted their carcasses. PG 123. A Roman 500, the Jews of Forsheim murdered a girl 7 years old. A Roman 500, the Jews of Wessel murdered a boy named Werner. A Roman 500, the Jews of Pascherat-Würzburg murdered a Christian and extracted his blood as it were with a winepress, in which they are said to use as a medicine. About the same time, the Jews of Munich murdered a Christian child. A Roman 500, a Jew was burnt in Paris for insulting a consecrated wafer. In the same year, during the reign of Edward Roman 115 to 16,000 Jews were banished from England, nor were they allowed to return till the days of Cromwell, the first liberal. A Roman 500. A Roman 500, many Jews were put to death for insulting a consecrated wafer at Rotingen of Franconia. A Roman 500, the Jews of Thuringen murdered a child and were slain in numbers. A Roman 500, King Philip of France was induced by a multitude of accusations involving magic, sacrilege, and murder to expel the Jews from his country, to confiscate all their goods, except what was wanted for the journey, and to forbid their return under pain of death. All were arrested on the same day, July 22. A Roman 500, the Jews of Gusto in Vandalia, Pomerania, insulted a host. PG 124. A Roman 5,001,350, the Jews were accused of poisoning the wells and rivers, and of causing the plague which then devastated Europe. Many were slain and thousands were driven away from Germany, where the cry of Hep was first raised. At length, the papal power was compelled to defend their lives by threats of excommunicating their destroyers. A Roman 500, the Jews of Belgium insulted a consecrated host. A Roman 500, the same was done by the Jews of Poland. A Roman 500, the Jews of Toledo in Spain crucified a Christian boy. A Roman 500, the Jews again insulted the host and were expelled the territories of the Bishop of Passa. A Roman 5,001,490. 8. The Jews were expelled from Spain. In consequence of popular clamor by Isabel the Catholic, many retired to Portugal, where asylum was granted to them, under the conditions first that each should pay a certain sum of gold for admission, and secondly that if found in Portugal after a certain day, they should either consent to be baptized or be sold for slaves at the expiration of the appointed time. Many remained the king. Therefore gave orders to take away all their children under 14 years of age to distribute them amongst Christians to send them to the newly discovered islands, and thus to pluck up Judaism by the roots. This expel pg 125 Sion, which has been strongly commented upon by modern historians, is still fresh in the memory of the Jews, and an Eastern rabbi can hardly conceal the hatred with which even in these days he regards a Spanish official. A Roman 500, the Jews of Trent, by means of one of their number, a physician decoyed to his house, whilst the Christians were at church, it being Maunday Thursday, a boy 2 years and a half old by name, Simeon the son of a tanner, before the Paschal festival, commenced the principal Jews collected in a room near their synagogue. The child gagged with a kerchief was extended in the form of a cross, and was held down by his murderers, the blood pouring from heavy gashes was collected in a basin, and when death drew near the victim was placed upon his legs by the two men, and the others pierced his body with sharp instruments all vying in brutality, and enjoying the torture the corpse having been found in the Etch River which flows through the city. Led to the detection of the crime, the murderers were put to death, the synagogue was razed to the ground, and a church was built over the place where the horrid deed was done. A sculpture was put on the bridge tower in Frankfurt-on-Main, and a picture of a Christian infant murdered by the Jews was placed in one of the galleries in the Hotel de Ville of late years. It has been removed in deference to the feelings of the PG 126 Hebrew community, which of late years has formed a large and important section of the commercial population. This murder has been abundantly commented upon Dr. John Matthias Tibernus in Trent, at the time, and Jacobus Philippus Bergamensis of the Order of the Hermits of St. Augustine, who was then living at the neighboring town of Bergamo, gave accounts of it whilst an engraving was produced in the Chronicles of John Louis Gottfried, edited by Matthias Mirianus. On the other hand, Pietro Mos Nego, the Doge of Venice, and his senate asserted credum assert, rumorum ipsum de puro necato commentum, esse et artem adquem finem vidrant, et interpretentur alii. A Roman 500, the Jews ill-treated consecrated hosts and murdered Christian children in the electorate of Brandenburg. A Roman 500, September 25. A child was barbarously slaughtered by one Raphael Levi, and the cause was publicly tried at Metz. The Nuremberg Chronicle produces, in the same year, 3 other cases of kidnapping in England, and 2 at Fiesole Baronio Raccolta, del cause celebri p. 288, etc., supplies many similar instances of child stealing and murder. Roman 1000, Tustet, a Lazarist priest, used to relate what he had heard when living at Turin from the lady, who nearly fell a victim to Jewish superstition, even in the early part of the present century. Apc. 127, certain Signor Antonio Gervelin, born at Castiglione di Aosta, and settled in business at Turin, happened, when walking with his wife Giulietta Bonnier, to enter the Jewish quarter. This ghetto used to be closed at night, as in Hamburg and Frankfurt. Whilst he was talking business with one of his Hebrew acquaintances, Madame Gervelin left him, and strolled on a short way. Suddenly, she was mobbed by a crowd of Jews who hustled her forwards, and at last forcibly thrust her into a souterrain closed by a trapdoor. She was stripped to the waist, and presently visited by 2 rabbis who, after reading their books for about half an hour, retired, saying Voidovt Morir. The husband, after the conversation ended, followed his wife, whom all the ghetto folk denied having seen, and thinking that perhaps she had gone home, he returned there to seek her. But in vain. Thence he went to various houses, till a relative said to him in jest, "Have a care, you know how the Jews treat us Christians." The words struck him. He hurriedly collected a party of policemen, and whilst these searched the ghetto, he went about shouting, "La mia mogli, my wife," though half dead with fear. The lady at length screamed a reply and was saved. The affair was hushed up with money, which made the Jews as powerful at Turin as they are at Aleppo and Damascus. But the tale was long told by the children. Pg. 128 of Madame Gervelin. In this section of the 19th century, the subject has passed into the domain of politics, and is no longer submitted to reason and judgment. The Italian liberal denies and derides the charges, whilst the conservatives or retrogrades are almost ashamed to support them. A Roman 500, A Christian woman disappeared in the Jewish quarter of Aleppo. A Roman 500, the Jews sacrificed a man at Beirut. A Roman 500, the Jews of Beirut made away with Fatal Sayeg, an Aleppan Mohammedan. A Roman 500, the Jews of Hama murdered a Mohammedan girl and were expelled the city. A Roman 500, the Jews of Tripoli were accused of murdering an Aleppan Christian. A Roman 500, the Jews of Jerusalem attempted to murder a Mohammedan. A Roman 500, a flask of blood passed through the custom house of Beirut. A Roman 500, the Jews murdered Padre Tommaso and Ibrahim Amara at Damascus. In the same year, they made away with a Greek boy at Rhodes. A Greek boy disappeared from Corfu, and an attempt was made to murder a Mohammedan. A Roman 500, the Jews crucified a Christian boy in Mount Lebanon. PG 129. A Roman 500, the Jews of Kaifa murdered the wife of an Algerine Jew. A Roman 500, the Jews of Safed put to death a Spanish Jewess. Do not these things remind us of that generation of vipers, certain of the Jews who banded together, and bound themselves by a curse, saying that they would neither eat nor drink, till they had killed Paul? And was not the apostle justified in asserting they please not God, and are contrary to all men? How vain it is in presence of all these horrors to quote the testimony of Grotius, who speaking of the Jews, since the dispersion says et tamen tanto tempor Judi nec, ad falserum diorum cultus defluxerunt nec de adulteries accusenter, and apud batavos Judi suspecti talium fascinorum, non sunt, yet these men excommunicated Spinoza, and attempted his life because he wrote the truth that was in him, granting however that the Jews of Holland were like the mild and unoffending Karaites of the Crimea, and Aidan it does not follow that all the widely parted families of the house of Israel deserve an equally favorable verdict. At any rate sufficient has been advanced in these pages to open the eyes of the student, and the ethnographer it will stand on record until Elijah. PG 131. Roman 2 the Gypsy. PG 132. A people proscribed by opinion and doomed by the laws to opprobrium and ignominy, a race which, driven from all liberal professions, has been for ages, and still is robbed of its right to hold landed property, which, subjected to special and severe regulations, has learned at once to obey, and yet to preserve a manner of independence which, despite the contempt that it inspires, and the hate that it awakes, and the prejudices wherewith it is received and judged, still resists this contempt, this hatred, and finally all those causes which ought to disunite, loosen, and annihilate the family, the race, the nation. Such a people, I say, deserves the observer's attention, if only from the fact of its existence. Jobert de Passe, page 133. To the reader. Of general works upon the subject of the gypsies, we have perhaps enough, and more than enough. This objection, however, cannot be urged against specialities, which still are highly desirable in every department of chingonology. I use the latter term in preference to the French tsiganology, of which more presently, and the Romanology, a term of dubious import, lately introduced into English. I wish to place in extenso before the public the following conclusions which the study of some years has, it is hoped, justified me in drawing with regard to the relation of the gypsies and the Jots. The medieval gypsies of Europe were the last wave of Aryan emigration that flowed westward during the early 15th century, and this wave was possibly preceded by more than one similar exodus. The medieval gypsies show family resemblances, physical and moral, ethnological and linguistic, with the modern Jots, a highly important race, which extends from the mouth of the Indus PG 134 to the head of the Great Valley, thence ramifying over Turkestan and the far north. There are solid reasons for believing the Jots and the Jinchai of Tatary to be the modern representatives of the classical Get and the Goths of later days. The language of both tribes, Jot and Gypsy, is of Indo-Persian type, the Indian ingredient not being so much decomposed as in the modern varieties of Prakrit, an absolute isolation of speech, especial reasons for secrecy, and the fact of being oral and never written have preserved its purity among the Gypsies, while the Jots, in close contact with alien tongues, have made those secular linguistic changes which are familiar even to English and French. The most ancient name of the race is Chingene, a term still used in Persia and Turkey, and necessarily corrupted by the Arabs who have no ch to Jingene. Concerning the origin of the Gypsy article uz, az, etc., which is unknown to both Sanskrit and Prakrit, the suit is still pending possibly. It is original and peculiar to the dialect more probably. It is an European and especially a Greek innovation briefly. Until we have grammatical and vocabularian sketches of the Central Asian and the Turkoman Gypsy tongues, we are not in a position to draw conclusions. I propose to discuss the Indian affinities of the PG 135 Gypsies. I begin with a detailed critique of the various reviews, proceeding from the prolific pen of Roman 1000 Paul Bacillard, who claims the merit such as it is of having first identified the Gypsies, and the Jots. I end with topographical notes on both tribes, throughout their extension from the Indus to Morocco, and even to the Brazil. PG 136. Part 1. Notes on Modern Studies of Chinganology. Chapter 1. The Indian Affinities of the Gypsies. The following letter to the Academy, March 27, 1875, which opened the discussion between Roman 1000 Paul Bacillard and its author, speaks for itself. In the Academy of February 27, 1875, I had these words. Professor de Gouge of Leyden has printed some interesting contributions to the history of the Gypsies. He accepts the view propounded by Pott as early as 1853, that the Gypsies are closely PG 137, related to the Indian, that a name which the Arab historians transform into Zot. Dr. Trump has already pointed out the close resemblance between the European Gypsies and the Jat of the banks of the Indus. I venture to hope that you will permit me to show the part taken by myself in this question Sind, and the races that inhabit the valley of the Indus. London Allen, my volume written between 1845 and 1849, and published in 1851, thus treats of the peoples of the plains. The Jat, or as others write the word Jath, Juth, or Jut, was in the time of the Kalhora dynasty, one of the ruling classes in Sind. It was probably for this reason that the author of the Tofet el-Kurem, a well-known book of Sindhi annals, made them of kindred origin. With the Baloches, who now repudiate such an idea with disdain, the Jat's account of his own descent gives to Uqal, the companion of Mohammed, the high honor of being his progenitor. But what class of Muslim people, however vile, do not claim some equally high origin? As Jataki, the dialect peculiar to the people, proves, they Roman 1e, the Sind division of this extensive race must have come from the Panjab, PG 138, and the other districts Ubho or Baladasht, Jahang Seal Multan, and other regions dependent upon the great country of the five rivers, driven by war or famine. From their own lands, they migrated southwards to Sebai Sibai or Siwi Upper Sind, and to the hills around it. They are supposed to have entered Sind a little before the accession of the Kalhora princes, and shortly afterwards to have risen to distinction by their superior courage and personal strength. At present they have lost all that distinguished them, and of their multitude of Jagirdars, Zemindars, and Sirdars, now not a single descendant possesses anything like wealth or rank. The principal settlements are in the provinces of Kakralo Jadi, Chedio Maniar Fulaji, and Johai. Those of Umarkat speak it is said a different dialect from the Indine Jots, and not a few migrating tribes graze their herds on the Great Delta. They are generally agriculturists or breeders of camels, and appear to be a quiet, inoffensive race throughout the eastern parts of Central Asia. The name Jat is synonymous with thief and scoundrel. The Sindhi Jats have many different kamis or clans, the principal of which are the following: Babur Badi Jiskani, Kalaru Magasi, Murjet Parhyar Sanjarani, Seal, and Salangi. To this text were appended the following notes. PG 139. Jatu in the Sindhi dialect means one a camel driver or breeder. 2. The name of a Balak clan generally in the lower Indus Valley. It is written Jatu and pronounced Dayatu. It has three significations: 1, the name of a tribe, the Jats; 2, a Sindhi as opposed to a Balak. It is in this sense an insulting expression, and so the Balak and Brahmins of the hills call the Sindhi language Jathki. 3, a word of insult, a barbarian, as in the expression Didasto Jatu, an utter savage. L.T. Wood's work shows that the Jats are still found in the Panjab, and all along the banks of the Indus. Under the name Jat, no less than 4 races are comprised. I continued. It appears probable from the appearance and other peculiarities of the race that the Jats are connected by consanguinity with that peculiar race, the Gypsies. Of 130 words used by the Gypsies in Syria, no less than 104 belong to the Indo-Persian class of language. The rest may be either the remains of the barbarous tongues spoken by the aboriginal mountaineers who inhabited the tract between the Indus and eastern Persia, or the invention of a subsequent age when their dispersion among hostile tribes rendered a thieves' language necessary. The numerals are almost all pure Persian. There are two words curia house, and siakat probably corrupted from the Pushtu core. And Pishu two other words are Sindhi manna for manny bread and hui, for hui as might be expected from a tribe inhabiting Syria. PG 140 Arabic and Turkish words occasionally occur, but they form no part of the groundwork of the language. It was my fortune to wander far and wide during 4 years of staff service about the valley of the Indus, and to make personal acquaintance with many if not all its wild tribes. I saw much of the Jats lodged in their huts and tents, and studied the camel under their tuition. They are the best vets and breeders known to that part of the Indian Empire. My kind friend, now no more than Colonel and afterwards General Walter Scott of the Bombay Engineers, had a Jat in his service, and the rough old man's peculiarities afforded us abundant diversion. Thus I was able to publish in 1849 the first known notice of Jataki, and its literature. The author of the famous Dabistan applies the term Jat tongue to that in which Nana Shah, the apostle of the Sikhs, composed his Groth and other works throughout the Panjab Jatki. But Jat tongue is synonymous with the Gunwar Kai Boli, or peasants' jargon of Hindustan. I wrote the word Jataki with two italics. The first denotes the peculiar Sindhi sound, a blending of J and T. The second is the familiar cerebral of Sanskrit and Prakrit, which survives to a certain PG 141 extent in our modern English tongue, though unknown to the Latin. And the Teutonic languages. The tribal name is Jatu with the short terminal vowel, which in Sindhi as in Sanskrit follows the consonant. Its plural Jatan ends with a well-marked nasal. At that time, I divided this rude race of Bedouin into four great tribes, namely the Panjabi Jat, who is neither a Hindu nor a Hindi Muslim. He first appears in Indian history as a nomad, alternately shepherd, robber, and temporary tiller of the ground. Many became Sikhs and did good service to Nana Shah's faith by their zealous opposition to Mohammedan bigotry. As this was their sole occupation for many years, they gradually grew more and more warlike, and at one time they were as fighting a race as any in India. They have been identified by Colonel Sleeman and others with the ancient Get and their descendants the Goths. The Jat or Diet of the Hazara country, Jahang Seal Kach Kuch Gandava, and Sindh generally, where they may number 250,000 out of a total population of 1 million, they are all Muslims, and are supposed to have PG 142 emigrated from the north during or shortly after the Kalhora accession. Hence, their dialect is commonly called Balachki. In those days, the Baloches were very little known to Sindh, whose aristocracy, the emirs, jagirdars, and opulent zemindars, was either Sindhi or Jats. About Peshawar, Jat is still synonymous with zemindar or landed proprietor. At times, however, it is used as a term of reproach. The third is a clan of Baloches who spell their name with the Arabo-Persian, not the Sindhi J. In the lower Indine Valley, they hold the province of Jadi and other parts to the southeast. The head of the tribe is entitled Malik, literally king. For example, Malik Hamil Jat. The next is a wandering tribe, many of whom are partially settled in Kandahar, Herat, Mesht, and other cities of the Persico-Afghan frontier. They are found in Mekran, and they sometimes travel as far as Maskat, Sindh, and even central India. They are held to be notorious thieves, occupying a low place in the scale of creation. No good account of this tribe has as yet appeared, and the smallest contributions upon the subject would be right thankfully received. The fifth, which must now be added, is the Jinchai of Central Asia. These people are not, as Mr. Schuyler seems to think, Kafirs from Kafiristan. PG 143. They are apparently true Jatson idea, once advanced by Mr. Andrew Wilson, of the Abode of Snow. These tribes are looked upon as aborigines, which simply means that their predecessors are unknown. Such were the notices collected by me in manuscript some years before 1849. At that time, the Orientalists of Europe were almost unanimous in identifying the Gypsies with the Nath, a scattered Indian tribe of itinerant tinkers and musicians, the poor players of the Great Peninsula, utterly ignorant of horse-cooping, cattle breeding, and even poultry snatching. And the conviction still holds its ground. Only lately my erudite correspondent Dr. J. Bernard Davis reminded me of it. Of course, the humble linguistic labors of a perpetual explorer can hardly be familiar to the professionally learned world, but I cherish a hope that you will aid me in resurrecting my buried and forgotten work. PG 144. Chapter 2. The Claims and Pretensions of Roman 1000 Paul Bacillard. The following letter, which bears the author's signature, and the date Paris, May 28, 187,597, was the result of my communication to the Academy, as I had objected to my thunder being stolen by Professor Pott, and de Gauge, so Roman 1000 Paul Bacillard, charges me with having purloined his artillery. The Academy of March 27 last published an interesting letter, which only came to my knowledge a few days ago. In this letter, Mr. Richard Burton, FRGS, claims the priority in identifying the Gypsies or Tsigans with the Jat of the banks of the Indus, whose name he adds is pronounced Diet. The question has lately been treated at length, 25 pages in 8 vo, almost entirely consecrated to this subject, by Professor J. de Gauge of Leyden, who attributes the first idea of this identification, pg 145, to Mr. Pott in 1853, as is stated in the Academy of February 27, in a short article mentioning this Dutch contribution to the history of the Gypsies. Mr. Burton, who has wandered far and wide in the valley of the Indus, and has much frequented the Jats, published in 1849, a grammar of the Jataki dialect, 41 pages, which contains an interesting classification of this race, reproduced in his letter. And in 1851, a volume upon Sind and the races that inhabit the valley of the Induzin, which he starts the theory of a probable relationship between the Jats and the Gypsies, as proved in the extracts which he commences by giving of this work. Allow me to claim a still earlier priority dating from 1849, and to begin by establishing exactly the share belonging to each. Professor Pott, in his great work Die Zeigener Vol Roman 11,844 p. 62, had spoken of the tradition mentioned by Ferdowsi by the Tariq Guzideh, and by another, that is to say by the Majmelul Tevarik, according to which Bahram Gur, king of Persia, had caused 10 or 12,000 musicians designated in two at least of these three texts, under the name of Luri, to come from India, one or two other names, of which it is not necessary, pg 146, to speak, are added to this 1c pp 4142 of my memoir, published in 1849, and mentioned by N.B. 5 years later, Professor Pott, coming back to the subject in his article Über die Zeigener, published as a second supplement to his great work, in the Zeitschrift der Deutschen Morgenal-Gesellschaft, Vol. Roman 3, 1849, said p. 326. Concerning the tradition of which I spoke, Vol. Roman 1 p. 62, of the transmigration of Indian musicians into Persia, ordered by Bahram Gur, and set forth in the Shahnameh, a tradition which is applied perhaps rightly to the Zeigener, I owe to Flesher a very interesting notice, and wholly unknown to me hitherto. Drawn from Hamza Isfahani Gottwald edition, 1834 p. 40 of the translation of Gottwald, according to which Bahram Gur, for the pleasure of his subjects, caused 12,000 musicians, those designated by the name of Zuth, to come from India. They are called Luri in the Shahnameh, which is a proof that Hamza did not simply copy this fact, but Flesher adds what follows relative to the name of Zuth, which I have not yet met with anywhere, and which was a complete enigma to me. The Kamaz says that the Zoth are a race of men of Indian origin, and that the true pronunciation of this word is Jat, but that the Arabs pronounce it Zoth. See notes 3 and 4 at p. 43 of my memoir of 1849, concerning the rather free translation of this passage of the Kamaz, in the French and Arabic Dictionary, by Elias Bachther. We find Bohemian Arab vagabond Tichingian, qui dit la bonne aventure vol, etc., is called Zadi at Damascus, plural Zot. pg 147. Nothing more. It is clear that in the identification of the Jat of India with the Tsigans, Professor Pott's share is very small up to the present. The great Indianist of Hala is rich enough in his own learning to be content with what belongs to him, and the respect I entertain for him and his kind feeling towards me form a sure guarantee that he will not be offended at my setting forth my claim. I think I may say that it is I thanks it is true to Roman 1000 Renaud, who first treated the question I had published in 1844 in the Bibliothèque de l'École des Charts, a rather long memoir upon the apparition des Bohemians en Europe. The Tourage apart, which is long ago exhausted, has 59 pages octavo. In 1849, I contributed to the same collection a second paper upon the same subject, examining especially Eastern Europe, and establishing for the first time that the Gypsies were in this region at an epoch far anterior to the date, about 1417, of their appearance in the West. I may add incidentally that nearly all those who have since spoken of the appearance of the Gypsies in Europe have done little more than draw upon these two memoirs, without always exactly saying what part belonged to me, so that I have often had the annoyance of seeing such or such an author, Francis Mitchell, more especially mentioned afterwards, in third-hand notices as the original. Source pg 148, of what I had written now my second memoir nouvelles, Recherches sur l'apparition des Bohemians, en Europe 48 pp. In the Turrage apart Paris 1849 Frank Rue de Richelieu, 67 ends, with an additional note of 10 very compact pages, the principal object of which is precisely to identify the gypsies and the Indian jath. In this note or appendix, I begin by collecting and giving in French, in order that they may be compared the accounts that Professor Pott had only pointed out relating to the 10 or 12,000 musicians that Bahram Gur, king of Persia, 420,440 of our era, had sent for from India, that is to say the tradition related by Ferdowsi in the Shahnameh, about 1,000 by the Majmelul Tevarik, about 1126 by the Tariq Ghazadeh, about 1329. For this last I have not been able to give the text, and lastly by Hamza Isfahani, the Arabian author, whom Professor Flesher had just made known to Professor Pott and who is the oldest of all since he belongs to the 10th century, while Professor Pott supposed him to have been posterior to Ferdowsi. It is to be remarked that Hamza mentions the descendants of the 12,000 musicians as still existing in Persia in his time, under the name of Zuth, and that Ferdowsi says the same of the 10,000 Luri, whom he represents as vagabonds and thieves. But the new and important point is the name of Zuth given to them by the Arabo pg 149 Persian author of the 10th century. And it is here, as I remark in my work p. 42 of the Turrage, apart, that the real interest commences. I again find this name p. 44 under the form of Jat and Jati in a fifth account of the same matter, by the Persian Murkhan 15th century. And after having remarked that the same name is given by the Kammas under the form Zot, as the Arabian equivalent of Jat and Indian race, and that according to Elias Bachther, it serves precisely under the form Zot to designate the gypsies at Damascus, I start from thence to gather from the important memoir etc. Sir L. into by Roman 1000 Renaud a few data upon the history of the Zath or Jat of India, and to establish pp. 45-48 the probable identity of this race. And the gypsies, I repeat that this is precisely the essential object of my additional note. I am not an Orientalist, and besides, as I have not failed to mention, this note, of 10 large pages, was written when my memoir was already in the press. But I had the kind assistance of the learned, and lamented Roman 1000 Renaud, to whose memory I am glad here to render my tribute of gratitude. Also the eminent scholar of Leipzig, the same who had first opened the way for discovering the connection between the gypsies and the Jat Professor Flesher, in a general account, embracing the scientific publications of 3 years, the same pg 150 Zeitschrift Vol Roman, for 1850 p. 452, has not disdained to mention my work in these terms. Bachelard the author etc. taking up the supplement to Pott published in our journal Roman 3 pp. 321,335, has with the aid of Renaud shown the great probability of the opinion that the Zygener descend from the Gat, or get the most ancient inhabitants of the northwest of India, and might not the names Zygener, Zingani, Zingari, Greek Tzinganoi, etc., by the intermedium of the form Gitanos be derived from the name of this people. This last supposition of Professor Flesher's does not appear to me admissible, for there is no doubt that Gitanos is derived from Egyptianos, as gypsies is from Egyptians. I come at last to Professor Pott's article Last Contributions towards the knowledge of the gypsies, and their language in the same Zeitschrift of 1853, Vol Roman 7 pp. 380, 9399, mentioned, in the Academy quoting Professor de Gouge, as the starting point for the identification of the gypsy. And the Jot, what do we find there upon this subject? The following lines p. 393. I am indebted to the obliging friendship of Professor Flesher of Leipzig, see our Zeitschrift Roman 3 p. 326, for an important passage upon the Zuth of Hamza Isfahani, whose annals are anterior to the Shahnameh, as Roman 1000 Bachelard demonstrates in his Nouvelles, Recherches p. 42. For the origin of the gypsies we ought to consider very attentively these Zoth, who according to what Rodiger communicates to me, are also confounded with the Zengi pg 151, called also Ethiops, and whose name is even sometimes employed for Zingari c. my Zygener Roman 1 p. 45. In fact, the Zuth appear to be the same as the Jots, or according to the Turkish Kammas Tichat, concerning whom we find in Eliot Biogar Index Roman 127 sic, and especially Ibid in Masson Journey, to Kelat pp. 351,353, An interesting article c. Moreover, Renaud Mem Sur L. into 1849 p. 273. Note 3 upon the Deshats, which may also be compared with the proverb Arab of Freytag Vol Roman 2 p. 580, communicated also by Flescher, to which I must add the further statement of Bacillard. Above all, it would be very important for us to have some details concerning their language. Thus, the learned professor of Halle here contents himself with the fresh mention of the passage in Hamza, for which he was indebted to Flescher, and with pointing out some fresh sources to be consulted for the Zot, Jots, etc., which had been made known to him by the same savant, and refers besides to my further statements weiter Auseinandersetzung, and as he afterwards devotes a long page to the analysis of the principal part of my Nouvelles Recherches, which he had mentioned at full length pp 389,390, and which he quotes again in several other places, one would think that he had done enough. This mention has none the less escaped, according to all appearances, Professor de Gouge of Leyden, who nevertheless was acquainted with this passage of Pott, since he mentions it p16, so as to induce pg 152 the belief that the learned professor of Halle was the first to establish a connection between the Zot or Jat and the Tsigans, and who quotes in several places my long articles in the Review, Critique on Lesderners Travox Relatifs, Ox Bohemians dans l'Europe Orientale, of which the Turrage apart forms an octavo volume of 80 pages, 1872, but who says not a word of my work of 1849. This is an omission such as the most conscientious savants sometimes make, and I do not intend to address a reproach to the learned professor of Leyden, whose work must, besides, have all the superiority belonging to a deep study, made 25 years later, by a most competent Orientalist. But since the question of priority upon this subject has been raised in your paper, you will, I think, perceive in perusing what I wrote in 1849, which I send you with this letter, that I have a right not to be completely forgotten, especially when it concerns an interesting point in the history of the Gypsies, upon which I have hitherto published only some fragmentary works, but to the study of which I have devoted so many years. My letter is already long. Allow me nevertheless to add yet a few more words, although I have in my possession the work of Professor de Gouge, the author, has had the kindness to send it to me. I cannot say that I am acquainted with it because I cannot read Dutch, and have not yet found an opportunity of having it translated, which I doubly regret. Pg 153, under the present circumstances. I think, however, that I may say that the point treated by the professor of Leyden and 25 years ago by myself, although it be already sufficiently complex, is only one side of the very much more complicated question of the origin of the Gypsies, considered in all its bearings. I hope to be able to show that the historical documents of Eastern Europe, of Western Asia, and of Egypt itself furnish very important data hitherto very insufficiently considered upon the question. I think I have also the means of giving an explanation of the word Tsigan, and of the other names approaching to it, more certain and more interesting than those proposed by Professor de Gouge and Mr. Burton. It is not the less interesting to examine any point of the very complex question of the origin of the Gypsies, and especially one so important as this appears to be of their connection with the Jots or Jat. But this point itself has, so to speak, several faces. There is the part belonging to erudition in the strict sense, and I think that Professor de Gouge has treated it very ably. But there is the ethnological, anthropological, and even the linguistic part of the subject, which does not appear to me to be very far advanced up to the present time. It is this part that Mr. Burton has handled, and as he has lived in the midst of the Jots, he was in some respects in the best condition for throwing pg 154 great light upon it. But on the one hand, he ought perhaps to have been better acquainted with the Gypsies, and on the other, it does not appear that the connection between the Gypsies and the Jots has occupied him much. He has perceived a probable relation between these two tribes of men, and he has expressed it in half a page. But this is not sufficient, no doubt, in occupying himself specially with the Jots in giving in 1849 a grammar of their language of which I cannot appreciate the value, but which did not prevent Professor Pott in 1853 from saying that we were wanting in information respecting this idiom, in collecting some very summary data concerning their division into 4 tribes, and upon their history and manners. He has furnished some materials, but materials quite insufficient for a comparison, which is still unmade between this race and the Gypsies. He tells us, for example, that the appearance and other peculiarities of this race authorize as probable the supposition of a relationship between it and the Gypsies, but he does not give us even the smallest information respecting the type appearance of the Jots, and pg 155, the other peculiarities which he does not explain, and which we are obliged to seek in scattered traits, furnish such fugitive comparisons that one can conclude nothing from them in reality. Nearly every tribe in India, not to speak of certain tribes in other countries, will furnish, when compared with the Gypsies, quite as many if not more points of resemblance. Indeed, this is more or less the defect of nearly all the comparisons which have been made between the Gypsies and such populations of India. The authors of these comparisons are not sufficiently acquainted with the Gypsies, and their study of the resemblances is not sufficiently specific. The Jots must belong, I suppose, so at least to the Hamite-Chamite, and more particularly to the Kuskite stratum of the Hindu populations. And for my part, one do not doubt that the Gypsies, although their idiom is connected with the Aryan languages of India, belong to this same branch of the human species. I remark, by the way, in the division made by Mr. Burton of the Jots, into 4 tribes, that one of the districts inhabited by the second is called Kachkuch 105, but this branch is widely spread in Asia, and in Africa it would be necessary in the Kuskite family to remark pg 156, the particular traits which distinguish on the one hand the Jots, on the other the Gypsies, in all the very complex affinities allowed by ethnography, and start thence to compare them. This is what remains to be done in order to throw light upon this part of one side of the question of Gypsy origin. It is useless to say that in following out more particularly this comparison between the Gypsies and the Jots, the other points of comparison that may be furnished by other tribes related or not to the Jots, such as that of the Tchanger, for example, pointed out by Dr. Trump in the Panjab Mitthil der Anthrop Gesellschaft in Wien T. Roman II, 1872 p. 294, quoted by Miklasich in his third memoir on the Zygener 1873 p. 2, and several others which it would be too long to mention must not be neglected. But all this can only be well done in India, and by a person who has specially studied the Gypsies of Europe, of Eastern Europe especially, and if possible those of Western Asia, and even of Egypt. Unfortunately, these conditions are very difficult to find. Signed, Paul Bagillard, pg 157. Chapter 3. A review of Roman 1000. Paul Bagillard's reviews. 1. Preliminaries. Roman 1000. Paul Bagillardominus, name who has thus offered me battle in the academy, is apparently an indefatigable tsiganologue, to use his own compound, and he seems to have been studying chingonology since 1840. One of bookmaking on the Gypsy theme, their pg 158, is no apparent end. Even the mighty magician of the North proposed, we are told, adding his item to the heap. The reading public indeed seems to hold these hammocsobioi an ever-virgin subject, and since the days of Gypsy Bart's translation of St. Luke 1,838,107, the Zincali, the Bible in Spain 1841, and other popular works, it has ever lent an ear to the charm. He, never so unwisely a modern author, was not far wrong when he stated a great deal of what is called genius has been expended upon the Gypsies, but wonderfully little common sense. And the subject has its peculiar charms. These outlandish persons, calling themselves Egyptians or Gypsies, these cosmopolites equally at home in the snows of Siberia and in the swamps of Sennar, these Ishmaelites still dwelling in the presence of their brethren at once on the outskirts, and in the pg 159 very centers of civilized life, this horde of barbarians, scattered over the wide world among us, but not of us, these nomads of a progressive age, isolated by peculiarities of physique, language, and social habits, of absolute materialism, and of a single rule of conduct, self-will, all distinctly pointing to a common origin, this phenomenon of the glorious epoch, which opened a new thoroughfare to the East Indies and which discovered the other half of the globe, is still to many, nay, to most men, an inexplicable ethnic mystery. Englanders mostly take the narrow nursery view of the black man at the highest. They treat him picturesquely, in connection with Creel's and Cuddy's hammer, and tongs the tinkettle and the catuna or tiltant. Continental writers cast as usual a wider and a more comprehensive glance. Roman 1000 Perrier, with French nattiness, thus resumes the main points of interest in the singular strangers une race extraordinaire forte, belle cosmopolite, errante, et sependent pure curious, par consequent attant de titters. The Romanians have deemed the theme worthy of poetry. Witness the heroic mixatiric Tsiganita, or Gypsy camp of Leonaki Diancu. The wondrous tale of the old Gypsy gudewife concerning the things of Egypt is more 1 pg 160 dareful observe than aught told of jury certain of the learned credulous, as we read in the Evidences of Christianity and other such works, essentially one-sided point to the dispersion and the cohesion of the self-styled chosen people as a manner of miracle, a standing witness to certain marvelous events in its past annals. They ignore or forget the higher miracle of the tinklers, whilst the scattering abroad of the Israelites arose naturally from the same causes which in the present day preserve their union, the powerful principle of self-interest and wealth-seeking, the deeply rooted prejudices social and religious, fostered by a theocratic faith, and by a special and exclusive revelation, the lively tradition of past glories and the promises of future grandeur, confirmed by the conviction of being a people holy and set apart. The barbarous Roma are held together only by the ties of speech and consanguinity, and by the merest outlines of a faith. Such a creed as caste, or rather, the outcast, requires still the coherence is continuous. Pg 161, and complete still like the rod of Moses. This ethnological marvel outmiracles the other and every other miracle. Hardly less peculiar is the historical relation of the Jew and the Gypsy. They have many points in common. Both have had their exodus and are dispersed over the world. Both have peculiarities of countenance, which distinguish them from the Gentiles whom they hate. The Goyim and the Busni both have their own languages, and preserve their racial name. Similarity of conditions, however, which should breed sympathy as usual amongst men, has borne only hatred. But the Jew was wealthy like his cousin, the Morisco, hence the horrible persecution of the Israelites in Spain. A Roman 50,098, when a prevailing pest was attributed to their poisoning the water, and which endured till the Hussites drew down upon themselves the earthly anger of heaven during those dreadful years. Many of the Hebrews fled to the mountains, the Alpujarras, and the Sierras Morna, and to Toledo, and to the wild banks of the upper Ebro, the Guadiana, and the Tagus. Meanwhile, the Gypsies suffered under the conviction that they were Jews. Pg 162, who, denying their forefathers, represented themselves to be of Egyptian blood. Presently, when the revenues of the Catholic kings Henry Roman III and John Roman II, amounting to 26,550,000 reals, dollars, reduced to our present value, fell under Henry Roman IV to 3,540,000, the plethoric moneybags of the Israelites led to the establishment of Holy Office and its inquisitorial tribunal. January 1481. Finally, as if persecution and death were not sufficient, a wholesale expulsion took place in March 1492. These horrors are still, after the lapse of ages, fresh in the Jewish mind. I have seen at Jerusalem a Cochem scribe so moved by the presence of a Spanish official that the latter asked me in astonishment how he had managed to offend his host. But what could the Santa Hermandad alias La Bruja, the witch, find to plunder and pillage in the tent of the Rome during 3 centuries of loose wild life, often stained by ferocious crime and made bestial by the draconian laws of medieval Christianity? The Gypsies had their seasons of banishment, torture, and execution, but their poverty and isolation saved them from the horrors of a deliberate and official persecution. Mas pobre que cuerpo de gitano, nothing poorer than a gypsy's body, is still a proverb in Spain, where men also say tan ruin es el conde como los gitanos. All these barbarities ended in Europe with the close of the 18th century, where the new religion of Pg 163 humanity had been preached by the encyclopedists whose major prophets were Voltaire and Rousseau Diderot and D'Alembert. No Disraeli has hitherto arisen to vindicate the nobility of these masterful beggars, and to chronicle their triumphs in court and camp, in arts and arms, to trace them in the genealogies of titled houses, or to strip off the disguises assumed during the intolerant times when the Jew was compelled to swear himself Gentile and the Muslim a Christian. Yet the Gypsies have had their great men, whilst their pure blood has leavened much dull clay, and given fresh life to many an effete noble. Vain witness the King Zindel, or Zindilo the Dukes Michael, and Andrew Counts Ian Juan, and Panel Manuel of Little Egypt, the Voivodes of Dacia, the noble Cavalier Pedro, and the chief Tomas Pulgar, who in A Roman 500 aided Bishop Sigismund to beat off the Turk invader. Witness again the Hungarian Huniades, the Russian Tolstoys, and the Scotch Melvilles, not to speak of the Casselys and the Contis under Louis Roman 14. Certain Gypsies became soldiers of renown, and John Bunyan, one of the immortals of the earth, is shrewdly suspected of gypsy descent. Barrow mentions an archbishop and 4 dignified ecclesiastics, while some of the most learned and famed of the priesthood in Spain have been according to a gypsy of the gypsies, or at least of gypsy blood. Pg 164. Such is the gypsy summed up in a few lines. These pages have no intention, I repeat, of treating the subject of the Roma. Generally, my humbler task is confined to showing the affinities between the Gypsies and the great Jat tribe, or rather nation, which extends from the mouths of the Indus to the steppes of Central Asia, and my first objection must be to a question of precedence with Roman 1000 Paul Bacillard. The Tsiganolog claims, as has been seen, a still earlier priority in the identification of Gypsy and Jat, and he proposes to establish exactly the share belonging to each of us. This is the normal process of the cabinet savant, who is ever appearing like the deus ex machina to snatch from the explorer's hand the meat of originality. The former borrows from his books a dozen different theories, and when one happens to be proved true by the labors of the man of action, he straightway sets himself up as the theoretical discoverer of the sources of the Nile or of any other matter which engages popular attention. But in the present case, I deny that my rival has any claim whatever. My personal acquaintance with the Jats began in 1845, and my grammar and vocabulary were sent to the Royal Asiatic Society in 1848 before my departure from India. On the other hand, Roman 1000 Paul Bacillard, I understand, knew nothing of the Indian Jats. When he wrote his first paper De l'apparition, etc., in 1844, pg 165, he honestly owns that he is no Orientalist and that he required the assistance of the late Roman 1000 Renaud, who was a scholar, to identify the Zuth of Hamza Isfahani 10th century, the Luri musicians of the Shahnameh 11th century, and the Zoth or Zut of the Kamaz dictionary 14th century, with the Zat or Dyat of India. This was in 1849. His expose attendu was accepted by Professor Pott in the same year, and appeared in the Nachtrag before mentioned, which completed the grand travail die Zeigener. Such was the extent of my claimant's discovery. He had even to learn from Professor Flescher of Leipzig that the Zeigener descend from the Gat, or get the most ancient inhabitants of northwestern India, a second-hand opinion derived from Gypsy Barrow Colonel Sleeman, and other Englishmen. I need hardly say that Professor Pott, the distinguished member of that heroic band which founded comparative philology, knew nothing practically or personally about either the Gypsies or the Jats, and it is evident that Professor de Goge is in outer darkness when he speaks of the view propounded by Pott as early as 1853. At that time, and indeed, until I wrote to the Academy in 1875, Roman 1000 Paul Bacillard evidently ignored Roman 1000 Burton, and no blame be to him for not knowing a paper published by a colonial society a quarter of a century ago, but he also ignored pg 166, far more important facts. He applies the term petite population, jet, to the great scattered nation called Jat. He was of course not aware that this people preserve in the Indine Delta, the salt country of the Sindhis, the purity of its tongue, which farther north is corrupted by an admixture of Sindhi Balochki and Punjabi Nor. Could he be alive to the fact that many points of similarity, anthropological and linguistic, connect the Gypsy and the Jat? There are men who are personally averse to new things, and the easy alternative is to depreciate their value. He, I am assured by my rival claimant, has perceived a probable relation between these two tribes of men, and he has expressed it in half a page. But this is not sufficient. Such an assertion, however, is more than sufficient for estimating and appreciating the Bacillard system of treating a literary question for half a page read a dozen pages, which might easily have been extended to many a dozen. But I had hoped that the statement of a traveler who had met the Gypsies at Oxford Bagley Wood in England and on the continent, and the knowledge of their racial characteristics general amongst educated Englishmen, justified a conciseness imperiously demanded whilst treating in one volume the geography, history, and pg 167 ethnology of a country, nearly equaling England in length again, when Roman 1000 Bacillard assures his readers that I have not given even the smallest information respecting the type appearance of the Jats. He once more makes it evident that he should have read me before pretending to write about me. I will quote my description in full so that the public may judge between him and me. We are now in the provinces inhabited by the Jats. Your Roman 1e Mr. John Bull's eye is scarcely grown critical enough in this short time to see the Tweedledum and Tweedledee-like difference between their personal appearance and that of their kinsmen, the Scindians, nor can I expect you, as yet, to distinguish a Jat wand village from a Sind Goth village. You are certain to take some interest in a race which appears to be the progenitor of the old witch in a red cloak, whose hand in return for the cunning nonsense to which her tongue gave birth you once crossed with silver, and of the wiry young lightweight whose game and sharp hitting you have in happier days more than once condescended to admire. Our authors probably err when they suppose the Jat to be the original Hindu of Sind, converted to Islam. Native historians, and their own PG 168 traditions, concur in assigning to them a strange origin. Their language to this day, a corrupt dialect of that spoken throughout the Indian provinces of the Punjab, gives support and real value to the otherwise doubtful testimony. It is probable that compelled to emigrate from their own lands, by one of the two main causes that bring about such movements in the East war or famine, the Jats of Sind traveled southward about the beginning of the 18th century of our era. Under the quasi-ecclesiastical Kalhora dynasty, when Scindians composed the aristocracy, as well as the commonalty of the country, the Jats, in consequence of their superior strength, their courage, PG 169, and their clannish coalescence speedily rose to high distinction. The chiefs of tribes became nobles, officials, and ministers at court. They provided for their families by obtaining grants of ground fiefs incidental to certain military services, and for their followers by settling them as tenants on their broad lands. But the prosperity of the race did not last long. They fell from their high estate when the Baloches, better men than they, entered the country and began to appropriate it for themselves by degrees. Slow, yet sure, they lost all claims to rank, wealth, and office. They are now found scattered throughout Sind, generally preferring the southeastern provinces, where they earn a scanty subsistence by agriculture, or they roam over the barren plains feeding their flocks upon the several oases, or they occupy themselves in breeding, tending, training, and physicking the camel. With the latter craft, their name has become identified a Jat, and a Sarwan camelman sounding synonymous in Scindian ears. The Jats in appearance are a swarthy and uncomely race, dirty in the extreme, long, gaunt, bony, and rarely if ever in good condition. Their beards are thin, and there is a curious Roman 1e gypsy-like expression in their eyes. They dress like PG 170 Scindians, preferring blue to white clothes, but they are taller, larger, and more un-Indian in appearance. Some few, but very few of their women are in early youth remarkable for soft and regular features. This charm, however, soon yields to the complicated ugliness brought on by exposure to the sun, by scanty living, and by the labor of baggage cattle in Sind. The Jats of both sexes are possessed of the virtues especially belonging to the oppressed and inoffensive Eastern cultivation. They are necessarily frugal and laborious, peaceful, and remarkable for morality, in the limited sense of aversion to intrigue with members of a strange, Kaumai say in Sind. This is by no means the reputation of the race in the other parts of Central Asia, where they have extended, or whence, possibly, they came. The term Jat is popularly applied to a low and servile creature, or to an impudent villain, and despite of the Tophet el Kurem, a Balak would consider himself mortally affronted were you to confound his origin with the caste which his ancestors deposed. PG 171, and which he despises for having allowed itself to be degraded. The Brahmins, Afghans, and Persians all have a bad word to say of them. Thus far, Roman 1000 Paul Bacillard has shown himself only the carpet-slippered litterateur de cabinet, who laboriously borrows from others, and who evidently expects his second-hand labors to fare epoch. But my rival claimant, let me hasten to own, has solid merits. His theory that gypsy emigrations are of ancient date, and probably of high antiquity, deserves consideration. His later notices of the Jats correct the vulgar error, which made Tamer the Tatar cause the first exodus of our Sorners. He notes the especial hatred, possibly racial, nourished by these Gentile vagrants against the other scattered nation, the Jews. Other minor but still interesting matters of which he treats are the history of the gypsies, especially with respect to their slavery and serfdom, crown captives, not chattels personal, their periodical wanderings and visitings, their vestiges of faith, their vernacular and humble literature, their private and tribal names, suggesting those of the modern Israelitic synagogue, and their supplying the dancing girls of the Nearer East, while in the lupeners of Europe, a gypsy girl is unknown. I now propose to run as rapidly as the subject permits through Roman 1000 Paul Bacillard's 4 papers seriatim. The critique will not only notice PG 172 novelties, but will also attempt to correct what to a practical man appears to want correction in connection with the gypsies. 2 derniers travaux, etc. This paper treats chiefly of southeastern Europe, which has been estimated to contain at least 600,000 of the Rama number. By the by, wholly inadequate, the author's self-imposed limits would be the Western Slav frontier, a meridian drawn from the southern bend of the Baltic to the Adriatic head, topographically disposed upon a line trending from east to west, The review deals in its progress with writers mostly modern, and it forms an excerptive rather than an exhaustive or even a summary bibliography. The first of the two component parts travels with the authorities who treat of Russia, Poland, and Lithuania, Germany, Bohemia, Hungary, Transylvania, the Banat, the Romanian principalities, and Turkey, or rather, Constantinople, the lands about the Balkan range, so unknown not many years ago, and now so much talked of, are justly considered a second gypsy patria, the old home. Being India, the review is accompanied and followed by side glances at those who treat of Finland, and Norway of Persia, and Basqueland of Scotland, and Holland of Sicily, and Italy, which once owned an exceptional castrum Gypsy PG 173. This section ends with linguistic and ethnographic remarks, borrowed from many sources, and specifying a considerable number of requisites. In the second part, the critic reviews Roman 1000 Alexander G. Paspati Roman 500 Roman 1000, a famous name in gypsydom. This learned Greek physicianon of the few children Bythabai, who escaped the gentle and gallant Turk in the foul Chios massacre of 1822, was educated in America and is as highly distinguished for his Indian and Byzantine, as for his gypsy studies the Etude etc. of 1870, which continued and completed his elaborate memoirs, 18,571,862, is the work of a scholar who knew the Roma personally, not of a mere literateur. The book teemed with novelties, for instance. It suggested that the article O or U, I, and E, as unknown to the Asiatic gypsy, as to the Sanskrit, and the Prakrit had been borrowed by his European congener from the Greek ho and Greek, he thus suggesting long residence in Hellas and familiarity with its people. Might it not, however, have been a simple development of iha and yuha, the demonstrative pronouns in Jadakithas, and that becoming the but as all Germanic, Neo-Latinic, and Slav tongues have either produced or borrowed an article, the same may have been the case with the gypsy, which comes from the same root. Roman 1000 Paspati satisfactorily proved that the wandering tribes of the Roma, for example the wild Zeparis or Diaparis PG 174 Shapari, have preserved in Rumelia the long mere of their ancients, whereas the Domagants, the sedentary dwellers in cities and towns, have falsified the tongue. The same is said by the Bedouin concerning the jumpers of walls, the settled Arabs. This part of the subject leads to notices of gypsy tales and legends, in which, by the way, gypsies rarely figure, and to other productions of La Pauvre Mused Sigyn. After some discursive matter, our critic passes from Roman 1000 Paspati to Roman 1000 Bartellus, who has quoted from certain very rare tracts La Veritable Origin, etc. A Roman 500 and 1800. On the rise of the gypsy nation, the Bohemians, it appears, are descendants of Cam or Ham, which is admissible, and like their brethren, they were damned by Noah, but on the destruction of the plain cities Sodom and Gomorrah, Adama and Sabum, Segur being honorably excluded Zor, and its inhabitants were saved, because they harbored one Lot. The lands, however, were assigned to this patriarch, and the Hamites being dispersed became gypsies once more. That myth of no for how much false anthropology is it not responsible again? We do not fail to meet another old friend, the wicked king of Egypt, appears PG 175 in a famous pharaoh song whilst in Iceland. He gave his name to a cavalry of seals. The oath formula of the Hungarian gypsies prescribed by the courts was as king Pharaoh was engulfed in the Red Sea, so may I be accursed and swallowed up by the deepest abyss. If I do not speak the truth, may no theft, no traffic, nor any other business prosper with me. May my horse turn into an ass at the next stroke of his hoof, and may I end my days on the scaffold by the hands of the hangman. The critic then passes to a second, and a remarkable characteristic of the gypsy race, the musical, which is now becoming known throughout Europe. At the Paris Exposition of 1878, the Nightingales of Kursk, a troupe of 40 Roma from Moscow, followed the Hungarian sea ziggins, and were equally admired. Even the celebrated Catalani appreciated the Chingene girl of Moscow, who performed with such originality and true expression the characteristic melodies of the tribe, and threw over her shoulders a papal gift in the shape of a rich cashmere shawl. Most Englishmen now know that Mr. Bunn's Bohemian Girl, thus unhappily translated from La Bohemienne of St. George, was a Romney girl. The far-famed Ab List attributed to these tinklers the chief role in treating the PG 176 musical epopee. But this opinion of the great master is opposed by the artistic Roman 1000 Bartellus. I, however, incline to Liszt's view. Let me note that the popular Romany word for musician, lauter plural lautari, may either be the Persian ludi or more probably a deformed offspring of the Arabic el-Odd, which gave rise to our lute. Our critic holds that the gypsy's music, like his tales and poetry, is his own, whilst the matter of the songs and ballads is borrowed from Hungarian's Rumans, and even the unimaginative Turk. He also points out that many of the legends are cosmopolitan. When the Catalan gypsy met by the author in 1869, at St. Germain told him that the etat dharma, or religious duty of the Romnishal, the sons of women Roman 1e their mothers, is to cheat their neighbors, that they learned this whole duty of man from St. Peter, who, as our Lord's servant, habitually tricked and defrauded his master, that Lydia Jesus, who established all human conditions on the creation day, had taught them by example as well as precept to beg, and to vagabond, naked-footed, that his tribe were veritable Christians who knew only God and the Blessed Virgin, and that all these things were written in the book of the wanderings of our Lord. We recognize the old tale. The ancient Rome, like a host of other facetious barbarians, was solemnly PG 177, hoaxing a simple student, a credulous civilizee. Still, the joke has its ethnological value. It shows that the pseudo-Christian saints of the Gypsy Evangel are thieves and sorners. Highly characteristic also is the address to the gypsy deity, good happy god of gold. On the other hand, such laical legends of the apostles are current even amongst Christian peoples, from whom they may have been kidnapped by the Roma witness, the French peasant's tale of Jesus, and St. Peter the horseshoe, and the cherries, which has for moral the market value of thrift. The supplementary article analyzes the scholarly work of Roman 1000 Franz Miklasic, this erudite Slavist, whose only reproach is that he finds slavism in every place, distributes the gypsies into 12 linguistic groups, to which he assigns an inadequate total of 600,000 head, amongst the highly conservative Roma of northern Russia. He detects, besides Russian and Polish Rumen, and Magyar words, expressions borrowed from the Neo-Greek of the 14th and 15th centuries, as these Hellenisms are also adopted by the Spanish gypsies. The natural deduction is that Greece generally formed an older home, long inhabited by the wanderers who thence passed on via Poland to Russia. PG 178. But this theory, if proved to be fact, would not invalidate the general belief that some gypsy tribes migrated through Egypt and Morocco into Spain, without crossing the Pyrenees, the Roma being sturdy vagabonds, rather than true nomads, would borrow from one another during their frequent and regular meetings, the terms wanting to their scanty and barbarous speech. It appears rich enough in material and sensuous expression. And the same is notably the case with the wandering Arab, and the Turkoman. Roman 1000 Paspati notices that the Rumelian wanderer has more than 40 words for his tent, and the implements of his trade. A thieves' Latin would not be required by these bilinguals, but for the purposes of concealment and villainy they would readily adopt strange vocables. Thus in the Scottish Lowlands, they make their English speech unintelligible by French and Gaelic Welsh and Irish insertions, as will appear they have invented in Egypt and Spain, and I believe their only irregular argot. Such irregularities prevent our attributing much importance to the general remark that the Gypsy dialect does not return Roman 1e, that the Polish Roma do not use Russian terms, nor the Turkish Roma Magyar words. Finally, Roman 1000 Miklasic puts to flight the Tamerlane tenet of popular belief, which would place the last gypsy exodus after A Roman 500. He adduces PG 179 documentary evidence, the well-known donation instruments of A Roman 1000 A Roman 50,087, issued by the kings of Wallachia, noting that during the 15th century, and even between 1832 and 1836, the principalities which have still preserved the Jewish disabilities held the gypsies to be a Slav race. The Dernier's Travox has the merit of bringing prominently forward the hypothesis of Hass, advanced in 1803, and presently forgotten. It would explain the purity of the gypsy tongue by the fact of these tinklers being settled in Europe ab antiquo. It has often been remarked that the farther we go eastward, and the nearer we approach the cradle of the race Sind, or Western India, the more completely the language changes and degrades. This is to be expected. The Jots, living in close contact with other dialects, would necessarily modify their own, after the fashion of their neighbors. Such is the rule of the world. The Roma have only two ties: one is of blood, the love of kith-kin, and consequence; the other is of language, which serves to conceal his speech. During the dispersion of centuries, the gypsies, surrounded by alien and hostile races, would religiously adhere to the old tongue, and having a vital interest in preserving a secret instrument, it would war against change. It is the more necessary to insist upon this view, as our critic expects to find, after a separation of some 4 PG 180 centuries, the Jots or other tribes speaking pure Old Gypsy. The modern gypsy may still represent the ancient Jataki, Hence, also the dialect of their ancestors is dying out amongst. The sedentary Roma Roman 1000 Paul Bacillard has carefully separated, and perhaps too curiously, the historical arrival of the Gypsies in Western Europe, and their establishment in the southeastern regions Thrace, Dacia, etc. An abuse of his theory makes him urge the identity of his Tsigin with the mysterious Sicani, who held Sicily before the Siculi. These and other prehistoric identifications have not yet been generally adopted. Had Roman 1000 Paul Bacillard reflected a little more, he would not have advocated considering the extensive habitat of the Jots, the insufficient theory of Roman 1000, Escala namely, that the Gypsies are Sindhis who dwelt long in Hindustan, nor would Roman 1000 Ascoli have omitted the widely spoken Jataki from his list of Neo-Indian tongues which he unduly reduces to 7. We should have been spared the conviction that the Roma dwelt in Mesopotamia, which was only one station on their way Asia Minor, and the lower Danube being the general line of Aryan emigration, that they are aborigines of Kabul, in fact primitive Afghans, as supposed by another French litterateur, whose lively imagination strips him of all authority, and finally that they are descendants of those ancient peoples of Bactriana and Arya, successively conquered by Persians, Greeks, pg 181 in Dajit, and Afghans. A most trivial comparison is made between Segar, the biblical city, and the Gypsy name Singani. When Professor Pott and Roman 1000 de Salcy find relationship and close connection between Sanskrit and Romanishib, they should have explained that the latter is a Prakrit or vulgar tongue, with an Aryan vocabulary, reposing upon the ruins of a Turanian base. The former, as its name shows, was a refined and city language never spoken nor indeed understood by the peoples of India, in general. In fact, a professor's speech like the present Romaic of the Athenian logiodatoi. The word Berber barbar, again applied to the Gypsies in Persia, means according to its root a chatterer-patterer, or speaker of unintelligible cant. It is the Sanskrit Varvara Sanskrit 129, a low fellow, a savage, the Barbaros of the Greeks, and Romans the Berber Sindhi, or Berber Arabic of modern Hindustan, and the racial name of that great scattered people, the Barabara who stretch from the Nile Valley to northwestern Africa. The lunar god Raho of the Norwegian Gypsies is a palpable reminiscence and survival of the demon Rahu. The Ghazi of Egypt are not also called Baramike, the Baramika, are a substitute of the Gagger, the Chungalo, the Yungalo, and the Zungalo of pg 182, Paspati, signifying a non-Gypsy, is evidently Jangali wild or sylvan jungle man, the popular title of Europeans, especially of Englishmen in India. Does also the term applied by the Roma to their Bulgarian and Wallachian neighbors bears a suspicious resemblance to the Hindu Dacia, and Dasa vulgarly Das, a low caste, or rather, a non-caste man supposed to represent the original Turanian lords of the land. Moreover, why assume with Roman 1000 Paspati that Greek G, Greek TH, and Greek CH are Greek importations into the Gypsy tongue of these letters too? Are Arabo-Persian Greek CH, is Ka Arabic, and Greek G, is Gain Arabic, the gamma pronounced gamma in Romaic parlance, when preceding the open vowels, a and o. The third generally corresponds with the Arabic Sa Arabic, pronounced in Persian and Hindi as a simple sin. The critic, however, should not have told us le Greek th. Raponda says, by n-o-th anglais, our sibilant has two distinct sounds, one soft, as in thy answering to the Neo-Greek Greek d, the other hard, as in theme Greek th. The Gypsy oava yes bears a suspicious resemblance to the vulgar Arabic iwa, contracted from iwl. By Allah, a man must have absolutely no practical knowledge of the Rome, or of his congener, the mild Hindu, who can ask les esprits grossiers santals donc, plus subtils. Quelles notters, this is the mere morgue and outrecudence of European ignorance. Let the author try the process of pg 183, finessing upon the first lad Jot or Sindhi who comes in his way, and he will readily be made to understand my meaning. Finally, I venture to throw out a hint that the barbarous helot may preserve the tribal name Nath Sanskrit 132, a mime this caste with which the Gypsies used formerly to be identified, certainly, did not represent the wild aboriginal inhabitants of India. They may have Dravidian affinities, but they are certainly not of Turanian blood. 3. Origins, etc. This paper was published in 1875, when Roman 1000 Paul Bacillard had the benefit of my letter to the Academy, and apparently its main object is to prove that he preceded me in identifying the Gypsies with the Jots. It is divided into 3 parts, which are 4. No. 1 contains the author's reclamation and his notice of Professor de Gouge. No. 2 works out more fully his own theory of Gypsy origin. No. 3 contains a cert and definitive explanation of the word tsigin, and no for by way of colophon and endowment of research thrusts, forward certain preachments upon the direction of future inquiries, for the benefit of us rude practical men. Of no one I have already treated, and content pg 184 myself, with energetically objecting to the statement that all who have treated about the peoples of the Indian Valley have imagined either a possible or a probable rapport between the Jots not Juth and the Gypsies Roman 1000 Paul Bacillard again, shows that in 1850, when my paper was published in 1849, neither he nor Professor Flesher knew aught concerning the modern Sindhi, Jots a mere section of the race save the corruption of a name. They were ignorant of its extensive habitat scattered between the Indus mouths and the Tatar steppes. They had never learned that it speaks its own peculiar dialect, which is like that of the Gypsies, and the Sindhi, to a certain extent Persico-Indian. Part No. 2 becomes much more sensational. We find that our critics' ideas have grown, and that the antiquity of the Gypsies in southeastern Europe extends deep into the misty regions of the past. In 1872, he merely alluded to the high importance of the ethnic name Sindho or Sinto feminine Sindhi, plural Sindh, and Sindhian, meaning the great. Now he would identify them with the aborigines of Lemnos, those lords of Vulcan, the Greek Sintiessa word generally understood to signify robbers. Greek sinemai. The connection is brought about because Homer describes these metalworkers as speaking a wild speech Greek agriophenoi, and because Hellanicus of Lesbos derives them from Thrace too. Independent authoritis, original hypothesis pg 185 Dr. Johannes Gottlieb Haas in 1803, and Roman 1000 Vivian de Saint Martin in 1847, had suggested an idea which Roman 1000 Paul Bacillard borrowed and adopted. That Sigyn represent, we are assured, not only the Sicani of Sicily, but also the Greek Sigonoi, whom Herodotus places in the Caucasus Asia Minor, and Thrace, the broad gap of years, is bridged over in the teeth of Roman 1000 Pespoti, by means of certain medieval Byzantine heretics, the Greek Athingan Manicians, like the Albigenses, the Paulicians, and especially the dwellers in Bosnia and its neighborhood, also called Athigarii, Attingarii, Anthingarii, and Atingani, and this only because certain of the modern Greeks call their gypsies Athingan. Greek Athingan. Brosset notices that in the 11th century, when King Bagrat visited Constantinople, he there heard a marvelous and wholly incredible thing, namely that a tribe of the Samaritans descended from Simon Magus, and called Atzincan, were still infamous for their evil doings and sorceries. And then we have a silly story of how the monk St. George of Athos rendered all their poisons of no account. Moreover, we are told if the modern Sigyn represent the Sintis, and the Sigonoi, they must ergo stand in the same relationship to certain pg 186 mysterious tribes inhabiting the Caucasus and Western Asia, Egypt, the Levantan Islands, and the Danubian Basin. Thus we see the origin of the Telchini, the Chalybes, and other Kabiric peoples. The latter has the disadvantage of being purely Semitic Kabir, meaning the great applied to the 12 majors of the Phnicians, who sent forth Cadmos, El-Kadin the Old, or the Great. But let that pass. Our author proves his fact by showing that these races, like the modern Roma, were makers of weapons, especially the assegai or javelin, whilst the Kabiri and the Telchini were renowned for music and soothsaying, and how not recognize the troglodytic Sibyls of Asia Minor, and Egypt of Greece, and especially Thrace in the pure Gypsy, when Greek Sibylla is only a form of Greek Sibine or Greek Zibine, which naturally derives from Greek Sigyn. Greek Siginos, Sigyn, how not perceive that the Egyptian prophetesses turned into black pigeons by Herodotus, and the doves of Dodona were not identical with the Romney. This becomes a diseased Sigyn on the brain, from which our author evidently suffers in an acute form, so acute as to render his imagination, pg 187, most lively. To the unimaginative ethnologist, the Sindhi are simply the Sind tribes of gypsies, so called from the Sindhu, that mighty stream which gave to Europe a name for the Indian peninsula. Hence, indeed, some philologists would derive the Spanish word zinkel, making it a compound of Sind, and kalo plural kale, black dark men of Sind. Rejecting this treatment, we must consider it a tribal name like Karachi, Lower Sintian Helibai, Aleppan Luri from Luristan, and many others into which the great Jat nation is divided. But whilst we reject particulars, we must beware how we treat the general theory, tradition, and ethnological peculiarities, far stronger than philological resemblances or coincidences, tend to prove that the earliest metalworkers and weapon makers were an Indian race whose immigration long preceded the movement of the last ethnic wave. The Gypsy of history Herodotus notices a caste or corporation of ambulant founders and metalworkers, which came from Asia, possibly belonging to the age called by Roman 1000 Mortalit de la Charonnerie, when the hammer took the place of simple fusion modern research, has shown that these prehistoric artisans affected gypsy habits like the caldereros coppersmiths of the Roma. In later ages, they had no permanent abodes there. Ateliers were not inside the towns, but N. Pline Champ near inhabited PG 188 centers here. They fashioned their new and recast their old metal, bartering their works for furs, hides, amber, and other articles of local provenance, hence Roman 1000. Emile Bernouf assumes these wandering workmen of the Bronze Age to have been a gypsy race, while the remarkable similarity, I may almost say the identity of the alloy, suggests that it was the produce of a single people. We must, however, be careful how we accept his derivation from Banca and Malacca of the prehistoric tin. Required for bronze, it would first be supplied by the Caucasus mines to a race of workmen migrating along the southern base from the west to the east, the next source of supply, before passing to southern France, Spain, and the Cassidarides would be northwestern, Arabia. The Book of Numbers distinctly mentions the metal, placing it between iron and lead, as part of the spoils taken by the children of Israel from their cousins, the Midianites circ B. Roman 100 and the two Khedivial expeditions A. Roman 50,078 have brought home proofs that it may still be found there. Indeed, I have a suspicion that the broken people of Western Arabia are descended from the ancient gypsies, who may have worked the gold mines of Midian. Part No. 3 corrects Professor de Gauge Roman 1000 Fagnan and myself, in our several explanations of Tsigan PG 189, the exaggerated value attributed by Roman 1000 Paul Bacillard to his own typical proof, and the material confirmation of all his system seems to have hindered his revelation, and he insists upon it naively as if it were proof of Holy Writ. Its venerable hypothetical origin must be sought in the root China of meaning to thrust, throw, fight, cut, kill, write, and eject saliva. It survives in the word sagya or zagya or assagai. The latter, when split in two, contains a first part similar to sagita, and a second like guise gisum, the heavy barbed Gallic javelin, whilst the whole resembles the Amazonian sagaris and axe. In the name of the prophet figs, this dreamery is ushered in, as usual, by a whole page of discursive matter. The debased Romaic Greek Katsiblos, a maker of javelins used by a Byzantine poet of the middle 14th century, is shown Siginos, Sigin Kilingirids, a GR-sized form of the Turkish. Kaligi or swordmaker is the same word. Let me here note that the pure Turkish term kalji, still used at Rhodes, is not the same as kaligi. It is the bastard compound Arabic and Turkish kaliji. A tinsmith. Such are some of the linguistic willithuisps which have, I fear, habitually misled our critic. I must now consider the origin of the corrupted typical term tsigin, which Roman 1000 Paul Bacillard has converted into a generic name, the old PG 190, and obsolete derivations of the zingaro, which with various modifications prevails throughout Europe, are the following: Siga, or Siga, the seaport of Mauritania Caesariensis, or the Siga or Sija river mentioned by Lucan, the Magian Cineas Eugitania Regio, Zugas Singara, the Mesopotamian city, Zydra, a Thracian settlement, the Zingans, a tribe inhabiting the Indus Delta, the Zyger province in Asia Minor, and the bird Cinclo or wagtail, a vagrant bird which builds no nest and therefore gave rise to the term Sinli or Singari. Less absurd is the derivation from Singus or Singus, the chief of a horde under Tamerlane, who employed these men, not as combatants but camp followers, and to export trains. A. Roman 500 Arabsha, the biographer of the great Tatar Emir, recounts a contrivance by which in A. Roman 500 he rid his city Samarkand of the rebellious Zingaros, and the account of this race shows a certain correspondence with the gypsies, hence probably borrowed. The Zinkali tells us that the eastern gypsies are called Zingari. The word is quite unknown to Turkey and Persia. In 1402, they accompanied the Sultan Bayezid on PG 191, his invasion of Europe along the Danube, and thus settled in Bulgaria and Old Servia. What we know for certain is that the gypsies have been known in Persia from time immemorial, as Chingane. Persian Professor de Gauge writes the word tsjengen chengen, and would explain it by the Persian plural of tsenj. A musician, a dancer, is this word intended for chang, a harp, or for zang in Arabic zanj, a kalo a. Black man, as the gypsy is still called in England chingane in Syria, becomes jingane, the Semites having no ch, and the term now applies not to the gypsies generally, but to a small and special tribe, the Greek and Romaic Greek Atzinganos and Greek Athinganos corruptions of Chingane, are, as we have seen by Atzincan, as old at Constantinople as the 11th century in Turkish. The word is written as in Persian, but the pronunciation changes to Chingyene Roman 1000 Paspati, adopts Tichingian the Turco-French corruption, with the EA hence, evidently, the Hungarian Cizigan Cizigani Ciziganiok Cizingaricus etc., and the Transylvanian Singani, which appears in writings of the 15th century, the former evidently engendered Roman 1000 Baccalauds, bastard, Sigin the Poles turned Chingane into Sigan Sigani Siganskiego etc., and the Russians into Zigin. Here we see the Italian Ciano, Cingano, and Zingano, the older forms of Zingaro, and the Portuguese Cigano. Pg 192. The Spanish Zincali is derived by borrow from two Gypsy words, meaning "Kale the black men of Zen Sind," or Ind, a theory perfectly inadmissible. The Iberian Gitano, now a term of opprobrium, is probably a survival of the racial name, and not a corruption of the older Egyptiano, the Basque, Egyptioque, the latter evidently from Aegyptos Gyptis, Egypt and Egyptian, is itself a corruption of Copt Persian in modern parlance. A Copt, hence, the Turks also call their vagrants Cupti or Gupti, hence, also Greek Gyptos in Romaic, applies indifferently to a gypsy or a blacksmith, and hence finally our gypsy, which should be pronounced with a hard G, and written, as by the older writers gypsy, all four derive from a different root, the Egyptian. As regards the German Ziegener, and its older forms Second and Siegener, 15th century Professor de Gauge would derive it from Eschakari Siakari, as he writes Shakari, a huntsman, much reminding us of that diction, which confounds shrimp with shrimp. The word means a wanderer, and seems to derive from the root that gave us zigzag. The Dutch call these Indians Heiden. Egyptiers, the French Egyptians, but preferably Bohemians, showing what they believed to be the last halting place of the tribe before it passed on to Western Europe. A curious irony of fate has connected in the Gallic mind the old land of the Boii, with all that is wild. Pg 193, and unsettled, when its sons are the stiffest and the most priggish of the Austro-German Beamter class. Not a few commentators on the Bible have believed the gypsies to be that mixed multitude, which has done so much for romantic ethnology. This medley the Hebrews Hasafsuf, corresponding with the Arabic Habash Abyssinian, we are told, went up also with the Jews out of Egypt. The learned add that they marched eastward to India, became veritable Aryans, retraced their steps to Misraim, the two Egypts, upper and lower, and thence spread over Europe. For the first set of words, Tsigin, included, I hold Chingane to be the origin, owning at the same time my inability to determine the root or history of the word. For the second, whose type is Gitano, I think it probable that the wanderers may have modified their racial name Jot and its adjective Jatani into the semblance of Egyptian at the time when they represented themselves to be descendants of the old Nile dwellers, and to speak an Egyptian Coptic dialect. The Jugo-Slav tongues abound in similar instances of conversion, vernacular and significant terms being often applied to the older terms of conquered or occupied countries. For instance, Pg 194 Oricina, the Roman station near Trieste, became Nabracina from Nabrec ad Montum. Returning to Roman 1000 Paul Bacillard, we find him declaring that the gypsies are generically Chamites, descendants of Ham, and specifically Cushites, who lived long enough under the Aryas in the Indus region to lose their Cushite tongue and to adopt an Aryan dialect. This immense assertion, made perfunctorily as it were, and without acknowledgement of its source, is worthy of the 18th century, and its mixed multitude borrowed from the Book of Exodus. What the learned movers Jeskiched Roman 500 ph Nicaear said of the Cushites was that originally from India, they migrated in prehistoric days, westwards allied themselves with the Semites, and became the peoples speaking such Aryo-Semitic tongues as the Egyptian and Coptic Himyaritic, and gives to believe that this also was the history of the Gypsy movement, is to hold that whilst other Cushites changed their physique, and their morale, their eyes, and hair, their cheekbones, and figures generally, the Gypsies have remained pure Indians without a trace of other blood. A word here upon this Cushite theory, which has been accepted by men of the caliber of Heinrich Brugsch. It appears to be simply a labor-saving institution, in fact what algebraists call supposer, uninconu, a pure assumption, which spares Pg 195 the pains of working out the origination of the so-called Aryo-Semitic races. These Cushites, who were they, where are they mentioned in history or legend as emigrants? From the plains of Hindustan to the northeastern angle of Africa, what traces have they left upon the long route across Western Asia, which connects the Indus with the Nile? How came it that, without marking their exodus by a single vestige of civilization, they began at once to hew the obelisks and build the pyramids in their new home, the chef-d'oeuvres of artistic Egypt's Golden Age, no answer to such objections as these. In part no. 4, concluding the paper Roman 1000 Paul Bacillard attempts to conciliate his principal thesis with the views of Roman 1000, de Gauge the Leyden professor, opines that the first colonies of Jots were founded amongst the Persians and Arabs of the 7th century, and Roman 1000 Fagnan also speaks of inscriptions in Buddhist characters treating of the Jots in the 4th and 5th centuries. The tribal name corrupted by Arabization appears in the canal of the Zot near Babylon, and in the Zotland, families of Zots were transplanted to Syrian Basra or Old Damascus during the earliest Muslim conquests in the 7th century circa A Roman 500, not in the 9th A Roman 500, as our author had determined about A Roman 500 Zots, and Indians were transferred from the Indus to the Tigris Khuzestan, and between A Roman 500 and 720 PG 196, a certain number were sent with their 4,000 buffaloes which make the lion fly to colonize the Antioch regions, hence, possibly the name of the large tribe which is known in Egypt and elsewhere as El-Halab or Helibai the Aleppine. They waxed powerful enough in their new possessions to contend with the Caliphate till A Roman 500,834 when they were subjugated, and some 27,000 were transplanted to Baghdad. Thence they were sent northeastwards to Konakin and westwards to Ayan Zarba in Syria, a place subsequently A Roman 500 captured by the Byzantines. And finally, the Zot and their belongings were carried off and dispersed throughout the empire. So far so good, but our critic appends a writer to Professor de Gauge's tale. He owns that this race Zot or Jots may have transformed itself into Gypsies, not difficult as they were gypsies, but he contends that they formed a feeble modern addition to his Cushites to the race, which was represented ab antiquo by the Sicani and Sintis, et hoc genus omni. Further, let me note en passant the vulgar error now obsolete, which confounding Hindi with the Urdu Zaban or camp dialect, made the former a bastard modern tongue, when its literature is as old as the earliest English and French. And here we may note PG 197, that while the Ram Nishib is in point of vocabulary a sister of the Hindi, the grammar of the noun with its survival of regular cases belongs to a more remote age. It is partly Prakrit and partly Sindhi dialect, whose numerous harsh consonants make us suspect, despite Dr. Trump, a non-Aryan element, besides the prehistoric occupation of the Indian regions, by the Indo-Scythians noticed in Alexander's day. We find another dating from far later times, the Bactrian kingdom, which became independent 6 to 9 years after the Great Macedonian's death, lasted 130 years, and was destroyed about B. Roman 100 by the White Huns Chinese Tatars, who crossed the Jaxartes, hence, possibly the Dravidian Brahmins still dwelling in the midst of Aryan populations. The apparent anomaly that the wild and vagrant gypsies have preserved in Europe ancient forms which have died out in the old home has already been accounted, for I may also number amongst the causes of conservation the total want of a written character, which also proves the early date of the gypsy exodus. For notes et questions etc. sur la Mosagia etc. I treat of Nos 4 and 5 out of order of date, because they are mere ausflugs illustrating Nos 3 and 6. From the first we learn that, when the PG 198 French occupied Algiers in 1830, they found the city and its territory partly occupied by gypsies who did not mix with the Arabs, or the Kabyles Kabyl, or the tribes with the Jews or the Europeans. They spoke their own tongue, and they were often visited by their congeners of Hungary and other parts of Europe. It is conjectured that these Roma may have passed over from Spain, and possibly that they traveled eastward from Morocco. As Blida contains many of the race, the question becomes interesting when we find the Egyptian Gagger claiming to be emigrants from the west. According to the librarian of Algiers, the late Roman 1000 Berbrugger, in 1846, they were known as Gassani, pronounced Gisani or Gizane Jazani, the feminine singular being Jazana. Jezine here, of course. Roman 1000 Paul Bacillard finds no difficulty in detecting through Dizana and Sana a corruption of the true name Tsigani or Tichingani, the latter form, I would observe, retaining the nasal of the original Chingane, and the Arabized Jingane is far preferable to the mutilated Tsigin, adopted afterwards, 1875, with so much pomp and such a flourish of trumpets. A family dislodged from a house in the present Rue de Chartres was found lying upon the straw, surrounded by human skull serpents and other PG 199 instruments of their craft. Whilst being evicted, they noisily threatened their molesters with all manner of devilry. but as usual they ended by submitting the men. Apparently had no occupation, the women used to wander about the streets in small parties generally. A matron followed by 4 or 5 girls crying Jezine, who wants to know the future the dirk or pythoness carried a tambourine. And when divining she placed upon her drumhead a bit of alum and of charcoal. With pebbles beans or grains wheat and barley, these represented the elements water, fire, and earth, thus showing that the process was a rude form of the Arabs' geomancy. Sometimes the speewife made passes over the consultee's head holding in her hand a lump of sugar. This reminds us of the magicians in Morocco and Egypt and their mesmerized clearseers between 1837 and 1838. These gypsies retired into the Sahara or desert, and now they visit the city only in caravans, their women tattooed and painted like the Badawiya, are generally robed in rags and tatters, and decorated with the usual tinsel rings and hangings. An interesting subject, but by no means easy of treatment, would be the order of dervishes known as PG 200 Asiawa, also called Adra, from the name of one of their festivals. They have been noticed by a multitude of writers, each more ignorant than the other. These men are probably gypsies to judge by. Analogy with the Rifai dervishes, who will be noticed under the head of Egypt the same, may be said of the Nelet the Alma Alaime, or dancing girl of Algiers, who affiliates herself with the Aled. Nailed the large and wealthy Bedouin tribe occupying the inner regions. Similarly, the Nawar gypsies farther east derive themselves from the Bini. Nawar. These Nailets are public, when young yet in afterlife. They become faithful wives. The same is said of the Egyptian Gagger and the Natch girls of India. According to one authority, there are among the Mozabites 2 or 3 gypsy tribes that live by prostituting their women to caravans. It is curious to compare the rigid chastity of the gypsy girls in England and Spain, indeed in Europe generally, where a lapse would lead to certain death, with their looseness of life elsewhere. But the Roma is une race curieux and tratouts, and both extremes may be expected from it. It remains only to treat of No. 5, which discusses the origin of the word zagia, or sagia, the Spanish and Portuguese, azagea, a small kind of Moorish spear, which we have named assegai, transferring it to PG 201, the throwing dart of the Bassatu or Kafir race. We have seen 3 that Roman 1000 Paul Bacillard has fathered upon this term. Mysterious racial name Tsigan Chingane, and there is no reason to repeat what has been said of his derivation. We may accept his dictum. There are words whose history would, if known, throw vivid light upon human migrations and the affinity of peoples in very ancient ages. But here we find, in lieu of illumination, outer darkness. The comparison of Zaga Gsum and guys is bad enough, but it is worse to transport the assegai into South American speech. Demerse, describing the Paraguayan tribe of Payaguas, the Payaguas, or canoe Indians, calls their lance pagya, which, remarks our author May, it appears be permitted to me to identify with sagya. This is again transcendental etymology applied to ethnic misuse. Pagya here is simply the popular European and especially French corruption of takape or tangape, the paddle club of ironwood sharpened to serve as a sword, and used by all the maritime tribes of eastern South America. Finally, Korik the bellows, so called by the gypsies of Asia Minor, is not Turkish, but a corruption of the Arabic core. Here ends my long notice of Roman 1000 Paul Bacillards, 4 papers, the novelties introduced into them, will it is hoped be held to justify the prolixity. De l'apparition et de la dispersion des Bohemians en Europe, reprinted from the Bibliothèque de l'École des Charts, 1844, in 8 vo of 69 pages, and again in 1849, by Roman 1000 Frank. I understand that in this, his first paper, the author knew the zot but ignored the jots. Nouvelles recherches sur l'apparition des Bohemians en Europe particulièrement, dans l'Europe orientale avec un appendice sur l'arrivée de Dix, au 12 000 Lurizuth, Ojat en Pers entre les ans 420 et 440, from the same Bibliothèque 1849, in 8 vo of 48 pages, a petit travail, as the author calls it, containing his first notice of the jots. Les derniers travaux relatifs aux Bohemians dans l'Europe orientale, from the Revue Critique Vol. Roman 2 of 5th year, 187,071, reprinted Paris Frank 1872, in treating of the gypsies, the jots now become an important element. Notes at questions sur les Bohemians en Algérie, from the Bulletin of the Société d'Anthropologie de Paris, Séance du 17, Juillet 1873, reprinted Paris à Henmeyer 1874. Sur le mot zagia au sagia, et accessoirement sur le nom du soufflet de forge primitif, from the Bulletin of the Société d'Anthropologie de Paris, Séance du 21, Mai 1874. Sur l'origine des Bohemians, aux Tziganes, avec l'explication, du mot Tzigan lettre à la revue critique Paris Frank, 1875. This last publication criticizes my identification of the Gypsies and the Jots, etc. Page 202. Part 2. Topographical Notes on the Gypsies and the Jots. Chapter 4. Historical Survey of the Gypsy in Europe. Before proceeding to the topographical portion of my subject, it may be well to review summarily the historical accounts of the Roma who overspread Europe during the 15th and 16th centuries. Grellman, a classic upon the subject of Chingonology, proved that the last movement to Western Europe set out not from Bohemia, but from Hungary and the adjacent countries, including Old Rumelia and Moldavia in 1417. Some 3,000 settled in Moldavia, whilst late in the same year hordes of Tatars, then so-called, appeared before the gates of the Hanseatic towns on the Baltic coast, first Lumberg, and then Hamburg, Lübeck, Wismar, PG 203 Rostock, and Stralsund. Next year they migrated to Middle Germany to Meissen, Leipzig, and Hesse, and presently turned their steps towards Switzerland, entering Zurich on August 1, 1418. There they divided their forces, one detachment crossed the Botsberg, and suddenly appeared as Saracens before the provincial town of Sisterin, the main body led by the dukes the earls, and a bevy of knights, turned towards Alsace, swarmed through Strasbourg, and halted under the walls of Nuremberg. It is not easy to determine the date of their arrival in Spain, where they may have dwelt in far more ancient times. Indeed, during the 15th century, the Iberian Peninsula was popularly supposed to be their birthplace. On the other hand, many Spaniards believed them to be Germans, and called their tongue Germania Gypsy German. In 1433, they invaded Bavaria, and thence they spread over Germany, Denmark, and Sweden. Their first appearance in French Christendom, PG 204, seems to be when a tribe of 132 souls under a duke, a count, and 10 knights startled the people of Paris August 17, 1427. Pasquier, an eyewitness who records the arrival of these Christian penitents at Paris, where they lodged in La Chapelle outside the city, gives them ugly features with crisp black hair. If he be correct, the horde either must have sojourned long in Africa, or must have had intercourse with Negro and Negroid. There is no more constant characteristic of the modern gypsy after his eye than the long, coarse black Hindu Tatar hair. From an old work it would seem that the gypsies drifted to England about 1500, though this is uncertain. The writer in his book published in 1612 says this kind of people about 100 years ago began to gather and head about the southern parts, and this I am informed, and can gather was their beginning. Certain Egyptians sick, banished their country belike, not for their condition, arrived here in England, who for quaint tricks and devices, not known here at that time among us, were esteemed and held in great admira. PG 205 Tion, insomuch that many of our English loiterers joined with them, and in time learned their crafty cozening. The speech which they used was the right Egyptian sick language, with whom our Englishmen conversing at least learned their language. We first hear of them in Italy in the early part of the 15th century. On July 11, 1422, a horde of fully 100, led by a duke, encamped before Bologna, passing by Forli, where some of them maintained they came from India. At Bologna, these mild Hindus represented that they were bound on an expiatory visit to the Pope. Elsewhere they became penitents who, expelled by the Saracens from their homes in Lower Egypt, had confessed themselves to His Holiness, and had been condemned to 7 years' wandering and dispersion by way of penance. Thus was visited upon their heads the crime of those perverse pagans, their forefathers, who refused a drink of water to the Virgin and Child, flying from the wrath of Herod. This was only 14 centuries after, and we know that lenta ira diorum est, there was quoted concerning them the 40 years' dispersion of Ezekiel, and I will make the land of Egypt desolate in the midst of the countries that are desolate, and her cities among the cities that are laid waste shall be desolate 40 years. And I will scatter the Egyptians among the nations, and will PG 206 disperse them through the countries. Roman 29, the prophets' minatory ravings against the old Egyptians, who had been a staff of reed to the house of Israel, were also recalled to explain their bondage and vagabondage. Hence, some declared that it was sinful to maltreat these pseudo-pilgrims. The gypsies traveled to Rome and secured a papal safe-conduct 20 years after their first appearance at Bologna. Hypocritical legend secured them passes and passports from the European powers, who were then engaged in the perilous Ottoman wars. They were more or less supported by the Emperor Sigismund, and the bishop of the same name, who a Roman 500 at Fumfkirchen, employed them in casting iron and cannonballs for the benefit of the Turks. By Ladislaus Roman II, king of Hungary, and other potentates, the Gypsies doubtless imitated the Jews in hedging between the two belligerents and in betraying both of them for their own benefit. And this doubtless was part of the cause of the persecution, which the two scattered races endured. Purely religious movements of the kind are rare in history, but they are numerous when religion mixes itself, as it ever has and always will, with politics. Presently public opinion changed, and the natural reaction set in. Lorenzo Palmierno a Roman 500 declared in one of his books that the Gypsies' lie, and the lives they led, were not of penitents. Pg 207, but of dogs and plunderers. They were now loaded with all the crimes of the Middle Ages: espionage in the cause of the infidel, incendiarism, professional poisoning, and other forms of assassination, cannibalism, sorcery, and bewitching, blaspheming God and the saints, and personal intercourse with the foul fiend in the shape of a gray bird. In 1499, shortly after the institution of the Holy Office a Roman 500, and the expulsion of the Jews a Roman 500, the great pragmatic signed by Ferdinand and Isabella at Medina del Campo, under the influence of Jimenez de Cisneros, the archbishop who disgracefully broke faith with the Moors of Granada, formally attacked the vagrant race. It decreed that the Egyptians and stranger tinkers caldereros should settle as serfs for 60 days, and after that time, leave the kingdom under severe personal penalties. This decree was renewed under Charles Roman V by the Cortes of Toledo in 1523, and of Madrid in 1528, 1534, and 1560, with the condition that those found vagabonding for the PG 208 third time should become the life slaves of their captors. Under the timorous Philip Roman III, 1619, the professor of theology to the Toledo University, Dr. Sancho de Moncada, addressed a discourse to the king, justifying the wholesale slaughter of the race, even women and children, by the dictum, "No law pledges us to bring up wolf cubs." Following the lead of the Catholic kings, the Diet of Augsburg, 15,001,548, revoking all previous concessions, banished the Gypsies from the Holy German Empire under similar conditions. This ordinance was also revived in 1530, in 1544, in 1548, in 1551, and in 1577, the last time confirmed by a police regulation at Frankfurt. In 1545, the Superior Tribunal of Utrecht punished a Gypsy who had disobeyed a decree of exile by flogging, until blood was drawn, by splitting his nostrils, and by shaving his head before he was driven to the front. In England, the liberal and Protestant Henry Roman 80-155 sanctioned an Act of Parliament persecuting the PG 209 Gypsies to extermination, and it was renewed by Philip and Mary, and by Elizabeth. Francis Roman I of France followed the example of his neighbors, and under Charles Roman IX, the persecution was renewed by the States General assembled at Orleans 1561, who decreed extermination by steel and fire. Another and similar edict appeared in 1612. Charles Roman V, besides his proclamations in Spain and Germany, condemned the Gypsies of the Netherlands to enrollment under pain of death, and this was confirmed by the States General in 1582. Fanatic Poland, in 1578, issued a law forbidding hospitality to Gypsies and exiling those who received them. Pius Roman V showed himself equally inhuman, and the Roma were driven from the duchies of Parma and Milan, from the Republic of Venice, and the Kingdom of Denmark. Sweden distinguished herself by the severest laws of expulsion in 1662, 1723, and 1727. From these barbarities arose the Gypsies, saying King's law has destroyed the Gypsy law. The latter consisted of fidelity to one another. The code contained only 3 commandments, of which the first 2 were addressed to women. Thou shalt not separate from the Rome Gypsy law. Thou shalt be faithful to thy Rome. Thou shalt pay thy debts to the Rome. These draconian laws against the Gypsies died out PG 210 during the development of civilization, and received their death blow at the hands of the great and glorious French Revolution, 1789. I propose now to collect a series of notices upon the subject of the Gypsies and the jots which are not readily procurable by students. Many are obtained from books little known to the public, and not a few are gathered by myself. And with a view of introducing some order into the scattered tribes, we will begin from the farthest east, the old home. PG 211. Chapter 5. The Gypsy in Asia. 1. The Punjabi Jots. We find the Jots well and copiously described As early as 1835, by Lieutenant Colonel W. H. Sleeman, he called them Jats with a long vowel, and treats them everywhere as low caste, or rather not caste. Hindus, their original habitat was upon the Indus about Multan, one of the headquarters of Hindu fable, and thence they spread to the Jumna and the Chumbal valleys. They were alternately robbers and peaceful peasants, until about A. Roman 500, when they plundered the ill-fated Dara Shikoh son of Shah Jehan, the Moghal. Enriched by this feat, they became the nobles and rajas of the land, and they expended vast sums in building forts like Bharatpur Matras and Gohud, and on public works like the quadrangular garden at Dig, incited by a love of conquest and plunder. And united by a feeling of nationality, which may be called patriotism, they would have become, but for the Marathas, and for the PG 212 English, the dominant race in India. Fate, however, was against them, and those dwelling between the Indus and the Jumna merged into the Nana Shakis, or Sikhs as regards the origin of his Jats. Colonel Sleeman reminds us that Sultan Mahmud carried back with him to Hindustan in A. Roman 500 some 200,000 captives, the spoils of his expedition. The way of the new faith presently converted powerful subjects and industrious peasantry into a fighting caste, and every Jat became a soldier. On the other hand, those lying along the Jumna and the Chumbal, never having been inspired with the martial spirit or united under any conqueror, continued to drive the plow. Thus external influence combined to make the Jats restless, and gradually they turned their steps westward. Again, Genghis Khan in A. Roman 500, and his descendant Termachern, who in A. Roman 500 invaded India and carried off hosts of prisoners, may have given impulse to the current westward. Lastly, about 2 centuries after the great conqueror, whom Europe has apparently determined, by sectarian nickname Tamerlane, swept over northern India in A. Roman 5,001,400, and his horde must have caused a wide scattering of the weaker tribes. The Jats, I may here notice, inhabited the Indine PG 213 valley, whence emigration westward is easy. The other tribes, like the Nats, fancifully connected with the Gypsies, were by no means so favorably situated for an exodus. Originally, the Gypsies must have been outcasts, not Hindu pariahs, as some have supposed them to be, although they may have borrowed from those Aryans the horse sacrifice and the burning of the dead. The latter custom has become obsolete in Europe, and now only a few of the deceased person's clothes are thrown into the fire. They had words for God Diab and the devil Bad God Benga Yali Benga, go to the devil being a popular curse. They were unalphabetic, so clever, a race would certainly not have lost a written character, and they became nominal Christians and Muslims in imitation of those among whom they settled. The Jats are still half nomads, and perhaps of old they were wholly nomadic. They are breeders of cattle and rude veterinary surgeons. They are fond of music, as are all these races, and their dances are exactly represented by those of the Egyptian Gypsies, a similarity which has yet to be insisted upon. Their iron smelting, like that of the Mahabelshwar tribes, is exactly like that of the Roma. Their sword play is that of the Hindu, whereas the Gypsies in Scotland use a direct thrust straight to the front. PG 214,158, certainly not learned in India. The village Jats are said to mold the babies' heads. Perhaps the idea arose by the shampooing of the younger children, by the mother's divination, seems to be the growth of the soil, and palmistry palpably derives from India. Snake charming is also common amongst them, as their history in the Punjab proves. They are disposed to robbing and to violence. Lastly, though the history of the country universally derives them from the land of the 5 rivers, the modern date of Muslim annals would not be proof against their being a race of remote antiquity. Believing that the Jats may fairly have sent forth the last wave of Aryan emigration, the Gypsies, a western flood, which was probably preceded by many others, I attempted during my last trip through Sind in the spring of 1856 to enlist fellow workmen in the task of illustrating their ethnology and philology. Able linguists like Lieutenant Colonel Dunsterville, collector of Hyderabad, and others were willing to assist me, but I was much disappointed by the incuriousness of a certain professor who met me at Milan before my visit to Western India. And Sind, he had never seen my grammar and vocabulary, of which he desired the republication. PG 215, but he accepted with enthusiasm my offer to enlist collaborators in the valley of the Indus, for the purpose of proving or disproving his favorite theory, that the Gypsies are Sindhis who have long dwelt in Afghanistan. This professor had of course no personal experience. Anything he had written on the subject was derived from theory. Only object lessons are not yet popular in Italy, It is easier to visit the camel of the Jardin des Plantes than the camel of the desert, and we can hardly expect a literateur to take interest in gathering together raw new facts. 2. The Jats of Balochistan. The following interesting extract is borrowed from the country of Balochistan by a W. Hughes London, 1877. In returning to a consideration of the Jat race of Kach Gandava, it may be mentioned that wherever they are found in, they may, it seems from what Masson states, be seen, not alone in the Panjab and Sindh, and in those countries lying between the Satluj and Ganges rivers, but even at Kabul, Kandahar, and Herat, preserve their vernacular tongue. The Jatki of this language, many dialects are believed to exist, and it may well be suggested pg 216 by Masson that the labor of reviewing would not be found altogether unprofitable. It appears to be a fact that the Jats in some places preserve the calling of itinerant gypsies, and this more particularly in Afghanistan, and it is not unlikely that some affinity in their language and habits might very possibly be traced between them and the vagabond races of Zingaris, which are spread over so large a portion of Europe. The Jats of eastern Kachai, the supposed descendants of the ancient, Get form the cultivating and camel breeding classes, and are of industrious and peaceable habits, but are dreadfully harried and plundered by the marauding Baloches of the neighboring hills. They are, so to speak, the original inhabitants of this district, the Rhines Baloches and Brahuis having settled in the country at an apparently recent period. The Jats are numerously subdivided among themselves, some tribes amounting, it is said, to nearly 40 in number. Some of these are known under the names of Abahora, Kalhora, Kakar, Machni, Manjupalal, Pasarar, Tunia, and Wadara in general. They are all Muhammadans of the Sunni persuasion. As al-Islam was established in these countries before our 10th century, and the Hinduism of the lower valley of the Indus, and of Multan dates from the days of Alexander the Great, the original pg 217 emigration of gypsies, who hardly preserve a trace of Hinduism, must either have been outlying pagans or a race of extreme antiquity. 3. The Gypsies of Persia. Captain Newbold, after visiting the gypsies in Sindh, Balochistan, and Multan, found them in the great plain of Persepolis, in the blossoming valley of Shiraz, in the Buchliger Mountains, on the scorched plains of Dashtistan and Chaldea. He thinks that they may be traced to, and probably far beyond the Caspian, and easterly to the deserts of Hermon and Mekrin. They affect but little the scanty fare and the uninteresting life of the desert, perfectly distinct from the pastoral Iliad, the Bedouin of Nearer Asia, the Turkomans, Kurds, and other nomads who camped far from the abodes of settled men. These tribes wander from town to town, and village to village, always pitching tents near the more industrious, on whose credulity they partly subsist here and elsewhere. The ostensible trades of the Persian gypsies are those of the blacksmith and tinker, the tinner of iron, makers of winnowing, sieves, cattle, doctors, and fortune-tellers. They are also workers in gold and forge. The current coins of Persia and Turkey. Others are zinger saddle makers, and Newbold adds, evidently without sufficient basis, hence the pg 218 Zingane, a Kurdish tribe, who are supposed to be of gypsy origin, the Italian, Spanish, and German word for gypsy, zingari, etc. Finally, they are vendors of charms and philters, conjurers, dancers, mountebanks, and carvers of wooden bowls. The professors of these arts wander about in separate bands, but they must not be confounded with independent tribes of vagabonds and outcasts of various tribes who lead a roving, thieving gypsy life, but are not gypsy. Their Persian neighbors hold them to have a separate origin, but identity of feature and language prove them to be one and the same stock. They divide themselves into two classes, the Kayali, or Gurabti, the Kurbet of Syria, and the Gavbar. Both names are of disputed origin, and even the Persians and the Gypsies are at variance. Kayali is generally supposed to be a corruption of Kabuli, a man from Kabul. From this old and venerable city, Sir John Malcolm states the Dakrami Gur imported into Persia 12,000 singers and musicians, and the dancing girls of Persia are to this day called Kayali Kurbet, of which Kurbet is a corruption, involves, it is said, the idea of wandering. Gavbar is equally obscure. The meaning would be one who takes pleasure in cattle, but the Persians call a herdsman Ganbin, never Gavbar the true. Kayali and Gavbar, who like their brethren in Sindh, Syria, and Egypt, outwardly profess el-Islam, rarely if ever intermarry pg 219 with Persians, Turks, or Arabs, and whilst the latter regard them as distinct in origin from themselves, in fact as Hindus would their wretched pariahs, the Gayabar, claim the honor of being Safavids or descendants of the Apostle. 4. The Gypsies of Syria. According to Newbold, the Gypsies of Palestine and South Syria are called Naur, while in Asia Minor and North Syria, they style themselves Kurbet Rume and Jingane Chingane. The signification of Kurbet is doubtful, but is only supposed to mean a wanderer from his own land, a stranger derived from the Arab root Garaba. He went far away. The two last terms he holds related to the Spanish Romani. And Zinkali and the German Ziegener, they are true to the character of their race. They disdain to be shepherds or tillers of the soil, and they feed like vultures and carrion upon the credulity and superstitions of mankind. Bedouin of the intellectual world, they juggle the simpler sons and daughters of cities by pretended skill in PG 220. The occult, more especially chiromancy, some are dancers and minstrels, while others vend charms, philters, and poisons like their English brethren. The men are profound adepts in horseflesh and donkey dealing and in game snaring. But instead of tinkering pots and kettles, they spin cotton and woolen yarns for their clothes and tents, and they make and mend osier baskets. This and making wooden boxes were the favorite handicrafts of the gypsies when they first entered Europe. In winter, they camp on the outskirts of large towns in a sort of half tent, half hut, which is readily removed during the fine months. They go forth into the plains or mountains, where they effect tents or ruins, but never far from the haunts of their prey. Mankind, their migrations, if regular, are not of a great extent, and they never wholly forsake a country, unless driven away by absolute persecution. Sheikh Rasko, the head of the Aleppan gypsies, and responsible for their poll tax, informed Newbold that his tribe was divided into 30 houses of whose names he could only remember 28. It is not material to give these names, but they are evidently Muslim names of men who probably belonged to heads of houses. The old gypsy declared that Kurbet, Naur, Rumeli, and Chingane were all of the same family, and had lived in Syria and Asia Minor since the creation. These people in no way differ physically from the PG 221 European tinkers. They have the same slender, well-knit figures, rather below middle-sized tawny skins, rather prominent cheekbones, and straight black hair. The facial angle is rather Hindu and Tatar than Turkoman, and they have the Hindu's long horsetail hair. Dark eyes are not invariable in the mountains of Antioch. The color is sometimes gray or blue, and the same occurs occasionally among the Arabs of Petra and Palmyra, among the Syrians, the Zebeks, and other races of Asia. Minor, a great mixture of blood. Is the cause the Zebeks of Smyrna have now been deputed to represent the bandit regular troops of Turkey as opposed to the bandit police. The Asiatic gypsy has also that peculiar indescribable appearance and expression of eye which is so strongly developed in the Roma of Morocco and Moorish Spain, a feature which, like the brand on the forehead of the first murderer stamps, this marked race over the whole globe, and when once observed is never forgotten. The evil eye is not the least of the powers with which this people is superstitiously invested. And if there be any truth in the overstrained doctrines of animal magnetism, one could not possibly frame to the imagination an eye so well calculated, so intense a magnetic force. Page 222. These gypsies have never been seen to pray or perform any religious rite. Some of their elders, like the Druzes and other Syrian tribes, circumcise their children and conform to the exterior observances of el-Islam. Sheikh Rasko could repeat with sundry mistakes the Arabic faith formula, omitting the second half. Mohammed is the apostle of Allah. He said that he and his tribe acknowledged one supreme, everlasting, omnipotent being and believed in an existence after death, a state of reward and punishment connected with metempsychosis. He denied the charges made against the Kurbet by Syrians, Muslims, and Christians that they worshipped the stars or the creative principle under a symbol. He also denied that they abhorred the eel and the celebrated black fish of the Antioch. Like the Jews, to whom the Mosaic law, which by the by is equally binding upon Muslims, makes it unclean because it lacks fins and scales. Newbold, however, was assured that the Kurbet, who, like the India pariahs, are the flayers of animals dying a natural death, devour the carcasses of all animals except the man and the hawk. According to the Turks and Syrians, the Kurbet girls are not so chaste as their European sisters. PG 223, yet they wear till marriage the lacto diclo, a certain cloth in token and in pledge of spotless virginity, which the bridegroom alone is permitted to take off. The women dress like the lower orders in Syria, but they affect more ornaments of silver and brass, earrings, nose rings, armlets and bracelets, anklets and bangles. They spin, take care of the poultry, ducks, cats, and children, and cook exactly like the English gypsy women. Especially, they tell fortunes, which practice confined to a certain caste, but forbidden to others, seems to be a kind of sacerdotalism. The Kurbet, like their brethren, all the world over, have no written characters, or symbols for letters or words, their sheikh told Nubald that although they themselves could not write two men in the tribe, could write as however neither the men nor specimens of their writing were produced. The inference drawn from this and other similar inquiries was that the written characters or symbols of their language, or rather jargon, have either been lost or are known to only a few who superstitiously keep them secret in the bazaars of Syria. They speak Arabic or Turkish at home, they use their own tongue. The following scanty list of Kerbet words was obtained viva voce from the Aleppo tribes, and PG 224 were subsequently checked by comparison with the tribe near Antioch. Vocabulary Kerbet Duman. Kindred. English Kerbet Duman. Father Babur Babur. Mother Ada Ada and Anna. Brother Beru Baravo. Sister Bonokochi. Natural objects. Sun Gehem Gehem. Moon Hayaf Hayaf. Star Istara Istara. Irval and Vikanid Hava. Heavens Qi Genator. The earth bar Ard Arab or Turabar. Fire Agar. Water Pani Hoopers Abau. Rain Bursenden Baron. Snow Kif Surg. Cloud Bar Rudy Bullet. Light Tishek R and Aidenlik. See Dungas Turk Dare and Dungas. Mountains Thul at Talgiela. A spring Kani Kani. Stone Vuthkower. Salt Lukoi. Milkir Sanak Persend Leban Arshur Pure Persian. Barley Jujauju. Wheat Gasuf Gyanam. Iron Nal Kalik. Night Eret Shupers Shubshao. Day Biddies Gyundes. PG 225, Onion Lusun Pias Pias. Dura Hulkus Sorghum Akar. Rice Bringe Silky. Animals etc. Us Hair Kunder Kunder. Dog Surunter Kuchek. Cat Sik Katizer. Horse Gora or Agura Asp. Mare Mino Mina. Ass Karkari. Sheep Bakra Kaidu. Cow Goru Kaikas. Bullgroof or Maya Goru Meshchuk. Fowl Jaishtumari Murishk. Pig Dongas Turk Dongas. Camel Abba Asht Ashter. Crow Kill Hashtag and Tanaksere. Snake Sam Basamp Marpers. Fish Matche Matche. Parts of the human body. Finger Anglu Angle Petch. Hand Custom Custer Dast. Eye Aki and Enkai Jau. Hair Val or Bal Caliph. Ear Can and Kanir Priok. Neck Gurgur Kenslagu. Ni Lulak Chakiam Kapaku. Teeth Dander Gialu. Headsir Chur Muras. Flesh Marcy Gosht. Miscellaneous nouns. A well istal chow chow. An egg ono highly. A ring angustry dastery. God Conurge Allah. A ship Gemi Durange Gemi. PG 226 Boat Shatter Shatter. War Lajish Kai Kai. A Christian cutter dog Nasaru Nazarene. Door Kapi Turk Kapi. Boy Chagulawek. Girl Lafti Ketchaike. Sief Kuft Kayug. Tent Chader Pers Chader. Knife Kairikar. Rope Kundori Kundori and Sijam. Book Kittle Kidam Mashale. City Vire Vire. Village Day Dr. Bridge Kimpri Turk Kimpri. Castle Kilikala. Paper Kaghez Kaghez. Bread Mana Nan. House Curie or Kiri Mala. King Padsha Beghurtmish. Love Mang Kamri and Kamri Kamri. Month Mamaz Vihamaz. Color Towel Towel. Year Disdi Maz Varas or Baras Dadi Mar or Dadi Viha. Personal and possessive pronouns. I man man. Thou to two. Ti hui hui. Mine maki or man kai maki or man kai. Thine to kai or toy kai to kai or toy kai. His hui kai hui kai. Cardinal numbers. 1 ek the Duman is the 2 Roman 501, same except C4. 3 Turan 3 and Day 4. 4 Char or Sh Star 10. 5 Penge. 6 Shesh. PG 227 7 Heft. Mate Hesht. 9 Na or New. 10 dis, 11 dis ek, 12 dis Roman 501, 13 dis Turin, 14 dis char, 15 dis pen, 16 dis shesh, 17 dis heft, 18 dis hesht, 19 dis na, 20 vist or bist, 21 vist ek, 22 etc. vist d etc. 30 c, 40 ch hill, 50 penge, 60 turon vist, 70 turon vistas, 80 char vist, 90 char vistas, 100 sad, 200 desad, 1,000 hazar. Adjectives: sick numshti bimmer ruar, bad cumnary kiona, good gate arander, great duronke burromazin, small tirante thorinki chuchukbers kuchik, black kala kalo cani shipia, white panary suffade, red lori loli kanu, yellow zard zara kulp, green kark suckle, blue nili nila, cold jasuki, PG 228 hot toddy cunny. Adverbs: much bai ferga, a little thoraki anika, enough basi nar, here veshli itin her bunde. Verbs: to come pa imperative pa, to go jojo, to eat khm imperative com, to drink pian pium, to bring nan winnie, to tell fortune foul wanakarim. The above list is printed exactly as written by Burton, but it has been found impossible to verify it from other sources. 5. The Gypsies of the Horan, southeastern Syria. In January 1871, I accompanied the Damascus pilgrim caravan some marches, and at Mazarib in the Horan, the well-known station, near which Ali Beg El Abbasi, the Spaniard, was poisoned, I found 3 gypsy tents the inmates called themselves, now were a popular term throughout the country in the same way as the Roma of Spain affected to be devout Christians living in a peaceable Catholic manner. So the head of the little party I discovered insisted upon all his people being born Muslims, evidently disliking the suspicion that they belonged PG 229 to the obsolete faith Christianity, with which the ignorant faithful confused all later creeds. These people thus saved themselves from exile when Sultan Bayezid expelled all gypsies from the Ottoman Empire. In proof of his assertion, he recited a verse of the Quran with peculiar twang. The headquarters of the tribe and the abode of the chief sheikh were at Gazi and Mohammed, and his lamentable retinue had wandered northwards intending to stay 4 or 5 days at Mazarib. In fact, whilst the caravan was passing there, peculiar industries were metalwork and making sieves, so they stated. But to these, their neighbors added plundering and petty larceny together, with trading in asses and horses. According to my informant, many of his people attend the Hajj doubtless to throw dust into Muslim eyes. My Syrian companions compared the general look of the dark-skinned tan dwellers with the Ashton, whilst they found a certain resemblance between the Raumis and the women of a certain Arab tribe, who camped about near Damascus. But the long coarse lank hair with the ducktail under curl, the brown-white eyes whose peculiar glance is never to be mistaken, the prominent totter-like cheekbones, and the irregular-shaped mouths suggested Hindu origin and physiognomy. The beard was long and somewhat wavy, possibly the result of inhabiting for generations a hot, dry land. Some have gashed PG 230 faces like the Bohemians. When they first entered Paris, their women adorned with earrings and necklaces, bracelets and anklets of brass and tinsel, were Macbethian witches, and both sexes, like the outcasts of India, generally seem to abhor cold water. I tried them with a few words of Sindhi, introduced into Hindustani, when their faces assumed the normal puzzled expression, and their eyes appeared to close and film over. Of magic and divination, they would not speak to a stranger, but they readily gave me the following words: Agfire, pure Hindi ache, I ok carry knife, churi gore horse gora kala, oracle pure Hindi manam, bread and Arabic corruption, panai water pani zari mouth. Conversing with one another, they spoke fluently and introduced few Arabic words. The Nawar make their appearance with the eastern Bedouin Wold Ali, and others about the beginning of summer and occupy huts built of cane sticks and mud. The roofs are hides weighted with sticks. They work at getting in the harvests, and they are said to work much harder than the average husbandmen. Of course, they are charged with plundering poultry. they speak bad Arabic, and talk together in their own tongue, where for the peasants affect to despise them, in fact here as elsewhere, they constitute a strange sort of commonwealth, amongst themselves wanderers, impostors, and jugglers. PG 231. 6. The Gypsies of Damascus. Consul E.T. Rogers, my predecessor at Damascus, made the following brief notes, and obliged me with permission to publish them. His long period of residence led him to study subjects which escaped the passing traveler. I remember quite distinctly that the gypsies of Syria, or people resembling them, were divided into three distinct families, not supposed to intermarry, and as I was told supplying two distinct languages. 1. The Nawar follow the ordinary gypsy vocations, stealing, fortune-telling, tinkering, attending fetes and marriages, as itinerant musicians, jugglers, etc. 2. The Zut were generally seen with trained animals, goats, donkeys, etc. performing in the streets, and 3. The Baramaki who give more attention to horse stealing, they are farriers and blacksmiths, and are generally found on the outskirts of isolated villages, or near the camps of small Arab tribes, PG 232, where they let out stallions for breeding purposes, they buy broken-down horses and mares of good breed, and are very clever at doctoring them up and rendering them fit for sale. Mr. Consul Rogers also showed me a sketch he had made of a Zutty boy with a performing goat borne upon sections of bamboo, a common sight in India. Page 233. Chapter 6. The Gypsy in Africa. 1. The Egyptian Gajar or Gagger. If there is anything persistent in gypsy tradition, it is the assertion that the gypsies originally came from the banks of the Nile, that Egypt in fact gave them a local habitation. And a name, yet curious to say this, is the country, and the only country where a tribe of the Roma preserving the physiognomy and the pursuits of its ancestors has apparently lost its old Aryan tongue, or rather, has exchanged it for a bastard argot, mostly derived from Arabic. Nor does this phenomenon seem to be of modern date. A very rare Italian comedy of the middle 16th century, La Cingana, pronounced Ticingana, was expected to yield treasures of philological lore, but on investigation it proved that the gypsies spoke only a corrupt Arabic. PG 234. The following pages are mostly taken from the well-known work Egypt etc. Leipzig Brockhaus, 1860, by the famous Orientalist Alfred von Kremer. As will be seen, he made a careful study of the Zygener, or Egypt and the Gagger, whereas these interesting families of the gypsy, race a people of wanderers who have nowhere a house, and who have everywhere a home, are most perfunctorily treated of by Lane. On the banks of the Nile, says von Kremer, whose words I shall now quote, as in other places the Gagger men, like the Polly of Herodotus, are tinkers, ape-eaters, rope dancers, and snake charmers, whilst the women are honest prostitutes and fortune-tellers. They are very numerous, they trade in asses, horses, and camels, and as peddlers bada they manage almost all the petty commerce of the country. The Gagger buy goods wholesale in Cairo, and frequent the two annual fairs of Tanta. That of May was instituted about 1853, and entitled the Maulid el-Shilkani, birth festival of the Sheikh el-Shilkani, who is buried some 3 hours' march from Beni Suef. Thus, they not unfrequently become rich. The Howie snake charmers and the snackiators, PG 235 Rifege, live at Cairo, and many travelers have seen the disgusting spectacle, without suspecting that the dervish's frock covered the tinkler. These classes are useful to the naturalist, as they have always a supply of live or dead serpents, with and without poison fangs, lizards, uromastics, jerboas, jackals, wolves, ferrets stink the air, and so forth. They find and catch serpents with surprising dexterity, armed with a bit of palm frond to tap the walls and ceilings, and with a pipe whose tones draw the reptiles from their hiding places. They rarely fail to make captures, as the older houses of Cairo are mostly haunted by harmless snakes. This proceeding, of course, awes the ignorant, and none dare to engage a room when the Howie has declared it to be snake-possessed. The term Gagger or Gajar is general. The people, according to their own account, are divided into tribes who all, however, represent themselves to be pure Arabs and wandering immigrants from the West. The date of this movement is apparently unknown, but its reality is confirmed by the fact that all, without exception, belong to PG 236, the Maliki school prevailing in Morocco and in northwest Africa. They are vagrants by profession, and obtain written permission to travel either from the police or from the guild sheikh of the Rifai dervishes. The most numerous tribe everywhere in Egypt is the Gawazi. In every city, town, and village there are representatives of these arch-seductresses, whose personal beauty makes them dangerous. They call themselves Baramaki and derive themselves from the Persian. Barmakides, the historical house ruined and annihilated by the Caliph Harun Rashid, yet they are very proud of their Bedouin descent, and they lead the lives of the sons of the desert dwelling in tents, which they carry from fair to fair. The PG 237 maidens are dancers. The old women speewives the girls rarely marry before securing a competency, and they often take their slaves to husband. The Ghazia's goodman is generally nothing more than a servant who brings her new acquaintances, and who pipes or drums when she dances. There are cases of these girls marrying village chiefs, and their afterlives are as correct as their youth was dissolute. Compare p. 145 Burkhart's Arabic Proverbs, London 1830. The Gawazi speak the Gypsy jargon, which is in use amongst all the other tribes. The Gypsies of the said Upper Egypt, who call themselves Side, have purely Asiatic, not African features, with dark brown skins, piercing black eyes, and lank hair, also black. The women tattoo their lips, hands, and bosoms, generally in blue, wear heavy brass earrings, and hang round their necks strings of blue and red beads. They divine by muscleshells broken bits of glass-colored stones, as agates and jaspers, pieces of stained wax, and so forth, carried upon the shoulders in a kurba, or bag, generally of gazelle skin. After taking her seat on the mat or carpet, the woman empties her sack, and choosing one article which shall represent the person who pays, draws her revelations from the grouping. Money is required at various stages of the process, and at the end, the PG 238 gypsy presents some bits of stone or colored wax by way of charms to her employer. These people may be seen in the streets of Cairo, dressed like the fellaha peasant woman in tobs or long shirts of homemade indigoted cotton, but lacking the shintian drawers and the burqa nosebag. Their features at once distinguish them from the Muslims and the Copts, and they are noted moreover by the sheepskin or gazelle skin thrown. Besides the bag over their shoulders, they frequent the bazaars and stroll about the principal thoroughfares of the great towns, especially in summertime, as the Nile begins to rise, and their favorite cries are Nibjenzine, we show the good Roman one, Eluk tal shuf, el bak, come and see your fortunes, and Nidmer el Gabe, we find the lost. The capital contains a large company of gagger women who speculate upon public credulity, and their quarter is the Hosh Bardek, once a fine quarter, now a squalid hole behind that noble pile, the Sultan Hassan Mosque. I visited it in November 1877, and found the court still occupied. The people tinkers and blacksmiths who sell earrings, bracelets, amulets, PG 239, and other metal articles exactly resembled fellas to a superficial glance. Apparently, they had forgotten their favorite craft, fortune-telling. Moreover, they did not like the term gagger. There is a rather was another colony at Masr el Attica, Babylon, or Old Cairo. A third used to camp chiefly during winter and spring near a village on the right of the Cairo-Shubra road, and I believe they are still there, rivals the Maghrebi Northwest African. Magicians and those from the central regions, of which Darfur supplies the greatest number, are known by their sitting in the streets and performing upon cards or sand, predicting by marks drawn on the sand. El Ramel is old in the East and plays a great part in the Arabian Nights. Other tribal names are Haleb or Helibai, Alepin Shahini, and Tatar Tatar. The men of the last class, almost all farriers or tinkers, are also termed Awadat or Mumeriteje, amongst the other gagger. There are many smiths who make PG 240, the brass rings worn on the fingers and armjents in the ears and nose, and around the neck. The Munkaleaders, so numerous in Cairo, especially about the Ezbikeje quarter, the Kuredati, so called from Kird, an ape, also belong to the Gypsy tribes, and these mostly supply the Balawan gymnasts or strongmen athletes, and especially wrestlers who frequent fairs and festivals during the Id ed Dahije. They swarm in the capital. All these subdivisions speak the same Rothwelsh or thieves' Latin, which they call El Sim. It explains the idea prevailing in the middle of the last century, namely, that the Gypsy language was an invented tongue of Germania, as the Spaniards say, a conventional jargon, a jailbird speech, varying with every horde. The origin and full PG 241 import of the term sim are undetermined, but it is understood to mean something hidden or secret, and it is applied to the impure and gilt goldwares imported from Austria. It is said, however, that the Balawan above use another speech of this. I have been unable to collect proofs, nor do I hold the information wholly credible. The following vocabulary was compiled by von Remer at Cairo, where he persuaded many of the gagger to frequent the consulate, especially Mohammed Merwin, who pompously styled himself Sheikh of all the snake charmers of Egypt. He also consulted many Gypsy women from Upper Egypt. These appeared to speak a somewhat different PG 242 dialect, and the words taken from them are distinguished by an S. The numerals all save one corrupted Arabic are as follows. Numerals 1 Mock Etruscan Max, according to Newbold Lock Sit Helibai, Ek Nawer Yek. 2 Machu, evidently a dual form purely Arabic Hel Dui, Nadu. 3 Chilit S or Telet Salas, Machet 3 ones Hel Duik Roman 1 E21, or Sipers Na Suzus. 4 Rubai S or Arba Machet 4 ones and so forth Hel, and Nachar or Dui Phi Dui, the Phi being pure Arabic in. 5 Cumis S or Shamil Roman, 1 E the hand Hel Penk Peng Na Fawi. 6 Sutet S Hel and Na Penkek 5-1. 7 Subai Hel and Na Penkadui 5-2. 8 Tumen S Hel and Na Ister or Hester Nasht Pers. 9 Tiwa S Hel and Na Ananau or Pengaduifi Dui 5-2 into. 10 Ushir S Hel des Na Halihe. Evidently, von Kremer's numerals are altered just enough to be hardly intelligible in a sentence hurriedly spoken, whilst Newbold's are Persian and Hindi. Page 243. Vocabulary. Water moj, evidently mach moya himb, s Newbold h hem by Sharibni pers, or pani Hindi jipani and no. Bread shenab bishle s. Father ab Arab or Arab my father abamru or Arubai. Mother cod plur kadade my mother kadeti. It also means generically woman h amamri g kuddy. Brother sema or kawaj from a kawi, ij brotherly my brother semi thy brother semak or kawajek, also generically a boy lad youth h huajiji birdie. Sister sema or ukt pure Arabic thy sister semitek, h kawishtiji marish, n maras pg 244, also generically a girl lass for example sema, bahile a pretty girl. Night galmusa h dama giratsi. Horse soli sol neighing Husinaish s from Husin, a stallion h soli g gira hind. As zuel h zoili g karis pers car. Camel hantif h huntif g hunt hind ashter pers. Buffalo n nafike from the Arab nafk, blowing the blower. Lamb mizgal mingish from classical Arabic, naja es kuruf Arab karuf s. Tree kudrum and akdar, green shagarayish Arab shajar s. Flesh adwane mazuza s. Fowl and nebashe nabsh, scratching the ground h churia hind g, kagmie and bura. Fat subst barua. Ghost angel devil astrum shum Arab ilomend. Helmanwara, ma the thing which is light Roman 1 e fire, from Nur Anwar light lights, for example ad elmanwara, light the fire, not the seti el muganwara s. PG 245. Date Mali Mahali s the thing sweet. Gold elmasfar the thing yellow for elmasfar, a transposition midhabish s corrupted from dahab. Silver bidug. Iron hadadaish Arab, hadid h meganji sista and sure. Corn duhubai duhuba sa dahuba jigu, en giudum pers godum. Hunter dabebai from dib a wolf hunter. Magician tirai. Stonehogger Arab hajar hager demin, huger h hajar jipaths. Land region antiplur anati. Uncle Arab and Aunt Arube. Milk ragwin herwin s Arab ragwa foam of milk. Onion musenum mupsal che, s Arab basil h musmanum gps pers. Cheese el meharteme mahartim s. Soured milk atrashant mish the Arabic labin. Millet handawil, mugadiriye s the dish mujadura rice, and lentils, mixed from judra the smallpox. Beans buhes. Dog sano h and g sana. Wolf dibaish Arab dib. PG 246. Knife el kusa h tilumeji matwa churi hind en kairi. Foot deraj Arab deraj, a step Araghil Arab rail wriggle s mumashayat s mashi walking. Head kamakadumake espers damog, brain h razjisar hind sherit kamakdi. I basese, she that sees hazara sh hazarajiankai hind. Thief damani h gawadi jidumani kalo and shoasti. Hand shamil Arab shamala, he collected shimel the left hand, also 2 number 5 h kumishteji gadno kuster augusti, changpers and fawatak. North Baharaish from Bahar the sea Roman 1, e towards the Mediterranean. South Kiblaish Kiblay Arab, the fronting place Roman 1 e Mecca. East Sharkish Arab Shark hence probably Saracen. West Garbaish Garb whence probably Morris Amur. Coffee Magaswad, Maraswad that which is black. Clothes arm s. Shu merkubeish Arab merkab. Nose zenaneish. Ir widu Arab uzu thy ir widuamrak s or mudishe, sh wuduji kirkwe. PG 247. Kal mubgarshe, s Arab bakar h mubgarshajigam goapers. Bull mutwirsh, s Arab tor h mutwirish g mayagono male cow. River mistabhar s from bar sea or river. Palm tree minkalish, s Arab naklo. Tent el mikwishesh, s Arab kaishe. Wood makshabish, s Arab kasheb. Straw tibuaish, Arab tibu. Christ el Anui, el Nabi the Prophet. Eg Mugarada, sh Mejahil Jiwain. Fire el Mugawara, s light the fire walgish el Mugawara. Food shimle. Sak migrabish Arab kurbe gurbe. Arm el kemishe my hand hurts kemishtu, wagani Arab kamasha, he collected picked up the last word pure Arab. Hair sharish, s Arab sharich haraji bal, or val hind. Tobacco tiftef, s possibly formed like the Turk Tutan. Mountain Migbalish, s Arab Jebel Egypt, Jebel whence Monty Jibelo h, Jebel Arab g Melash Durham and Copers. Nasty Ad Shalaf. PG 248. Verbs. Go fel I went felate Arab terminationator it to go h fil g ya hind. Come utib s he came gadat to come h ig g utilo, or a hind. Say agmu I said agum to. Strike ilbig he struck habash es himyaritic, he still strikes hey yibig ha fa haza, el whacked vulgar Egyptian. We ate rakhina or shamalna Arab, we gathered to eat h eshna shemji kabajala and arcus. Sit wadib. We drank mawajna from manj, a wave I drank mawak tambal s, to drink h hunibji mowak. He cut shafar. He called cried nabata. He died in Tina. PG 249. He killed slew Tina he kills Yitni. He sleeps Yidmuk I slept Damak to sleep H Dumak G Sobler and Suck. He rides Yitalwin. He gives Yikif he gave Kaf. He steals Yiknisk he stole Kanish to rob H Gunwani G, Chirabi Hind and Lahais. He cooks Yitabig he cooked Tabag Arab Tabaksa. He saw Hasib. He laughs Bayra. Sid Ukriz. Stand up Udib. He married Etkadad. From these philological facts, says von Kremer in conclusion, I draw no inference, the material being perhaps too scanty to warrant deductions. It is very regrettable that the old original words are dropping out of use, being replaced by a cant or PG 250 jargon from Arabic. According to a purely conventional plan, a changing of the ending like kiblas for kibla, it is also evident that the Gagger have sunk in favor of the vernacular, their own peculiar names for colors for the sun and moon, for earth and fire, and for other terms of universal use. In Newbold's vocabulary, on the other hand, we have distinct signs of an Eastern, not a Western provincialism. As the author says, there is a marked difference in the three dialects or jargons. That of the Gagger most resembles the language of the Kurbet or Gypsies of Syria. The Gypsy dialect in Barrow's work contains more words of Indian origin than the Helibai, and Nawar jargon, the Helibai comprises a large number of words of Arabic root, indicating a long sojourn in Yemen or other parts of Arabia. Its numerals, which are also used by the Gagger when secrecy is required, bear strong marks of Eastern or Persian origin. Usually the Helibis adopt the vulgar Arabic numerals in use throughout Egypt. The numerals of the Nawars are evidently of Persian origin. All the tribes disclaim having any written character peculiar to themselves, and it is rare to find one among them, PG 251, who can write the common Arabic of the country. I have been informed, however, by a respectable Copt that they have secret symbols, which they sedulously conceal. It seems to me probable that the whole of these tribes had one common origin in India and the adjacent countries on its western frontier, and that the difference in the jargons they now speak is owing to their sojourn in the various countries through which they have passed. It is certain that the Gypsies are strangers and outcasts in the land which has given them a name, and which has long been supposed to have given them birth. In Sind I met Captain Newbold, and assisted by my late friend James MacLeod, then collector of customs at Karachi, supplied him with a short vocabulary. His studies gained breadth by noting the manners and habits of a singular wandering tribe called the Jots, whose remarkable physical appearance reminded him strongly of the Gypsies of Egypt and Syria. He saw a tribe living in tents, and rude movable huts in the wood of Balat near Juja between Karachi and the Indus. Hence, he drew the following conclusions. Since my visit to the banks of the Indus, I am more than ever convinced that from the borders of this classic river originally migrated the horde of gypsies that are scattered over Europe, Asia, and the northern confines of Africa. The dialects spoken by the numerous tribes which swarm upon the PG 252 territories adjacent to the Indus from the sea to the snowy mountains of Himalaya and Tatari have with those spoken by the gypsies certain family resemblance which, like their physical features, cannot be mistaken. I find it impossible at present to place my hand on any particular tribe and say this is the parent stock of the gypsies. But as far as my researches have gone, I am rather inclined to think that this singular race derives its origin not from one alone, but from several tribes that constitute the family of mankind dwelling on or adjacent to the banks of the Indus. Captain Newbold's studies in Egypt, where he was assisted by the sheikhs of the Roma, complete those of von Kremer, and prove that the latter had chiefly noticed the Gawazi and Gager families. The former would divide the vagrants into two, the Helibis, and their wives, the Fehimis, wise women who practice palmistry and divination, and look down with supreme contempt upon their distant kinsmen, the Gager or Gajar, whose better halves are musicians and rope dancers. The Helibis, who evidently derive their name from Habel Aleppo, claim to be derived from El Yemen and declare that in the early history of their race, a great king persecuted and expelled them. The tribe then wandered over Syria, Egypt, Persia, and Europe under some brother chiefs whose tombs are still held holy to this day. The Helibis confined their PG 253, wandering to the Rif or Nile Valley, and the Delta. They rarely go deep into the desert, except when they sally forth to sell cattle medicines or to buy jaded beasts from the returning pilgrim caravans, and a few perform the pilgrimage in order to win the title of Hagi. The sheikhs speak of 4 tribes scattered about Egypt and each comprising 50 families, a number of which Newbold had reason to believe is much and designedly underrated. According to the Helibis, the sworn chiefs obtained from the sovereign of Egypt the right of wandering unmolested about the country, and the privilege of exemption from taxes. Mohammed Ali Pasha compelled them, however, to pay a poll tax which accounts for their numbering only 200, instead of perhaps 5,000 families. In 1847, the Pasha had ordered the people not residing in their native villages to return to them, causing great distress and scenes of violence and misery. The gypsies took the hint, struck their tents by night, decamped bag and baggage, and disappeared altogether. They are expert in disguises and do not yield the palm to European brethren in cunning and deception, remarkably intelligent and quick in gaining information. They would make capital spies in an enemy's camp, the women during their halts on the outskirts of towns and villages, and in running about the streets, bazaars, and coffee houses, pick up with wonderful tact and accuracy all PG 254 requisite information concerning the private history of those on whom they may be expected to exercise their vocation of fortune-telling in this secret intelligence department. They are aided by the men who, it is said, are numerous in official employment. Although unknown to be gypsies, at all events they mingle with residents on the spot, and with strangers in the caravanserais and other public places. The Helibis, leading a vagabond, wandering life, usually pitch tents or portable huts on the outskirts of towns and large villages. The former resemble in all points those of the pauper Bedouin, and contained little beyond wretched horse and ass furniture, mats, cooking pots, and similar necessaries. Everything denotes externally the most squalid poverty, except only the enormous mass of foul mutton and savory vegetables, seething in the large cauldron, suspended from the familiar cross sticks over the embers of a large fire, thus proving to more senses than one that the care of the fleshpots of ancient Egypt has not devolved upon a race insensible to their charms. All deny the common charge of eating dogs, cats, and other meat held impure by Muslims. The male Helibis are ostensibly dealers in horses and asses, camels and black cattle. They pretend to great skill in the veterinary art, but their character for honesty does not stand high with those who know PG 255 them best. Without known religion, priests, or houses of prayer, this tribe, like the Gager, and all others, conform to al-Islam, or to the predominant religion. Whenever policy or convenience demands, they bury their dead, but have no fixed places of interment. The men will marry Gager damsels, but will not give their daughters to Gager. The zone of chastity is even made, they say, of plated things like that of the Nubian, and is cut off on the wedding night. The women, though chaste themselves, will act as Mercuries to the Gentile male and female, and they have been charged with sundry indecencies. For money, the Muslims and Copts declare that they kidnap children, and they of course swear, they do not, the women never intermarry with strangers. And in this respect, they are as rigid as the Hindus. They are not remarkable for cleanliness either of person or apparel in this respect. And in their passion for trinkets of brass, silver, and ivory, they remind one of certain native women of India. Their special privilege is the practice of palmistry and divination. The Fehemi takes the inquirer's right hand by the fingertips and bends them gently backward, so as to render the lines more visible. She mutters a spell while with all gravity she reads the book of destiny, and then reads the result. Of course, her hand must be crossed with silver palmistry. I must add, is one of the many superstitions to which India gave birth, and all the world over. The PG 256 lines and mounts and spaces and other distributions of the hands are the same. Newbold says comparatively little of the Gagger, who claim to be of the same stock as the Helibis, and who speak of brethren in Hungary, while the original tongue is preserved comparatively poor in physical appearance, and in vagabond habits they bear a family resemblance to the Helibis and to the Syrian Kerbet. During the summer months they wander about the cultivated land and pitch tents, and cache. A favorite way of gaining a livelihood is by carrying water jars, and by singing at the birthday fetes of saints, etc. During the fine season, in wandering they prefer the towns. In ancient Arabia, they have ghettos, as at Old Cairo and elsewhere. Being subject to the poll tax, they have an interest in understating their numbers, which can scarcely be less than 16,000. When the publican is abroad, they quietly abscond across the Nile and take refuge in some village on the skirts of the desert. After paying a first visit to them, which aroused their suspicion, Newbold returned the following day, and to his surprise found the quarter quite deserted. Subsequently, however, a better acquaintance was established. With few exceptions, the Gagger are all thieves ostensibly. The men are athletes, monk-leaders, and mountebanks, attending several fairs. They PG 257 are also metalworkers and horse-dealers. The women are not allowed to practice palmistry and divination. Consequently, they are despised by the Fehimis. Many of them are excellent rope dancers, others are musicians playing chiefly on the tala, a kind of castanet. They also practice female circumcision. Upon Muslim girls bore ears and nostrils, and tattoo lips and chins. The Nawar of Egypt were hereditary robbers like certain tribes in India. They were protected and even employed by the Bili tribe of Arabs, and the relations of patron and client were those of the Highland chiefs. And the crofters upon their properties. Muhammad Ali Pasha succeeded in taming this lawless tribe, which for generations had given immense trouble to his predecessors. Upon the principle of setting a thief to catch a thief, he employed them as police and watchmen upon his country estates, and he allowed them 50% on property recovered from plunderers brought to justice. Since that time, they have seldom broken the law except at Cairo, where there is less chance of detection. They intermarry with the Fellahin or Egyptians of the soil, from whom in physique and raiment they can hardly be distinguished. Outwardly, they profess Mohammedanism, and they have little intercourse with the Helibis and Gagger. In 1847, their chief was a certain Sheikh Yusuf, one of the most notorious thieves in Egypt. PG 258. 2. The Gizain of Algeria and Morocco. This race is interesting because it shows the origin of the Darb el Mendel, the magic mirror of Egypt known to the Hindus, as Augenet was first noticed in India by the learned Dr. Herklotz, who, in 1832, published a most valuable volume on the manners and customs of the Hindi. Muslims. Unfortunately, the British public misjudged its title and held it to be a cookery book. The next to notice it was Mr. Lane, Modern Egyptians, Vol. Roman 2, Chap. Roman 12. In 1835, he tells us that 2 Europeans, an Englishman and a Frenchman, learned to induce the phenomenon, and he concludes with the normal deprecatory formula of his age: neither I nor others have been able to discover any clue by which to penetrate the mystery. And if the reader be alike unable to give the solution, I hope that he will not allow the above account to induce in his mind any degree of skepticism with respect to other portions of this work. Since that time, the Zoist, the Journal de Magnetisme, and similar publications took up the subject and traced it from Cornelius Agrippa and Dr. D to the most degraded of existing savages, the Australians. The following is Dr. de Pietra Santa's account of the 2 modes of fascination employed by the magicians of French Africa, Algiers. PG 259. The first forms part of the baggage of all Arab Gizains, gypsies, sorceresses, and fortune-tellers. When one wishes to strike the imagination of the multitude, it is absolutely necessary to find phenomena which are both intelligible to all and which each one can instantly verify for himself amongst such. There is not one more evident than sleep. It is therefore important for the Gypsy, in order to prove in an undeniable manner her moral power and supernatural influence, that she should be able to send to sleep at a given moment the person who has recourse to her occult science. She employs the following means. Upon the palm of the hand, she describes with some blackish coloring, matter a circle in whose center is marked a spot equally black. After looking fixedly at the latter for a few minutes, the eyes grow heavy, they blink, and the sight is confused. The heaviness is presently succeeded by sleep, and sleep, by a sort of insensibility of which the gypsy profits to exercise her maneuvers more securely. I give you the simple fact without commentaries, and abjuring any pretensions to determine its importance. Let us now pass on to the second mode of fascina. PG 260 tion. Upon a table covered with a white cloth is placed a bottle usually filled with water and backed by a small lamp. Lighted, the subject is comfortably seated on a chair and told to look at the bright point placed before him at the distance of a few steps. After a few minutes, the eyelids grow heavy, then they gradually smile, and sleep is induced with nervous temperaments. Palpitation of the heart and headache also manifest themselves. In order to give an odor of the supernatural to these phenomena, the Moroccan gypsy, or marabout, has a certain quantity of benzoin burnt behind the table. And while the vapor spreads itself through the room, the person undergoing the process falls into a complete state of anesthesia. Barrow mentions in Barbary sundry sects of wanderers, which he shrewdly suspects to be gypsies, and whom he provides with the worst of characters. The first are the Beni Arrows, who wander about Fez, and have their homes in the high mountains near Tetuan, a comely, well-made race. They are beggars by profession, notorious drunkards, addicted to robbery, murder, and effeminate crimes. They claim to be Moors, and their language is Arabic. The second are the City Hamdo Musa, so called from their patron saint. In many respects, they not a little resemble the gypsies, but they speak the Shilha, or a dialect of that tongue. They earn their livelihood by vaulting PG 261, tumbling, and tricks with sword and dagger to the sound of wild music, which the women seated on the ground produce from their uncouth instruments. 3. The gypsies in Inner Africa. It is generally believed that the Roma have extended far southwards, from Morocco and Barbary. Barrow remarks of the Darbushifal fortune-tellers that if they are not gypsies, the latter people cannot be found in the country. Numerous in Barbary, they wander during the greater part of the year, pilfering, fortune-telling, and dealing in mules and donkeys. Their fixed villages are known as Char Sahara, which hamlets they can change the color of an animal and transform a white man into a Negro black as a coal, after which they sell him as a slave. They are said to possess a peculiar language, which being neither Arabic nor Shilha is intelligible only to their own caste. Barrow often conversed with them, but he neglected to apply his favorite shibboleth pani. Water. Their faces are described as exceedingly lean, their skins swarthy, and their legs are reeds. When they run, the devil himself cannot overtake them. Their vehicles of divination are oil, a plate full of flour, or a shoe placed in the mouth. They are evil people and powerful enchanters feared by the emperor himself. PG 262. Roman 1000. Paul Bacillard notes, et questions, refers for information concerning the gypsies to the Voyage dans le Nord, et dans les parties centrales de l'Afrique, the Journey of Denham and Clapperton, translated by Iries, and another, Paris, 1826, 3 vols 8. These authors, he says, pretend to assimilate the Chwa Arabs of Bornu with the gypsies. Indeed, they expressly declare that their Arabic is almost pure gypsy. This is, however, incompatible with another passage, which declares that these Chwas have imported into Bornu the Arabic which they speak purely. I can only find that the women of the Chwa Arabs are described as a very extraordinary race, with scarcely any resemblance to the Arabs of the north. They have fine open countenances with aquiline noses and large eyes. Their complexion is a light copper color. They possess great cunning with their courage, and resemble in appearance some of our best-formed gypsies in England. Particularly, the women and their Arabic is nearly pure Egyptian. Major Denman afterwards found the Chwas of the tribe of Wald Salamat, extending eastward quite as far as the Tichad. He notes their difference from the Felalas and their practice of sending plundering parties to Mandara. We also hear of their skill in the chase and their use of the spear on horseback. 20 Yuxi or Yexi, 21 Yerxiwa, etc. 30 Yuxiwa des 30, and 1031 Yuxiwa deswa, etc. 40 Kamaki or Kumaki. 50 Kamaki wa des, etc. 60 Kamaki wa Yuxi. 70 kamaki wa yuksi wa des. 80 du kamaki 240s. 90 du kamaki wa des. 100 Hellbank sad pers or dui kamaki, wa yuksi 240s 20 nobini. 1000 des bank 1000 des sad. Wife HQ to G Gazia and Gad. Husband H Elbrine G, Marash and Maras of these the latter two, are evidently corrupted from the Sansk Manusia Prakmanis. Boy H Lamban Sumgan Chabo and Soidi. Girl H Lambuni Samguni Jisama Chabo or Chai and Buber. Day H Marakrish Chabish. Rain H Matter Arab G Bursundan Persmoga and Og, the two latter may be Sansk Megha cloud. Snow H Telj Arab G Garabi. Cloud H Rhyme Arab Game G Barad. Light H and G Nur. Sheep H Hahia G Bakra Hind. Hare H Ameb Arab G Kundu. Cat H Gutta Arab G Burkuka. Mare H Shliye G Aghorai the first is the Arabic form of feminine from solely a stallion, the second is hind. Hog H Kongir Arab G Halaf Arab and Sejal Harman. Crow H Grab Arab G Mentuf Kill. Snake H Tabun Arab Thuban G Samp Hind. Fish H Semek Arab G Matchie Hind. Ch Boer Arab G Pani Sansk. A spring fount H Ain Arab G Moga Mayat Kor Arab. A well H Bur Arab G Gabini. Barley H Muharish G Jan Sansk Purs. Durgrain H Meghid Hura G Darene. Rice H Ruz Arab Purs G Barnu Fukie Udbuk Roman, 1 E Tetbuk Cook Thou. Bread H Shemun Mushmal G Mary and Nan Purs. Finger H Sabua Arab G Augusti Hind. Neck H Rekel Arab G Sharidi. Knee H Ruggle or Kumetu G Shang. Teeth H Sinan, Arab Suvan G Dandy Hind Sinam. Flesh H Udwin G Moss Hind. Purd Maz H Lib G Kayab. Newt H Beauty G Minkia and Bud. Belly H Badu Arab G Buri and Boss. Nouns. God H Allah G Allah and Allah. Devil H Shaitan Arab G Iblis Arab and Harmir Harami. Christian H Gurya G Balamu. Gentile Roman 1 Enon Gypsy H Hushno G Chaju and Kegane. Luck Fortune H Bakat Pers G Buji and Sori. Poison H Sun Arab Sum G Zangali and Mubaha Arab the permitted. Love all use Heb Hab Arab. Harlot H Biskanan G Bisignan, Gabu and Gad El Haram. Zone of Chastity H Hugji Dilk, and Fawi Futra Napkin. Name H Ism Arab G Reuben Roman, 1 E your name and Minas. Year H Shar Arab G Yuk Sadish. King H Dazi Zilk G El Rabo, El Burro Hind Baranat. City or village H Gavuti Hind G, Gav Hind and Daci Hind. Bridge all Gentava error, or corruption of Canteril. House H Nizb G Kirgar Hind. Door H Bal Arab G Kapoturk. Rope H Hebel Arab G Dori Hind. Paper all use Worke Arab. Book all use Kitab Arab. Adjectives. Sick tired H Tabo Arab. Bad H Battle Arab G Bilby. Good H Tayyib Arab G Sasho Pure Gypsy. Great H Kabir Arab G Bara Hind and Bari. Small H Sughayar Arab G Thorinki Hind. Black H Aswadish Kor Arab G Kalo Hind. White all use Alyar Arabs. Cold H Melodish Kor Arab G Memedri. Hot H Mararish Kor Arab G Garupers. Adverbs. Much H Kedir Arab G But Hind. A little H Meframrush G the Raki Thakrani Kor Hind. Enough H Kefi Arab G Bospers Nunia. Here H Heen Arab G Side. There H Hana Arab G Orle. PG 263. Chapter 7. The Gypsy in Europe. 1. The Gypsy in Hungary. The Szigany, as they are called, appeared early in the 15th century, and were supposed to have fled from Moghal persecution. King Sigismund, father of the heroic John Hunyadi, allowed them to settle in his realm, and the law called them mere peasants in 1496. Bishop Sigismund at Funfkirchen ordered iron cannonballs from the Gypsies to be used against the Turkish invaders of Hungary, and he was doubtily supported against the Turks by King Zindilo Dukes Miguel and Andrew, by Counts Manuel and Juan, by the noble knight Pedro, and by the chief Tomas Polgar. PG 264. The reforms of 1848 found them in a state of slavery ad scripti gleb, who could not legally take service away from their birthplace. Their condition was worse than that of the Wallach peasant, who says of his haughty Magyar, magnate a lord, is a lord born in hell some 40 years ago, Mr. Paget says gypsies were exposed for sale in the neighboring province of Wallachia. In the Hungary of the bad old regime, the relation of the landowning peasant, however oppressive, might have been his obligations, was never that of master and slave, if the agriculturist chose to give up his sessionlands, the ground he occupied by hereditary use. He could go where he pleased practically. This was rare, it was equivalent to giving up his means of subsistence, and he preferred the tax-paying, while all the nobles went free, and the odious burden of the robot corvée or forced labor too, and in some cases 3 days a week hence. He hated the military conscription, the only means of civilizing him, established by Austria in 1,849,208. But the Szigany, however deep-rooted, is his love of liberty, never pg 265, preserved the modicum of freedom to which the Hungarian clung. Though now legally free, the Szigany's deep respect for everything aristocratic attaches him to the ruling caste in Transylvania. Magyar is a distinctive term for class as well as race. The Szigany, who do not assimilate with the thrifty Saxons, prefer to be mere hangerson at the castle of the Hungarian magnate, as in England of old they take his name and they profess the same faith, Catholic, Protestant, or nothing, notwithstanding their incurable propensity for pilfering. They are trusted as messengers and carriers like the old Spanish arriero. They form a general parcels delivery company, and they are ubiquitous, for never a door is left unlocked, lest a gypsy will slip in and steal. In old days they were most efficient spies upon Christian and Muslim, and they trimmed between the twain to their own advantage. They also made the best of smugglers they dug for treasure, and they washed for paillettes of gold the Transylvanian affluents of the Danube. At times they set out upon plundering excursions, which extended to Italy, France, and Spain. They are still accused of incendiarism by the Wallachs, who apparently thus seek to hide the malpractices resulting from their inordinate lust of revenge, the ugly survival of the savage character. These people forget that curses like chickens come home to pg 266 roost, and will play with fire even when it damages themselves. The settled gypsy's dwelling is even more primitive than the Wallach's. The hut is formed like the Africans with plaited sticks, and swish is plastered into the gaps before the hut entrance. Often stands the nomad cart two-wheeled and tilted, and always stands the tripod supporting the iron pot, a sight like the scarlet cloak, once familiar to us, but now disappeared from England in time. The earth is grass-grown, and as the hovel is rarely more than 7 feet high, it looks rather like an exaggerated anthill, or a tumulus than a habitation for man. Yet the ragged inmate, whose children go about in nature's garb, is clever with his hands. He is the best blacksmith in the country, and he fashions simple wooden articles for household use with dexterity, and even with taste. Despite his wretched surroundings, he keeps his good spirits. He sings to his work, and he plays the violin in his leisure hours. I need hardly repeat the commonplaces about the music of the Hungarian gypsy, and the legends concerning Catalani, and list strolling bands in civilized attire, and performing upon divers instruments, are, and have been for some time, well known to the capitals of Europe. So great is the contrast between their art and their surroundings that more than one traveler has suspected this Mar pg 267 Velis gift of pathetic strains to be a language brought with them in their exile from another, and a higher state of existence. I find in it only the marriage of Eastern with Western melody, the high science of the former, so little appreciated by the ignorant Anglo-Indian, with the perfect practice of the latter. Though utterly unalphabetic, these people have a strange power of stirring their hearers' hearts. They play by ear in style, unsurpassed by the best training, the violin, the cello, and the zither with which London is now familiarized. The airs, often their own, tell a thrilling national tale, in a way that makes an indelible impression upon the stranger. Now, it is the expression of turmoil, battle, and defeat, followed by a long wail of woe, of passionate grief, mostly in the minor key. Then it suddenly passes to the major in a wild burst of joy, of triumph, of exultation, of rapture, which carries along with it the hearer in irresistible sympathy. It has all the charm of contrast, of extremes, excitement and depression, subjection and deliverance, delight and despair. The strains rob the excitable Hungarian of his reason. He drinks in the music till he is drunk. The gypsy is capable of a noble self-sacrifice, and Mr. Cross tells a tale which proves it. He passed in a wild romantic glen, a steep overhanging rock known throughout the land as the Gypsy's Stone, pg 268, about the middle of the last century. It is supposed there was a famine, and the Sizigani poorer than their neighbors were reduced to beg or starve when turned away by certain hard-hearted villagers. One poor fellow refused to go, declaring that his children were dying of hunger. Then said one of the Boers in a mocking tone, "I will give your family a side of bacon if you will jump from that rock." "You hear his promise," cried the Sizigan, appealing to the crowd. Without another word, he rushed from amongst them, clambered up the rock, and took the leap which wasteth. This is exactly what we might expect under the circumstances from a Hindu, the system of badly in plain English paying a man to take blame, and to be hanged for Yui's the best proof. It should be remembered that a Hungarian was the first to publish the Indic origin of the Romany tongue at the end of 1765. An interesting communique was addressed to the Vienna Gazette by Captain Sheekley de Doba. He related that the Protestant parson Stephen Volley, while studying at Leyden, made acquaintance with certain Malabar youths sent there by the Dutch government, and their vernacular reminded him of the Gypsy tongue which he had heard in his home at Almash. They also assured him that in Malabar there is a district called Zigania, which suggested a comparison with the German Zigeuner. At their PG 269 dictation, he wrote down almost 1,000 words, and returning to Almash, he was surprised to find the Zigan understanding them. Then set in the first period 17,751,800 of Sanskrit and Zen study, accompanied by publications of Bengali Urdu and others of the 18 Prakrit tongues still spoken in the Great Peninsula. This led to careful study of Romany. The celebrated Mezzofanti did not hesitate to assign it high rank amongst the 32 languages he had studied, and when he lost his mind 1832, he never confounded it with other idioms. Then followed in 1837, the Gospel of St. Luke, translated into Spanish Callo by Gypsy Barrow, who however inserted Castilian words from Father Sayo, instead of forming them from Gypsy roots. 2. The Gypsies of Spain. We have ample material for studying the Spanish gypsy, or flamenco, as he is contemptuously called, probably because he entered Andalusia in the train of the Flemings during the first third of the 15th century. Yet it is somewhat remarkable that Europe believed up to the end of that century the purely Spanish origin of the gypsies. Pasquier, describing the arrival of these penitents in Paris a Roman 500, adds that from that time all France was infested by these vagabonds, but that the PG 271st horde was replaced by the Biscayan and other peoples of the same origin. This suggests an early occupation of the peninsula, although Francisca de Cordova in his Didasculia declared they were first known in Germany, and the general belief now is that the last horde entered Europe by the highroads of Andalusia and Bulgaria, or rather Greece, and they must have been settled for many years in these countries. Northern Spaniards find in Andalusian blood a distinct gypsy innervation. In Spain as elsewhere, the gypsy made himself hated by his systematic contempt of the laws of meum and tium, whilst he was protected by two widely different conditions. The first was his poverty, as poor as a gypsy is still a proverb. Secondly, he was a spy equally useful to Christian and unbeliever, yet action was not wanting. In 1499 was published the Gran Pragmatica Royal Ordinance of Medina del Campo, under the influence of a fanatic archbishop, banishing on and after the term of 60 days the Egyptian and foreign tinkers caldereros and forbidding return under pain of mutilation. This pragmatica was renewed under Charles Roman V by the Cortes of Toledo and of Madrid, with the additional punishment of perpetual slavery for those found wandering a third time. Yet in 1560, on his marriage at Toledo with Isabel of France, gypsy dances formed part of the festivities. He was calm, PG 271, comparatively mild, and after moderating the old rigorous laws, he ordered the outcasts to live in towns. In 1586, the same king allowed them to sell their goods at 10 fairs and markets under certain conditions. These nomads picked up information from all classes, and the women with their black magic sorcery and devilry palmistry love potions and poisons penetrated into every secret the Holy Office established in January 1480. One disdained to persecute such paupers, and the strong arm of the law could not do more than hang a few witches. Tickner remarks, encouraged by the expulsion of the Jews in 1492, also by that of the Moors in 160,911, Dr. Sancho de Moncada, a professor in the University of Toledo, addressed Philip Roman III in a discourse published in 1619, urging that monarch to drive out the gypsies, but he failed. Another authority says that he himself, 1618, had prepared a memorial to that effect. adding it is very vicious to tolerate such a pernicious and perverse race. Cordova, writing in 1615, accused them of preparing some years before an organized attack upon Segrovo town, when the pest raged, and declares that it was saved from such by the arts of a certain wizard, who had mysterious relations with the vagabonds. The charges of cannibalism became universal, founded probably upon the fact that gypsies do not disdain the flesh of animals poisoned by them. Page 272. Many of the persecuted outcasts were compelled to fly the country we shall see presently in the Morias of Brazil, and when religious zeal cooled down, political interests took its place, and led to the great legal persecution. Philip Roman IV in 1633 prohibited the gypsy dress and dialect, expelled them from the ghettos, and by rendering intermarriage illegal aimed at fusing the vagrants with other subjects in 1692, Charles Roman II ordered them to practice nothing but agriculture. The decree was renewed in 1695, and Article 16 threatened punishment to all gentle and simple who aided and abetted them. Philip Roman V, in 1726, banished from Madrid certain gypsy women who had petitioned in favor of their persecuted husbands. 19 years afterwards, 1745, he ordered the fugitives to return to his dominions under pain of fire, and steel, denying to them even the right of asylum in sacred places. This terrible decree was renewed in 174,649. Better days now began to dawn. The racial hatred and brutality suffered by the gypsies became by slow degrees to be considered the abrogations of past ages. Already in 1783, Don Carlos of Spain followed the Emperor Joseph of Germany, 1782, and revoked the ultra-draconian laws which aimed at the extinction of a people and substituted decrees, contrasting strongly with the Pragmatica of 1499. He even threatened pains and penalties to those who hindered the gypsies in their occupations. In fact, pg 273, the Gitano, no longer the Egyptiano, was allowed intermarriage with his caste. His family rights were recognized, and he was allowed to choose his own trade. He was forbidden only to wear any special dress to display his language in public, or to exercise the ignoble parts of his calling. Briefly, after having been for centuries of persecution a social pariah, he became a subject. The change must be attributed only to the French philosophical school and the works of the encyclopedists, which presently led to the greatest benefits of modern ages. The first French Revolution of 1789, it made men and citizens where it found serfs and slaves. These humanitarian measures bore their natural consequences. Under the effect of toleration, the gypsies lost much of the savage wildness which distinguished them. In the depths of the Toledo Mountains, the Sierra Morna, and the wild Alpujarras, they flocked to the valleys of the Ebro, the Tagus, and the Guadiana, where many, waxing rich and caring little for a community of goods, lost much of their devotion to caste and their fear and horror of their Christian fellow citizens. And the graybeards did not fail to complain that the Zincalo was speedily becoming a gacho, or a busno, opprobrious terms applied to non-gypsies. The Gitanos of Spain are supposed to number from 50 to 60,000, and the increased toleration of society is rapidly concentrating them into the great pg 274 towns. They abound in Madrid, Cadiz, Malaga, Granada, Cordova, Ciudad Real, Murcia, Valencia, Barcelona, Pamplona, Valladolid, and Badajoz in parts of Upper Aragon and the Alpujarras Mountains. They are troglodytes rather than nomad hordes. Even in the northern provinces, Old Castile, Asturias, and Galicia, where they formerly were most hated and feared, they are now freely allowed to settle. A complete assimilation is expected from the position which they have acquired in places like Cadiz and Malaga. They are beginning to educate themselves in a country where hardly 20% can read, and where a grandee of the last generation was a kind of high-caste Chalan horsecooper or torero bullfighter. The Gitanos' peculiar trades, though they preserve the gypsy tradition, some of them traffic largely in cattle and own extensive butcheries. They keep inns and taverns. They deal with the chief merchants, and they live in luxury. Gitanos of the poorer classes buy and barter animals, act jockeys and race riders, people the bullring, especially in Andalusia, work nails and ironmongery, as at Granada and Cordova, and plait the colored baskets for which Murcia, Valencia, and Barcelona are famous. Their women sell poultry and old rags, prepare buns, banulos, and black puddings. Morcillas de Sanger engage themselves as tavern cooks, are excellent smugglers, and find in interpreting dreams, in filterselling, and in fortune-telling. pg 275, the most lucrative industries. They sing and play various instruments, accompanying the music with the most voluptuous and licentious dances and attitudes, but woe to the man who would obtain from these bayadirs any boon beyond their provocative exhibition, from the Indus to Gibraltar the contrast of obscenity in language, and in songs with corporal chastitia, Lacha, ye drupo body shame, as they term ithas ever been a distinctive characteristic no brothel in Europe, can boast of containing a gypsy woman the mother carefully watches and teaches her child to preserve the premises for the Rome the gypsy husband at marriages, they preserve the old Jewish and Muslim rite that disappeared from Spain, only with the accession of the House of Austria, even Isabella of Castile, when she was married at Valladolid to Ferdinand of Aragon, allowed her justificative proofs to be displayed before the wedding guest. Gypsy marriages, like those of the high caste Hindus, entail ruinous expense. The revelry lasts 3 days, the Gentile is freely invited, and the profusion of meats and drinks often makes the bridegroom a debtor for life. I have explained this practice in Hindustan as the desire to prove that the first marriage is the marriage. The Spanish gypsies are remarkable for beauty. Pg 276. In early youth, for magnificent eyes and hair, regular features, light and well-knit figures, easy gait, and graceful, bearing their locks like the Hindus are lamp-black, and without a sign of wave, and they preserve the characteristic eye. The form is perfect, and it has an especial look to which is attributed the power of engendering grand's passion zone of the privileges of the eye. I have often remarked its fixity and brilliance, which flashes like phosphoric light, the gleam which in some eyes denotes madness. I have also noted the far-off look, which seems to gaze at something beyond you, and the alternation from the fixed stare to a glazing or filming over of the pupil, hence the English song. A gypsy stripling's glossy eye has pierced my bosom's core. A feet no eye beneath the sky could ear affect before. And in Spain it is remarked that the gypsy man often makes a conquest of the busnose wife. The women are more voluble in language and licentious, in manners, than the men. These characteristics, combined with the most absolute repulsion for other favors, even to the knife, explain Pg 277. How many sons of grandees and great officials took part in the nightly orgies and by day favored the proscribed caste. Moreover, the gitana protected herself by the possession of family secrets. Besides soothsaying and filterselling, she had a store of the res del buen baron the goodman's Roman 1, the devil's root alias Satan's herb, which relieved incommodious burdens at fairs, while the husbands were chapping and chaffering the goodwives made money by the process called cadger a la mano, to catch in hand, that is pilfering coins by sleight during the process of exchanging amongst other malpractices, is one called in Romani Yaujano, Barrow the Great Trick, translated Gran Socolina Great Trick, by Jermimo de Alcala, in his novel The Historia de Alonso Mozo de Muchos. Amos, a youth with many uncles, written in the early 17th century, rich and covetous widows were persuaded to deposit jewels and money in dark and unfrequented places, with the idea of finding buried treasure. Useless to say that the gypsy woman was the only gainer by the transaction. We read that the old gypsy dress was repeatedly forbidden by law, but Spanish tradition preserves no memory of what the dress was. I have little doubt that the immigrants of the 15th century had retained to some extent the Hindu costume, the pagri headcloth, and the dhoti waistcloth. So in Moscow, I have seen the gypsy dancing girls, Pg 278, assume the true toilette of the Hindustani nachni, the koli or bodice, and the peshwas or petticoat of many folds. Some writers imagine that the picturesque vagabonds Kalos had borrowed their peculiar garb from the Moors. In these days, the well todo Spanish Rome affects the Andalusian costume. More or less rich, he delights in white linen, especially the biled shirt, often frilled, and embroidered. The materials are linen and cotton silk, plush velvet, and broadcloth. The favorite tints are blue, red, and marking colors. The short jacket or police samara is embroidered and adorned with frogs alamers or large silver buttons. The waistcoat is mostly red, and a sash of crimson silk with fringed ends supports the waist. The overalls narrow at the ankle where they meet boots or buskins, borsegais slippers, or sandals alpargatas. Finally, the long lank locks, which hang somewhat like the Polish Jews along the cheeks, are crowned with the gypsy sombrero or pork pie, and sometimes with the red Catalan gorro, bonnet not unlike the Glengarry. The Romi also has retained the dress worn, till lately in Andalusia, and now gradually becoming obsolete. The gleaming hair is gathered in a Diana knot at the neck, and lit up with flowers of the gaudiest hue. It lies in bands upon the temples, and the whole is often covered with an embroidered kerchief, a cloak of larger or lesser dimensions, Pg 279, thrown over the shoulders, hardly conceals the bodice, and the short, skimpy petticoat saya, which is embroidered adorned with bunches of ribbons trimmings and other cheap finery. The Spanish gypsies have not preserved, like the Hungarian, their old habit of long expeditions for begging and plundering purposes. Consequently, they have lost the practice of the pattern, or trail the road marks by which they denote direction. These are fir twigs, or similar heaps of newly gathered grass, disposed at short distances. At crossroads, the signs are placed on the right side of that followed. Sometimes, they trace upon the ground a cross, whose longer arm shows the way, or they nail one stake to another. The Norwegian gypsies trace with their whips a mark on the snow called fano. It resembles a sack with a shut mouth. In the course of ages, they have lost that marvelous power of following the spoor which their kinsmen on the Indus preserved to perfection. They retain a peculiarly shrill whistle, for which the Guanches were famous by the signs, and the whistle's two parties could communicate with each other, and if anything particular occurred, messengers were sent to report it. The Gypsy language was looked upon as a mere conventional jargon, and its Indian origin, as has been shown elsewhere, was not recognized before the middle of last century. It was moreover pg 280, founded with the Germania thieves, Latin, whose vocabulary collected by Juan Hidalgo of Saragana has found its way into the Diccionario de la Academia. The only gypsy words it contains are those borrowed from the Callo, by the bullies and ruffians of the days of Quevedo. Many corruptions and barbarisms, however, have been introduced into books by pseudoliterati of white blood who prided themselves upon their knowledge of Romany. For instance, Meriden means coral, and as in Spanish reduplication of the consonant changes the word an inventor, in order to express corral curl crawl cattleyard, produced the most barbarous term Meriden. This was the work of aficionados fanciers like the Augustine friar Manso de Sevilla in the Cartuja or Carthusian convent of Gyres, whose famous breed of horses brought them into direct communication with the gypsies. Happily, however, the language was spoken, not written, and thus, as Mr. Buckle held of legend and tradition, its purity was preserved. Gypsy verse is generally improvised to the twanging and tapping of the guitar, sometimes to the guitar and castanet, and oftentimes without music. Much that has been printed appears to be of that spurious kind, unintelligible to the gypsies themselves. The favorite form is in quartets more or less carefully rhymed. They are impressed upon the hearer's memory, and thus they pass from mouth. Pg 281 to mouth throughout Spain. Barrow gives a few translations of gypsy songs in Romany, the cants flamencos of Demafico in phonetic Andalusian, chanted at the fairs and markets, in the cafes, and ventas the streets and alleys of Seville, date from the last century. The poetry is weak, the moral is not always irreproachable, but the sentiment is strong and touching. These cants are sung by many a tailor and many a barber who have not a drop of gypsy blood in their veins. They can hardly be accepted as genuine gypsy work. Page 282. Chapter 8. The Gypsy in America. The gypsies of the Brazil. The Roma of the North American Republic are well known, and their emigration is of modern date during the wars between England and France, which followed the Great Revolution. Many of them exchanged a wandering life for the service of the country, having been either kidnapped or impressed, or having taken the shilling. Of course, after obtaining a passage to the American colonies, they deserted the army, found friends, and settled in the country. The half-bandit bands of Scottish gypsies were mostly broken up in this way. On the other hand, South America is very little known, and yet the part with which I am most familiar, the Brazil, is full of gypsies. When Ferdinand and Isabella, the Catholic A Roman 500, issued the exterminating edict against Moors, Jews, and Gitanos, the latter slunk into hiding places, they were again proscribed by Charles Roman 5 A Roman 500, and Philip Roman 3 A Roman 500 issued from Belém. In PG 283, Portugal, an order for all the gypsies to quit the country within 6 months, an order, renewed, by Philip Roman 4 in A Roman 500. There was some reason for this severity. The masterful beggars had made themselves infamous by turning spies to the Turks and Saracens, and if the general prejudice against them was unfounded, it rested at least upon a solid foundation. Their hatred of the Christian busno gacho, or non-gypsy. Thus every maritime city of the Brazil, to which the exiles were shipped, presently, contained a gypsy barrow, or quarter, the Portuguese Moria Mururi, corresponding with the Spanish Gitaneria, and not a little resembling the ghettos of the Italian Jews. For instance, the Rocco, now the handsomest square in superb Rio de Janeiro, was of old the Campo dos Ciganos. Gypsies field the Egyptian pilgrims, thence spread abroad over the interior, where their tents often attract the traveler's eye. And some of them became distinguished criminals, like the gypsy Beju, one of the chief thugs whose career ended by hanging for the murders which long disgraced the Mantiqueira Mountains, I have described in the highlands of the Brazil Roman one. Wandering about the provinces of S. Paulo and Minas Gerais, I often met gypsy groups whose appearance, language, and occupations were those of Europe. They are here perhaps a little more violent and dangerous. And the wayfarer looks to his revolver, PG 284, as he nears their camp at the dusk hour. Yet they are hardly worse than the Morpheticos lepers, who are allowed to haunt the country. Popular books and reviews ignore them, but the peasantry regard them with disgust and religious dread. They protest themselves to be pious Catholics, yet they are so far the best of Protestants as they protest, practically and energetically, against the whole concern. Their religion, in fact, is embodied in the axiom cras morimer post mortem nulla voluptas. We may well believe the common rumor, which charges them with being robbers of poultry and horses, and with doing at times a trifle in the way of assassination. On May 3, 1866, when riding from Rio Claro to Piracicaba, Sao Paulo, I visited a gang of these verminous ones, and attended by my armed servants. I spent a night in their tents. The scene was familiar. The tilt-tent swarmed with dark children. The pot hung from the triangle, and horses and ponies for carriage and perhaps for sale were picketed about. The features and complexion were those of the foreign tinkler. The women, besides trumpery ornaments of brass, coral, and beads, wore scarlet leg wraps, and some of the girls were pretty and well dressed, as the memorable Selina of Bagley Wood, Oxford. Apparently, they were owners of Negro slaves, possibly runaways according to the Brazilians. They are fond of gnomes. Esquisitos fancy, PG 285 names, Esmeralda and Sapphira are common, and they borrow from trees, plants, and animals. Their chief occupations are petty trade and fortune-telling, when they reveal for a consideration all the mysteries of love and law, health and wealth losses, and crosses. They also keen at funerals during the livelong day, and drink, sing, and dance through the night. A regular wake. I could not induce them to use their own tongue, yet they evidently understood me. This desire to conceal their gypsy origin I have frequently noticed elsewhere. It is probably a relic of the days of their persecution. Fortunately, in most civilized countries, today, the gypsy can count equal rights with other men. PG 287. Roman 3 El Islam. PG 289. El Islam, or the rank of Mohammedanism among the religions of the world. A great philosopher in days of yore informs us that we may search the world throughout, and that in no region where man has lived can we find a city without the knowledge of a god or the practice of a religion. Plutarch. This apophthegm embodies a dogma somewhat too rash, and sweeping. The necessity of a demiurgosa creatorso, familiar to our minds, is generally strange to savages. The wilder tribes of Singhili's Vedas, for instance, have no superstition. These savages have not even attained the fear of demons. It has but scant hold upon the imagination of barbarous men. The Buddhists and Jains ascribed after Sakya Muni the phenomena of the universe to swabhava, or force inherent in matter matra, and independent of an Ishwara Karta, or manufacturing. PG 290. God Aristotle and Spinoza believed with Pythagoras the world to be eternal, and that a god cannot exist without the world as height without breadth. Hence Hegel's eternal nihilum, creation being everything for created beings, in direct opposition to Calvin, who opined that creation is not a transfusion of essence, but a commencement of it out of nothing. In the present day, the Kafirs of the Cape, the ancient Egyptians and African races, generally barbarians and semi-barbarians, by no means deficient in intellect and acuteness, have never been able to comprehend the existence or the necessity of a one God. With them, as with a multitude of civilized philosophers, Indian Charvakas, for instance, nature is self-existent, matter is beginningless and endless. In fact, the world is their God. Ex nihilo nihil fit is the first article of their creed. Absolute ignorance of any God, then, was the earliest spiritual condition of the human family. But veneration is inherent in the human breast. Presently, mankind, emerging from intellectual infancy, began to detect absurdity in creation, without a creator, in effects without causes. As yet, however, they did not dare to throw upon a single being the whole onus of the world of matter creation, preservation, and destruction. Man, instinctively impressed by a sense of his own unworthiness, would hopelessly have attempted to conceive the idea of a purely spiritual being omnipotent and omnipresent. PG 291. Awestruck by the admirable phenomena and the stupendous powers of nature, filled with a sentiment of individual weakness, he abandoned himself to a flood of superstitious fears, and prostrated himself before natural objects, inanimate as well as animate. thus comforted by. The sun and fire benefited by wind and rain, improved by hero and sage, destroyed by wild beasts dispersed by convulsions of nature. He fell into a rude, degrading, and cowardly fetishism, the faith of fear, and the transition state from utter savagery to barbarism. In support of this opinion, it may be observed that this religion, if indeed fetishism merit that sacred name in its earliest form, contains no traces of a godhead or a creator. It is a systematic worship of the personified elements, productions, and powers of nature, male and female, and supported by a host of associates and subordinates. Its triad is Indra the Thurgod, Varuna Greek, Oranos the sun god, and Agni the fire god. The polytheistic PG 292 triad of the Puranas being then unknown, the creator Brahma appears in the Vedas, the preserver Vishnu inferior to Indra, represents the firmament, and Siwa is proved by Lassen to have been a local god, subsequently admitted by the Brahmins into their vast pantheon. Still further from man's belief in those early days is the bold and original thought of the Upanishads and Vedantas, destined so soon to fall before the formal of the schools and lawbooks, the Puranas and other traditions. Their Brahm, or the One Almighty, is made the pinnacle of the gorgeous pagoda of belief. The whole universe, matter and spirit, is represented to be the very substance and development of the demiurgos. In support of their grand pantheism, the Brahma Sutra declares the human soul to be a portion of the dative in particular, oath relation, not being that of master and servant, but that of the whole and part creation, was assumed to be the extension of the Creator's essence, as the mathematical point produces by its increased length, depth, and breadth, by endowing empty space with the properties of figure. From this refined and metaphysical dogma, this theoretical emanation of being from, and its corollary refusion into the soul of the world springs, the doctrine of metempsychosis implying belief in an after-state of rewards and punishments, and a moral government of creation. The votary of Hinduism has now progressed so far as to symbolize the vulgar PG 293 idolatry of the people. Beneficent animals are explained as symbols of Brahma's creative and Vishnu's preserving functions. Wild and ferocious beasts are typified as the deity's destroying power. They revere men of splendid abilities and glorious actions as having more of the divine essence and a directer emanation than the vulgar herd. Hence, the senseless idol worship of the unlearned select forms, also as the cleft of a tree, are chosen to represent materially oculized subject of fidelibus, passive power of generation, an upright rock expressing the active. Thus semi-civilized man explains away the follies of his childhood, and excuses himself for leaving the ignorant in the outer glooms of a symbolical faith. But does knowledge precede ignorance of explanation, the fable, or is it reasonable to suppose that a symbol, a type, a myth was ever worshipped, or that men were ever ashamed of their gods? The Hindu, and indeed many a Christian, still adores the bull and cow, the rock, the river, the idol, the relic, and the actual image. They do not kneel before its metaphysics. The learned explain them into mere deifications. They are, however, still deities to the layman and the esoteric, and any attempt to allegorize them would be held as in ancient Greece like the reform of Epicurus mere atheism. We must, however, justly to appreciate these ancient dogmas. Rebekam, the primitive children of earth, PG 294 man in his infancy, the wisdom of Egypt, the learning of the East, are now puerility. But who knows what luminous proofs were propagated under the disguise of their old idolatry? Who cannot see that imagination first active faculty of the mind was fostered by myth, the moral sense by fable, and the first vacillating steps of knowledge were encouraged by precepts now seemingly childish and absurd? Dabistan Confucius was as disposed to primarize secondary causes as his predecessors, owning that he knew nothing about the gods. He therefore preferred to avoid the subject. The ancient Persians, according to Herodotus, who conversed with them, ignored dualism, their later scheme, rejecting the images of gods and angels they worshipped without personification or allegory. Their fire drawn from the sun, the universe, was their temple, their altars Piatheia, or circles of stones in the center of which stood the Qibla of their simple ignicolism. The very Puritans of heathenry, they hated the grandiose fanes of the Egyptians, they plundered their magnificent tombs, slew their bestial deities, and devoured their garden gods. Presently symbolism began to intrude upon the simple and primitive faith of Iran. Light and PG 295 fire, according to Strabo, were worshipped as the fittest emblems of spirit and subtle intelligence. Zoroaster was made to believe in a God, the best, incorruptible, eternal, unmade, indivisible, and most unlike everything. In fact, an abstraction, a negative yet hide anquetil du parent, and other moderns make the Parsi sect to represent with their complicated system of rites and ceremonies their legion of supernatural beings, powers, and influences, and abstruse dualism, the pure ignicolism of the old Geber. But the dark epic of savage atheism, having fulfilled its time already in the fetishism, the polytheism, the pantheism, the metempsychosis dogma, and the idolatry of the early East, may be descried the dawning of an enlightened theism, like the dogma of a future state of rewards and punishments in Moses' day. It was not unknown, though unexplored, the Hindus had their Vedas Sheshwata, and the Gebers their Akarana Zarwana. The former ruled the triads, the latter was superior to Hormuz the sun and Ahriman Ahuramana, the evil principle personified, so the Greeks had a Greek theos, and the Romans a deus. Ignored except as a theory, the Arabs and the Mexicans in their vast polytheism still distinguished Al, the supreme being, from the crowd of subaltern gods, angels, and devils mediators, subordinate intelligences, incarnations, transmigrations, emanations, manifestations, and PG 296 similar earthly representatives. Here, then, was the thought germ of an eternal, unmade, incorruptible, and creative deity, enveloped in the mists and shades of priestly fraud and popular ignorance. Still, the dogma did exist, and so comforting has been its light to the soul of man that no earthly power has ever availed to extinguish it. The Vedas Sheshwata has been interpreted by philologists to signify the sun, Akarana, Zarwana, boundless time, is clearly synonymous with venerable Chronos, so the Mulungu of East Africa and the Ulungu of the Kafirs mean equally a spirit, the sun, or the firmament amongst the Mas race near Kilimanjaro, Ngai, the creator is feminine god, and rain being confounded. The similarity of belief of manners and customs, and even of the coincidence of lawful and unlawful food between India and Egypt, is too striking to be accounted for by mere chance. The fetishism of the one exactly resembled that of the other, both worshipped personified nature, or manusia ohakta, exalted into godhead, and adored the objects of gratitude and reverence, of hope and fear. The great holy family of India became on the banks of the Nile Osiris Isis, and Horus Osiris afterwards, typified as the incarnate goodness of the supreme, perished to overcome. Evil was raised to life once more and became the judge of the quick and the dead. Isis again is the giver of death, and PG 297 Horus, or Hor, the entrance or reentrance into life. Every male deity in both systems had his Sakti or passive energy symbolized by a woman. Both mythologies had sacred cattle, eggs, onions, and beans, favorite articles of diet. Among the present, Muslims were forbidden to both for mystical reasons, the lotus flower and aboriginal of India, and connected with the superstitions of either country, has perished out of Egypt with the Muslims, who have no object in preserving the exotic in Indian mythology, was the Triceras in Egypt, the Tevnon. In Greece and Rome, the Cerberus, that three-headed dog in Hades whose existence must have been communicated from one people to another. India worships the sacred serpent the modern Muslim of Egypt adores. That of Jebel Sheikh, Haredi Hindu yogis and sannyasis still wander to the banks of the Nile and prostrate themselves before its ruined fanes. Society in India was divided into four great separate bodhispriests, soldiers, tradesmen, and serviles. The Egyptians numbered a sacerdotal order, a military caste, husbandmen, tradesmen, and artificers. And lastly, the shepherds, their abomination Diodorus Siculus enumerates five castes. The fifth, however, or shepherds, probably did not belong to society. They were outcasts corresponding with the Hindu mixed bloods in ancient Persia. The rigid castes were also four in number. And as the Aryas or Hindus of Aryavata, the land PG 298 of men, are aborigines of Ariana and cognates of the Aryan race, perhaps this system of artificial and unnatural distinctions arose in the regions of Mid-Asia. Indeed, Sir W. Jones came to a broader conclusion, namely, that the three primitive races of mankind must originally have migrated from a vast central region of Earth, and that that region was Iran. As time wore on, pantheism, which sees a deity everywhere, even within ourselves, regarded the terrestrial gods as earthly vessels animated with a spark of the universal soul, the subaltern deities the objects of Sabin worship as the sun, the moon, and the fixed stars were held to be superior mediating powers with the almighty power. 1,000 interpretations, physical, symbolical, mystical, and astronomical, were framed by the wise of Memphis. And as amongst the Hindus, so the deity of Egypt was though revealed to the initiated sedulously obscured to the vulgar, by a host of avatars and incarnations of transmigrations and subordinate intelligences. History is silent upon that most interesting subject, the early connection of India. In Egypt there are however still traces of its existence through Arabia. Although Wilford greatly exaggerated the subject throughout Oman and eastern Arabia, there are traces to the present day of castish prejudice no cabally, or man of noble tribe. However, PG 299 poor will become a hatted blacksmith, a shammer shoemaker in Hindustani chamar a dabog tanner, and a nail dyer. The Hindus of Maskat have an avatar every pandit knows that Shiva and his wife under the names of Kapat Eshwara and Kapat Eshwari visited Mecca, and were there worshipped under the form of male and female pigeons. This notes a direct communication along the coast of the Shepherd Kings again. It is possible that in ages now forgotten the Ethiopians may have received from the Hindus their art sciences and civilization, which would naturally float northwards with the Nile. From Egypt, these dogmas passed over to Greece from Greece, to the Racenian people of ancient Etruria. This diffusion proved by the similarity of their belief, is supported by old tradition. Herodotus explains the fable of the black pigeon that fled to Dodona, and there established the oracle on the ground that it was founded by a female captive from the Thebaid, the manifest resemblance of the rites and ceremonies, the processions and mysteries together, with the historic fact that the greatest minds in Greece had studied with the priest-philosophers of Hellespotes and Memphis, are the main points of circumstantial evidence, whence rose Warburton's luminous theory that the knowledge of the secret one was preserved by the esoteric, but concealed for fear of the profane. He was an atheist who believed in a single PG 300 deity, because he thus degraded and dishonored the vulgar gods, and the ancients' most pious men solemnly tore to pieces all guilty of similar impiety. The arcana, however, were sacred under their shadow. Any dogma might flourish. Some ethnologists have wondered at the remarkable coincidences between the Etruscan cosmogony and that of Moses. The marvel is easily explained. Both systems were borrowed from the Egyptians skilled in ancient learning. Apuleius. India and Persia, we have seen, left their deity an abstruse and philosophical doctrine, a mere abstraction, infinite and eternal nothings, simple efforts of the mind and intellect. They were probably added by afterthought to perfect and complete the pantheon. They were involved in the deepest gloom, whilst man's vision was engrossed by the stars and other objective creations familiar to his eyes, and through them to his sensuous mind. The most ancient philosophers then theorized concerning an almighty creator, believed in him by stealth and theory, but in practice left him to oblivion and neglect. The vulgar bowed, not to a deity, but to deifications of his attributes which they had rendered material and congenial. It is to be presumed that Egypt advanced a step beyond India and Persia, otherwise so many of her dogmas would not have been incorporated with the Mosaic code. Doubtless Egyptian priestly seers made their demiurgos not a mere being of the PG 301 intellect, but a dominant idea in religious theory, whilst the groveling fetishism of the people received from them a mystic and abstruse interpretation. But herein lay their fatal error. The priests were not only ministers of religion, they were the repositories of every branch of useful knowledge from medicine to philosophy. The king was by law a priest. If a member of the second or military caste was raised to the throne, he was at once initiated, for the sons of God, as the sovereigns were called, could belong to none but the holy order, the learned, respected and revered as types and symbols what the vulgar worshipped and adored with heart and soul. But they kept to themselves the benefits of their reason and invented mysteries and Gnostic ceremonies, purple robe of religion to veil, that holy truth the contemplation of whose unadorned charms belongs to mankind. They left their fellow creatures, the most religious of men, utterly ignorant of divine knowledge, the abject worshippers of the Nile and the desert of the Ichneumon, and the cat. True, they secured to a caste the knowledge which is power amongst semi-civilized races, but an ecclesiastical order, even in the most extensive hierarchies, is only the fraction of a people. They divided therefore their brother men into priests and slaves. Woe to him who thus bids the human mind go into darkness. We have seen then that fetishism supplanted PG 302 atheism in the developing mind of man, even as alchemy preceded chemistry, magic, physics, and astrology, astronomy. In fact, as ignorance and error have ever paved the way for true learning, so was the worship of nature the fit preliminary to the worship of nature's God. The fullness of time now came for the revelation of theism, the religion of love, and the only dogma that has taken firm root in the hearts and minds of the nobler types of man. It matters little what was the modus operandi of this inspiration. any information above the common understanding of the age, is justly called a revelation, and every nation has received some by which the human family has benefited. Dabistan, we may leave zealots and thaumaturgists, skeptics and atheists to dispute ad libitum a point unsolvable, and which if solved would be of little advantage to mankind. Moses, whose mighty mind drew from obscurity theism, or a belief in the one God to become the cornerstone of the creed, not of a few initiated sages and esoteric students, but of a whole people who shared out to mankind their birthright a knowledge of divine truthfully, understood the fatal error of his preceptors. The priestly sages of Egypt, his history elaborately dressed in the garb of fable by afterges, appears to be this circumstances of an accidental nature, drove him from the banks of the Nile into the eastern deserts, whilst feeding the PG 303 flocks of his Bedouin father-in-law, amid the awful scenery and the silent, solemn wolds of Shur, he nerved his mind to the patriotic task, the gigantic scheme of converting into a great nation, and a chosen people, a mere handful of degraded slaves thereto. He made those local observations, which seen through the mists of antiquity, and exaggerated by the additions and traditions of subsequent ages, became the groundwork of what is never wanting in the East wonders, and signs and miracles, from heaven his powers and energies concentrated by solitude. There is no such strengthener of the soul, when the soul is strong, returned to Egypt for the purpose of carrying into execution his stupendous scheme. But Moses found it impossible with no stronger hold upon his people than certain obsolete tenets, almost forgotten by the unworthy descendants of patriarchal ancestors, in the atmosphere of superstition around him, and under the baneful shadow of a hostile and priestly rule, to elevate to the dignity of manhood the spirits of an enthralled despised, and therefore a degraded race. What better proof of their degeneracy than their demanding to know the name of a god? This is the spiritual state of the Indian pariah, who has his idols but no idea of an almighty Godhead, and who deems his dead deities inferior in dignity to a live Brahmin. What more indicative of their PG 304 mental subjection to the superstitions of Egypt than their imaging the one supreme by a calf or young bull, the emblem of Priapus? All over the ancient world they were equally inferior in physical force. Manetho numbers them at 80,000, a prodigious rate of increase, considering their circumstances and social state, for the descendants from 70 persons, in the short space of 430 years. The compilers of the Book of Numbers give 603,550 fighting men from 20 years old, and upwards. This, with women and children, would amount to nearly 3 millions of human beings, an extravagant estimate. From this state of degradation, the thousands of Israel must be raised, must return to the condition of their ancestors, the bold free chiefs of the Bedouin. They must therefore depart from Egypt, and must prepare themselves, morally as well as physically, by the discipline of the vast and terrible wilderness, to enter as conquerors the holy promised land. Many must perish under the hardships, privations, and fatigues of desert traveling. According to Ibn Khaldun, the Hebrews, debased by slavery, were unable to oppose the Philistines or Arabs of Canaan until the old generation had died off, and a new one had grown up in the hardy life of the wilderness. The great lawgiver, a man of angry temper, as are all who accomplish wonderful actions, and master of the learning of Egypt, displayed, in effecting the PG 305 deliverance of his compatriots, a work of itself, wonderful, a strength of will, a power of contrivance, a might of words and deeds, which, seen by afterges through the dim atmosphere of tradition and the mists of national vanity, has caused him to stand forth in the eyes of later ages, a giant amongst his kind. He has been made the subject of fable physically, as well as spiritually. Josephus speaks of his divine form and vast stature to the present day. The Arabs of Sinai show traces of gigantic feet and indentations made by a rod which must have been taller than a mast. The monuments of Egypt, so full of minute information, allude neither to Moses nor to the Exodus. The migration of a few brick-making slaves was amongst a people surrounded by nomadic tribes, an event too common, too unconsequential to claim a line of hieroglyph. But the people of old, in this point, reversing our modern style of national genealogy, ever strove to dignify and to adorn their birth, and the Hebrews, who claimed the most ancient as well as the noblest of pedigrees, could not tell the tale of their origin as a nation without elevating its simple estate by 100 fables, and embellishing it with signs and marvels and wonders tending to the honor of the chosen people and of their great leader. In one main point, the lawgiver miscalculated his powers. He had proposed making of his Hebrew followers a race of pure theists, a kingdom of PG 306 priests, a holy nation reverencing nothing, but the one supreme worshipping him without medium or mediator, and therefore independent of temples and sacerdotal castes and the long list of ceremonies and sacred paraphernalia by which hierarchies strengthen and perpetuate their sway. But the Hebrew mind was thoroughly unfitted to receive pure truth amid the awful preternatural scenes, which according to their own accounts heralded the proclamation of the God of Israel with battle and destruction, miraculous plagues and fire and openings of the earth, ever ready to punish those who denied their deity or disobeyed his servants. This wonderful people were in a perpetual state of useless gainsaying and impotent revolt, deeply imbued with the tenacious superstitions of the Nile. The stiff-necked race had become irritable, rather than strong under the painful training of the desert. They longed and begged for a return to slavery. And none had eyes to look steadfastly upon the unveiled light of revelation, emanating from their leader and lawgiver. Finding after his return from temporary seclusion and retirement, his chosen people worshipping a molten calf, the god Apis, and playing in other PG 307 words. A scene of Egyptian debauchery. Moses broke in wrath. The first tables of the law Exod Roman 32. These consisted simply of the 10 commandments, a forbiddal to make gods of gold and silver, easy directions for building an earthen altar of sacrifice, and a brief civil and criminal code embodied in 3 chapters after another term of 40 days and nights spent in solitude amongst the awful and impressive scenes which had witnessed his meditations when feeding Jethro's flocks, and now saw the disappointment of his early aspirations. Moses returned with a code Exod Roman 34 better fitted to the sickly and diseased condition of the Hebrew soul. Of this, the proportion of the ritual to the moral precepts is as 10-2. It is a priestly system, a faith of feasts and sacrifices, of holy days and ceremonies, purposely assimilated to those idolatries of Egypt with which the minds of the people were familiar, but secured to the worship of Jehovah their God. The lawgiver no longer disdained to borrow from symbolical religion, especially in the ceremonial worship, which at first he appears to have avoided. The ark and the tabernacle were old types. Amongst the Egyptians' memorials of their northern migration, the Urim and Thummim, Ra and Thene, were the sun and personified justice, light and truth. The Elohim were Neph and Pithah, the presiding spirit, and the creative intellect of the Supreme, the Spirit of God. PG 308 that moved upon the face of the waters is again the deity Neph. The silence with which Jehovah was to be adored appears to be an idea borrowed from Amun Ra, the unutterable word, similar to the Hindu Aum, which never must be spoken of. Man, the tree of life, whose fruit made gods of those who tasted it, was a mere symbol long before the day of Moses. Incorporated in the Indian and Egyptian mythologies, it survived in the Christians' early belief and has even left its traces in the tuba or paradisiacal tree of el-Islam. The cosmogony of Moses may be traced to the same origin, the formation of the globe, so different from modern theory, the separating of matter into 4 elements: fiery firmament, air, sea, and earth, and the derivation of animals from dust, were Egyptian dogmas. The Hebrew historian held to the eternity of matter, the theory of ancient philosophy in general. The creation of man, Gen Roman 1, which we take figuratively, referring divine resemblance to the soul, to righteousness, and to true holiness. The Hebrews believed in literally and physically. As the Lord formed man in his own image, so man in return anthropomorphized the deity. Theirs was a personal God with mortal shape and human passions, who hated the Canaanites for no sin of their own, and loved the Hebrews for no merit of their own, but for the sake of their ancestors. The angry God, PG 309, and the jealous God of Moses stand for the orthodox opinion of even the modern Jews. In proportion as we return to the ignorance of antiquity and seek out the metaphysics of savage races, so we find the personality of a God, a description of his form, and an account of his actions and passions, most prominently brought forward. Savages and barbarians cannot believe without anthropomorphizing their great spirit. On the other hand, Muslims reject the tenet amongst them some sects, as the Bayzawi deny, and hold it impiety to assert that even in a future state, the eyes of the beatified shall see Allah. Again, the Hebrew paradise is the vestige of an old legend current. Throughout the Eastern world, the Hindus had their Satya Yug, the Persians Irene Vigo, and the Greeks their Golden Age. It must be observed, however, that though we place the garden upon earth, learned rabbis locate it in the first or lowest heaven, which is the exact reflection of this nether world. Sakya Buddha taught that human beings first appeared by apparitional birth. They were glorious and happy, pure and passionless, till one of them tasted a savory substance produced by the earth PG 310. The example was followed by the rest, thus purity, decayed the empire of sense gained, the ascendancy excess followed indulgence and degeneracy, excess the same. Legend has been preserved in grosser form, by al-Islam Adam, is made to eat wheat, and thus became subject to human infirmities. The Magian scriptures contain traditions of a migratory march of the people of Hormuzd under their patriarch, Jamshid from Irene Vigo or Pure Iran, supposed by the Gebers to be the primeval seat of their race, and located near Balkh. Ancient Bactria, it was the region of all delights, till Ahriman, the evil one made in its river, the serpent of winter, with respect to the inhabitants of paradise, our first parents. It may be mentioned that many Eastern as well as Western learned men have supposed that Adam prior to the creation of Eve was androgynous, that is to say, at once male and female Murraybau. The promulgation of Moses' new code was not popular among the Hebrews checked in his patriotic intentions. The lawgiver, however, bravely persisted in the course of preparation, which he had commenced long and long years. The chosen people wandered in danger and difficulty round and round a region ever, and in every way fitted to produce a hardy, rugged, and warlike race. And when all was prepared for the work of conquest, the great leader would not head the expedition to the land PG 311 of promise. In his latest act, he displayed the magnanimity which had supported him through a life of labor and disappointment, the real vigor and grandeur of his mind, casting away the superstitions concerning man's body, which Egypt taught, and resisting the temptation that might have seduced a softer soul, namely a train of mourners and a mausoleum, as a last home he did for himself what he had done for his followers. He wandered over the desert, till his hour approached. He chose as leader of the expedition a younger and more energetic man. And finally he died and left the place of his tomb to this day. Unknown, he bequeathed, however, to the world a cosmogony, history, and ethnography, the essence of old Oriental learning, and to the present day, perhaps the most interesting document of the kind ever penned. By man he gave to his followers a code, in which the highest intellect is blended with experience and thought in the most trivial things. The cantonment orders, for instance, cannot be improved. In the present century he left men, where he had found slaves, a successor trained to carry out the favorite scheme and hope of his life, and finally a name that will float down the stream of time, till merged into the ocean of eternal oblivion. But Moses left his dispensation imperfect. He feared the relapse of his followers into the dark idolatries of the Nile. He therefore dealt only in PG 312, obscure allusions to a resurrection to another life, to a futurity of rewards and punishments, mighty lever with which religion moves the moral world of man. That such was the case is proved by this fact: the prophets and others who succeeded Moses, viewing the future practically and not with philosophical indifference, made in all their schemes the hereafter of man a prominent feature. The dogma, moreover, as we have seen, was known, and well known to all the semi-civilized races of men. In the creed of Moses, however, a purely temporal system of rewards and punishments supplied the place of that future retribution, so elaborated in the Hindu, the Geber, and the Egyptian systems. This was the great defect in his grand scheme, the hope and fear of a life to come, of a world in which the apparent inconsistencies of the transient mundane state shall be explained and remedied, where suffering virtue shall triumph and triumphant vice shall suffer. Proclivity for this belief is implanted by nature in the very soul and heart of man like veneration. It is instinctive rather than reasoning, an exertion of sentiment rather than an effective intellect. Against a dogma based upon such foundations it is vain to contend, and in the moral government of the world it presents such vantage ground to all who would discipline and elevate mankind, that it has been cultivated in every system proscribed by none. The Hebrews, however, were left to learn PG 313 this essential article of faith during the Babylonish captivity from the Assyrians, the Gebers, and other pagans. The Jehovah of Moses, moreover, was in other points than personality an imperfect conception. The deity, it is true, was drawn forth from the thick veil of mystery with which the learned of India and Egypt had invested him. His existence was proclaimed not to a caste or a class, it was published to a whole people. Still, he was the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob, not the God of eternity, God of all men, a local deity. His cult and knowledge were confined to one people, to a mere fraction of the human kind. Moses, then, was essentially a benefactor to the Hebrews, but he was not a benefactor to man. Presently, a new reformer appeared upon the worldly stage. The Hebrew code had long before his day begun to decline for forms of faith being, but earthly things are subject to that eternal law which to every beginning procreates and ordains an end. its decay was hastened by political convulsions. The captivity of the Jews had supplied them with a multitude of new and strange articles of belief derived from their pagan masters. Hence arose heresies and schisms, which further weakened the ancient edifice tottering, as it was from the effects of age, from the new creed wants of the people, and from the shocks of the passing events. PG 314, the Sadducees, adhering to the letter, rejected the spirit of the books of Moses. Pharisaic superstition, founded upon tradition that earthy alloy, ever added to the pure ores of heavenly revelation, was fast undermining the temple of Judaism. Idolatry had perished by slow degrees out of the land, but the contrary extreme bibliolatry, to use a modern word sown upon the wide ground of priestly pride and castish prejudice, had spread rankly over the world of Judaism. To clear away this poison growth, to reform the people of Israel, Jesus of Nazareth began his ministry. A man of humble fortune, but of proud birth, the founder of Christianity, preached a creed in conformity with his circumstances. His tenets were the Essene, the third sect of philosophizing Jews, while the Pharisees were heaping traditions upon the original structure of the Mosaic system, and the Sadducees were rigidly preserving and adhering to the simplicity of that structure. The Essene gave their whole mind to the ascertainment and realization of its moral import. They were thus the Sufis, the spiritualists, and the Gnostics of Judaism. They abounded most at Alexandria, then the grand center where the Greek and the Roman, the Indian and the Persian met the Arab, and the Egyptian, a species of anchorite philosophers. They called themselves physicians of souls and bodies. They lived in voluntary poverty, rigid chastity, and implicit obedience. PG 315, to the civil power. They were purists in language, non-resistance, and haters of political action. Such tenets, publicly announced as a voice from heaven, were of course offensive to the ruling factions at Jerusalem. The people also that flocked to the preaching of the new prophet were disappointed by his proclaiming to them a spiritual kingdom, not the heritage of wealth, splendor, and glory so distinctly promised to them by the seers of former generations. They were but poorly put off with a type or symbol. A reformer is rarely popular, and reform is a dangerous work among a people so hasty and headstrong as the Jews. But Christ's teaching was not for the Jews only. He was preparing to spread abroad amongst mankind a knowledge of the one supreme. When falling a victim to priestly wiles, the prophet of Nazareth suffered an ignominious death, but he had given an impetus to the progress of mankind by systematizing a religion of the highest moral loveliness, showing what an imperfect race can and may become, and by the labor of a devoted life, he had instituted a college of successors, who after him might preach the glad tidings to all the nations of the earth. The prophet of Nazareth had declared his mission to be for the purpose of establishing and confirming the law of Moses. As it first appeared, Christianity was rather strong in the weakness around it than strong in its own strength. It was a system for anchorites. PG 316, and ascetics. The Reformed faith abounded also in a matter usually consigned in the East to bards and mystics, namely principles of almost superhuman beauty, often couched in highly poetical language. Principles, not the creation of one mind, but the current coinage of philanthropy. From time immemorial, Islam all over the East has left its principles as a heritage to poets, and right well have they performed their duty to mankind. From the literature of the Hindus and Persians, the Egyptians, and the Arabs, it would be easy to collect a code of morality and a law of benevolence as pure and amiable as ever entered the heart of man. The whole practice of the Sufi consists in seeking the divinity, not as the popular, prudential, and mercenary devotee, but from fervency of love to God and man. He proclaims the invisible truth above the visible comfort. His entire resignation can face the horrors of eternal death inflicted by divine, while he has something higher even than everlasting gain. Eventually, however, this almost supernatural morality incorporated with a creed to the detriment of its practical tendency, this substitution of love for justice, of mercy for retribution, of forgiveness for punishment, this purely spiritual system that first neglected all the most necessary material details of ablution, dietetics, and even formal and positions of prayer, could never endure in the sensuous and passionate populations of the PG 317 East from its further hold upon the instincts, the affections, and the prepossessions of the Jews. This Reformation had neither extension nor continuance. The ceremonial law of Moses, adapted to an idle and unoccupied race in a temperate climate, and a land of plenty with its operose and time-wasting system of prayer and purification of festivals and processions, was, it is true, at first not abolished, but confirmed, but a simple and far more Catholic system was required for the wants of the universe amongst. The inspired followers of the founder of Christianity one was found capable of executing the task, with a daring hand Paul, the apostle of the Gentiles, rent asunder the tie connecting Christianity with Judaism. His efforts were crowned with success. He offered to the great family of man a church with a deity at its head, and a religion peculiarly of principles. He left the moral code of Christianity untouched in its loveliness, but he abolished the civil and criminal law of Moses, and he boldly did away with the long-cherished customs and the ordinances of food and diet which in olden times were used as the means of segregating the Israelites from the races around them. Circumcision was no longer necessary, although his divine master had submitted to the rite. The distinction between beings pure and impure, one of the strongholds of Judaism, was broken down. And finally, as neophytes began to multiply, the Gentile was raised to the level of the Jew. Page 318. The last step taken by the stern apostle suggests the possibility of his having determined to disconnect totally the reformed religion with Judeo-Roman himself, and therefore well acquainted with that ruling race and convinced of their physical and psychical superiority over the Asiatic family, he courted conveyance to Rome, and there energetically carried on the work of propagandism. He died a martyr, but not in vain was his blood shed from the grain of faith implanted by him. In the little dungeon below the Capitol sprang a goodly tree under whose comfortable shade half the civilized world have found repose. In process of time, the offshoots spread amongst the noble barbarians of the north, then beginning to occupy the stage of the world Christianity, which in Judah and confined to the east would have been the faith of a few hermits and visionaries, acquired in Europe a depth and fervency of popular belief, which shortly overthrew all opposition. It is not wonderful that, in this course of events, the Christian distinguishes the finger of God. When the masterminds had vanished from the scene, their successors in the East introduced other and less defensible changes. Christianity in the East was surrounded by the impurest of influences. Its latitude of belief and absence of ceremonial allowed it to be worked upon by the theurgic incarnations of the Buddhists, the demiurgic theories of the Eastern and Western Gnostics, the triad pg 319 of the Brahmins, the dualism of the Persians, the Pharisaic doctrine of the first son of the supreme Osiris in a new Shapatodher, with the metaphysics of the Abionites, the speculatists, and other sects of Grecian, or rather of Egyptian, origin from the Straits of Hercules to the coast of Coromandel. It was split up into a legion of heresies and schisms. Syria and Arabia seemed to have been the grand central focus. The church was distracted by the frowardness of her children, and the religion of love was dishonored by malice and hate, persecution, and bloodshed. Still, the reformed religion throve, and what tenets do not under the influence of a moderate persecution, when however under the rule of Constantine, the son of prosperity, poured its splendors full upon the favored faith, an ascetic enthusiasm, gloomy ideas of seclusion, celibacy, and self-immolation, and a censure on wealth and industry, pronounced by religious hallucination. In fact, the poisonous portions of the Essene school spread subtly through the whole body of Christianity. Everywhere in the East, these practices require to be suppressed, not to be encouraged, where the face of nature is gay and riot, to impressionize mankind. Gloom and horror in the world of spirit are contrasted with the glory and the brilliancy of the scenes of sense. This is the stronghold of the demonolatry and witchcraft of the fetishist pg 320, the abominable paganisms of the Hindu, the superstitious follies of the Geber, and the terrible Sabbatism of the ancient Mexican. All are perfectly suitable to the genius of the people, to the climate, and to the scenery around them. Thus in Syria and Egypt Christianity became degraded. It sank into a species of idolatry. The acme of absurdity was attained by the stylites, who conceived that mankind had no nobler end than to live and die upon the capital of a column. Thus nations were weakened. Self-mortification and religious penances soon degenerate a race, especially in hot climates, where a moderate indulgence in the comforts, the luxuries, and the pleasures of life strengthens the body, and with it the mind of man. The founders of Christianity had neglected to insist upon daily prayer at stated times and ceremonial cleanliness, which is next to godliness. They forgot those dietetic directions and prescriptions so necessary in the East, and allowed the use of inebriants together with impure and unwholesome meats, as pork and rabbit's flesh. Man's physique suffered from their improvidence. Thus, whilst Christianity increased in numbers and powers, some once populous and flourishing countries, Egypt for instance, had declined and fell to the lowest depths of degradation. It is the race of man that exalts the faith in proportion to man's moral and material excellence. The faith fails, on the other hand, to raise a degraded race. Pg. 321. The Armenians and Abyssinians have derived little from the specific virtues of Christianity inferior, in mind and body. To the Turks and Arabs, they have degenerated into a semi-idolatry, at once ridiculous and contemptible, with respect to moral conduct. A modern traveler, Curzon, Armenia, has had the courage openly to state that in Turkey, not 1/10 part of the crime exists which is annually committed in Christendom. Sectarians are fond of citing in favor of their Reformation the superiority of the Protestant over the Catholic cantons of Switzerland. They forget that the former belong to the hardy and industrious nations of the north, and that the latter are in climate and population indolent Southrons. To return eastward, about the 6th century of its era, the Christian world called loudly for reform, when things were at their worst. Mohammed first appeared upon the stage of life. It is here proposed to touch briefly upon the points wherein due measure of justice has not yet been dealt by philosophically, and learned Europe to the merits and value of Islam. The Western nations were so long taught to look upon the forcible propagandism of Mohammed as a creed personally hostile to them, they were so deeply offended by the intolerant deism and monotheism of the scheme, and finally so rancored by their fierce wars and deadly collisions with the Muslim, that certain false views have long been and still continue to be part, or rather essence, of the subject. Pg. 322. And though in this our modern day a wiser and more Catholic spirit of inquiry and judgment has not been deterred from manifesting itself still even in the writings of those who pride themselves most upon candor and freedom from prejudice, not a little of the bad old leaven offends the taste. Men do not now, it is true, fear the imputation of turning Turk. 216, an expression since become common, and coupled by old writers Burton, Anatomy of Melancholy, with betraying father, prince, and country, forsaking religion and abjuring God. Nor does there survive in Europe the former rancorous hate for the founder and creed for the apostles and followers of Islam. Still, it is to be repeated, the saving faith has not yet been allowed to assume its proper rank and position amongst the religions of the world, and the moderns rather busy themselves in philosophizing over and in detecting flaws and falsehood, rather than in seeking out the truth, the merits, and the beauties of a religion which for 13 centuries has been the light and life guidance of 1/5 of mankind. Carlyle, hero worship. These four are briefly the most popular errors of the present day upon the subject of Islam. In the first place, it is determined to be merely a perceptive faith, and therefore adapted only to that portion of mankind whose minds, still undeveloped and uncultivated, are unripe for a religion of Prin. Pg. 323 Sipples. This is partly correct of the corrupted, untrue of the pure belief. It will somewhat apply to the tenets of the Turks and Persians, but not to those of the first Muslims and the modern Wahhabis. The spirit of the religion, its sentiments and its aesthetics were committed to the poets of Islam, and right worthily have they fulfilled their task. It is not too much to assert that almost every celebrated metrical composition amongst Muslims is either directly or indirectly devotional, even the licentious Anacreons of Persia and India. Hafiz and Jafar-I Zadali disguise their grossness under a garb of mystical double entente. But even in their purely spiritual songs and hymns, the poets of Islam do not betray that poverty of invention and puerility of imagination that distinguish the religious rhymesters of Christianity in the great and noble literature of England. For instance, there is but one poem founded upon the base of Revelation Paradise, Lost, who can arise from its perusal without the conviction that a splendid genius has so fettered himself with his theme that many balladmongers have produced more poetical effects upon the reader who rises without disgust at the dialogues of the Father and the Son, in which is discussed at length Calvinistic sectarianism, and what Christian who deems his Holy Trinity a sacred mystery of the Spirit beyond, not contrary to material reason, would not blush to Pg. 324 see his divinity thus degraded in the eyes of the stern deistical Muslim. The Koran, the only standard of divine truth, universally admitted by Islam, consists of threefold matter, of historical and legendary lore, of principles, moral and psychical, and of materials for a loose and scattered code of laws. And here it may be observed that, with perhaps the exception of the Pentateuch, which we have seen required its tradition, no code embodied in the sacred writings of any race has sufficed to govern it. What Christian nation has ever been ruled by Christian law? Even its codes are either of its own invention, or borrowed from ancient custom, or translated from pagan legislation. No divine system yet promulgated to mankind has sufficed for the civil and criminal wants of future and more civilized generations. And thus it was with the Quran. The precepts of the saving faith were not fixed and definite enough for the sensuous and objective spirit of the East in religion, as in politics wherever public opinion is lax and impotent law is, and must be a mass of stringent ordinances, so disposed as to provide for every contingency such codes cannot deal in principles, and spirit these, must be extracted be the few that require them from, a well-organized system of practical precepts. Thus the Muslim in the earliest ages sought to supply the imperfections of the code bequeathed to him. A remedy was at pg 325 hand. The deceased prophet's sayings were still fresh in the minds of his wives and immediate descendants of his companions, and his early successors all lent their best endeavors to the pious task. The earliest traditions were of sensible and useful import, presently the most trivial precepts, and the most puerile practices were either forged or remembered by so-called saints who made this collection the business of their lives. Thus in course of time, and by slow degrees, appeared that bulky mass of traditional lore, popularly known as the ahadis or sayings, and the sunnat or doings of the prophet. By such arts were subtle practices and silly legends grafted by scholasticism upon the primitive annals and laws of el-Islam. In that faith, almost every tenet or practice to which the philosopher could object may be traced to the sunnat, and ahadis the Quran is wholly free from them, amongst others upon these. And upon these solely must be charged the defect of making the system eminently perceptive. Mohammed, like all other Eastern lawgivers, had suited his ordinances to the genius of his people. By addressing them as semi-civilized men, the schools degraded their Muslims to the intellectual rank of babes and sucklings. Regarding these sunnat and ahadis, however, it must be borne in mind that they are purely sectarian. The four self-called orthodox schools hold to one tradition the principal heresies, as the Shias and pg 326. The Bayzawi have their own recognized collections, whence all emanations from impure, that is to say from other sources, have been carefully removed, but el-Islam has existed, and can exist independently of them. Had the Wahhabis, those Puritans, or rather reformers of the saving faith, succeeded in restoring to the Arabs their simple primitive belief, little of the ahadis and the sunnat would have been left to misguide and offend mankind. Secondly, men object that the saving faith is one of pure sensuality. It is difficult to divine how this most erroneous estimate could have been formed, except by the grossest ignorance possibly. It was a vicious conclusion thus drawn that, as the Muslim's paradise is one of sense, consequently there is no limit to his sensuality in this world. But el-Jannat, or the heavenly garden, has many mansions. The ignorant and savage, the hungry and sensual Bedouin, will taste the flesh of birds, live in a golden house, command any number of angelic wives, and drink the nectars of kaffir and zinjabil. But as in Christianity so in el-Islam, eye hath not seen nor hath ear heard, nor hath fancy conceived the spiritual joys of those who in mundane life have qualified themselves for heavenly futurity. The popular error that the Muslim prophet denied immortal souls to women, and therefore degraded them to the mere instruments of man's comfort and passions, might also have tended to represent el-Islam as a scheme of sense, possibly pg 327. Again, the monogamic races of a northern climate for monogamy, polygamy, and polyandry are an affair of geography, shocked by the permission to marry four wives and to maintain an indefinite number of concubines, overlooked in characterizing Mohammed's ordinances the strict limits therein laid down for luxury and pleasure. The Muslim may not take to himself a single spouse, unless able to make a settlement upon her to support, clothe, and satisfy her. He must act with the most rigid impartiality towards the whole household, and strictly avoid showing undue preference. He is allowed four wives with a view of increasing and multiplying his tribe man in hot and enervating climates, coming to maturity early and soon losing the powers which he is tempted by moral, as well as physical agencies to abuse, would never raise up a large family. As the husband of only one wife like the patriarchs, he must have handmaids like the Jews. He must be allowed polygamy and power of divorce. These, forbidden by the ascetic Essene, are necessary to the increase of mankind in the East, and no religion can consecrate an ordinance which, directly opposed to the first law given by the Creator to his creatures, Genesis, tends to check that natural increase of population, which is the foundation of all progress and civilization. Laying aside these considerations as too shallow for discussion, can we call that faith sensual, which pg 328 forbids a man to look upon a statue or a picture, which condemns even the most moderate use of inebriants, and indeed is not certain upon the subject of coffee and tobacco, which will not allow even the most harmless game of chance or skill, which rigorously prohibits music, dancing, and even poetry and works of fiction, upon any but strictly religious subjects above all things, which debars man from the charms of female society, making sinful a glance at a strange woman's unveiled face. Religion whose votaries must pray 5 times a day at all seasons in joy, as in sorrow, in sickness as in health, a system which demands regular almsgiving, and forbids all manner of interest upon money to those who would be saved, whose yearly fast often becomes one of the severest trials to which the human frame can be exposed, to whom distant pilgrimage, with all its trials and hardships, is obligatory at least once in life, whose prophet exclaimed like the founder of Christianity, Arabic Alpha Crew, "Factory poverty is my pride," and who taught his followers that 2 things ruin men, much wealth and many words. Those who best know Islam, instead of charging it with sensuality, lament its leaven of asceticism. They regret to see men investing these fair, nether scenes with morning hues. The world is the Muslim's prison, the tomb his stronghold, and paradise his journey's end. But this could not be otherwise. PG 329. Asceticism and celibacy are the wanted growth of hot and southern climates, where man appears liable to a manner of religious monomania. The Brahmin householder, after doing his duty to mankind, by becoming a husband and the father of a family, ought by the law of menu to leave the world, and to end life a sannyasi amongst the beasts of the jungle. No religion is more monastic than Buddhism, yet it is atheistic. Thus the votaries of this organized system of selfishness, this vast scheme of profits and losses reduced to regularity, are deprived of all hope in death, and yet live the most comfortless and unnatural of lives. The world knows nothing of its greatest men, is true in more views than one to the Muslim. Time is but a point in a limitable eternity. Life is but a step from the womb to the tomb. He passes from this world directly into the other, but not into a new existence. Its every aspect and circumstance is as familiar to his mind as is the routine of earthly existence. He has no great secret to learn. The valley of death has no shadow for him, no darkness of uncertainty, and doubt horrifies his fancy. So it came to pass that although Mohammed expressly and repeatedly declared, "There is no monkery in Islam," few schemes have produced a PG 330 more systematic or rigid asceticism. Even before his death, monasticism began to appear, and now the Muslim world is overrun with Sufis and calendars, with fakirs and derwishes, with santons and recluses. The third error is that the founder of the saving faith began his ministry as an enthusiast and ended as an impostor. This is the improved modern fashion of treating the perjurious lying macho meat of our forefathers. We are less gross and dogmatical than they were, though scarcely more charitable or philosophical. The recognized proofs of imposition seem to be: firstly, the convenient appearance of the ayat or inspired versets. But what would have been their use had they not descended, when wanted to solve a difficulty or convey a precept? Do we doubt the books of Moses? Because revelation is conducted upon precisely the same principle. And who will deny that enthusiasm would have produced them more effectually than fraud? It is a general rule that to deceive others, well, we must first deceive ourselves. He that would be believed in by others must thoroughly believe in himself. Is it likely that such men as Abubeker and Umar would become the victims of a mere fraud so palpable to every petty analyst and compiler in this our modern day? Neither they nor Mohammed, even at his dying hour, seem to have doubted his inspiration. The prophet's PG 331 last words were prayer, prayer, and according to the Shias, a few minutes before breathing his last, he called for an encolder and a pen to write the name of his successor. Is this the deathbed scene of a hypocrite or an impostor? Secondly, the delivery of the inspiration by the archangel Gabriel and the frequent visions of heaven and heavenly beings recorded by the Muslim prophet, without having recourse to any other explanation, are not instances of the kind perpetually recorded in the history of mankind. And, granting that such apparitions are purely subjective, shall we charge with fraud all those subject to them? How often has the founder of Christianity appeared to the highly imaginative races of southern Europe? How frequently have fervent Muslims been favored with a call by Mohammed and Ali? Physicians and men of science have accounted for these seemingly marvelous apparitions by natural causes. Why then, unless by the action of mere prejudice, should we determine the same thing to be imposture in one man, and yet regard it with reverence in another who also has even ventured to decide what the modus inspirandi, or the divine afflatus, really is? The most ancient theory, apparently, is that angels, Greek angeloi, were used as messengers between God and man, and thus the Muslims, whose tenets are identical in this point, with the Jews, rank angelic below human nature. Page 332. Thirdly, the change from peaceful to warlike language, from the arts of eloquence and persuasion to the propagandism of fire and steel. But did not the founder of Christianity declare, "I came not to send peace, but a sword"? Matt Roman 10. And did Moses disdain to place carnal weapons in the hands of his people? The great lawgiver of Israel sanctioned the murder in cold blood of women and childish captives. Even kings were hewed in pieces before the Lord. These atrocities were strictly forbidden by Muhammad. Even forcible proselytism was not allowed. The protege of Islam paid a small capitation tax and was allowed to practice his faith and to worship his God as his law directed. Had moreover the prophet forged the fresh order to propagate his scheme by the sword, surely he was not so shallow an impostor as to leave behind him those peaceful revelations, which might so easily have been cast into the fire. No, the man honestly believed, like Moses, that the voice of Allah spoke within him. The fourth error is that Mohammed, unable to abolish certain superstitious rites and customs of the ancient and pagan Arabs, incorporated them into his scheme, and thus propitiated many that before avoided him. We have seen that the same might be objected to Moses, but Mohammed may surely have believed in the defilement of Allah's holy places by pagans, and have restored them to their pure original PG 333 purposes. Thus the Kaaba, that pantheon of the idolater, was given to al-Islam, as the house built by Abraham and Ishmael. And what antiquary so wise as to declare that the friend of God did not visit Mecca and there lay the foundations of a mosque, and an abode, the gigantic tombs of Adam and Eve at Mecca and Jeddah, were in the olden times places of litholatry? Yet might not the numerous Arab Christians, in whose religion Mohammed believed before the old dispensation was abrogated by a new scheme, have had traditions concerning the meeting of our first parents on the Mount of Arafat, and their sepulture in the Holy Land Mecca was at that time consecrated by no less than 5 religions? The Geber had established there the shrine of Saturn. The Hindu had made it the residence of the third person of his triad. The pagan Arabs had erected there a gigantic pantheon. The Jews revered it because, as Ibn Shaybat relates, Moses and Aaron performed pilgrimages there. When the famous Taba Judaized, he invested the house with a splendid curtain. And finally, the Christians, according to some authors, had procured admission into the Kaaba for the images of the Virgin and child. Colonists and expatriated men readily connect the remarkable events and incidents of their religion and history, PG 334, with the strange objects revered in foreign lands. The Muslims in Sind, as an instance, have occupied in force most of the sacred places of the Hindus, often too. Both monotheist and polytheist worship at the same shrine. The original yoni becomes a dasa or footprint of Hazrat Ali, and the sacred alligator of the Hindus is revered as the creation of a Muslim saint. Thus in Ceylon, Buddha's retreat has become Adam's peak. The description of St. Mary and the holy infant resting in the shade of the sycamore tree of Heliopolis in the old apocryphal Gospels is clearly borrowed from the old Egyptian symbol Isis, with Horus in her lap sitting under the hierosykamenon. In the incorporations of traditions then current amongst the Arab Christians, there is no valid reason for charging Mohammed with fraud. To rank the saving faith amongst the religions of the world, it is necessary briefly to relate what its founder did for mankind. A youth of noble origin, but fallen fortunes, as was the prophet of Nazareth, he was strengthened like the Jewish lawgiver Moses by travel, solitude, and meditation. Jebel Hira was his Mount Horeb, but though surrounded by learned Jew and Christian, his education was defective, and though a genuine Arab, he thought strongly and clearly, and he was a perfect master of eloquence. He had none of that knowledge which passes for a preternaturalism amongst a barbarous people. His probity won for him in early manhood the PG 335 surname of El-Amin, or the trusty, and his noble qualities enabled him to marry the wealthy widow in whose service he had lived a hireling. After a long course of meditation, fired with anger by the absurd fanaticism of the Jews, the superstitions of the Syrian and Arabian Christians, and the horrid idolatries of his unbelieving countrymen, an enthusiast, to end what great soul has not been an enthusiast determined to reform those abuses which rendered revelation contemptible to the learned and prejudicial to the vulgar. He introduced himself as one inspired to a body of his relations and fellow clansmen. The step was a failure, except that it won for him a proselyte worth 1,000 sabers in the person of Ali, son of Abu Talib. With an uncommon mixture of prudence and energy, he pursued his task till he overcame the hate, the ridicule, and the persecution of such men as Abubakar, Umar, and Usman. Expelled by the violence of his enemies, he fled his native city, a wonderful contrast to the fierceness and the impatience of his race. But after a long course of meekness and long-suffering, in the work of proselytizing his spirit like that of Moses rose high against violence and oppression, and at last for, he was an Arab abrogating his peaceful precepts, he appealed to the God of battles in his combat. Righteous cause heroes and mighty men like Hamza Khalid and Amruel eyes flocked PG 336 to his standard, and his personal valor and high qualities as a guerrilla soldier soon led him on to fortune. After several years' exile, he re-entered as a visitor the walls of his native city, whence he had fled persecuted and proscribed, and he lived long enough to witness the splendid success of his early projects. Abolishing all belief in a local or personal god, he announced to his Arabs, the one supreme now in terms as terrible as man could bear, then in words so lofty and majestic that they sank forever into the heartcore of his followers. He broke to pieces with his own hand the images of the Kaaba, and he witnessed the total extinction of a gigantic idolatry, a work of itself. Sufficient to immortalize the memory of one reformer, he said of the deity, he is not enclosed by the bonds of space, or by the limits of time, he hath no form, which requireth a former from whom he is free, and whatever concerning him entereth thy mind to that. He is the contrary, he preached Allah, the God, unapprehensible, incomprehensible, omnipotent, all-beneficent, spiritual, and eternal. He revived the earliest scheme of Mosaicism and the pristine simplicity of Christianity by making every man priest and patriarch of his own household. Preceding faiths had attempted to elevate human nature above itself, and had, as might be expected, PG 337, degraded the object of their endeavors. He inculcated the dignity of man, instead of perpetually preaching human degradation. He respected mortal nature, and therefore he made his scheme eminently practical, with something of a higher flight. He did away with the incestuous marriage with a father's widow. He abolished the Wad el-Banat, or the murderous inhumation of female children. He corrected the laxity and immorality of the age, by making drinking and gambling penal offenses and by forbidding modest women to appear in public, unveiled. Finally, to mention no other great and good works, by the enunciation of a modified fatalism. The greatly who confound it with an absolute predestination, attempted to check that tendency of self-mortification, which he could not wholly expel from the affections of his countrymen. He died, not like an enthusiast or an impostor, but as one true to the tenets and practices of his life. And he bequeathed to the world a law and a faith than which none has been more firmly or more fervently believed in by mankind, whose wide prevalence wider indeed than that of any other creed alone suffices to prove its extrinsic value to the human family. This much did Mohammed for his fellow creatures. Can we wonder that the Arabian prophet, finding himself, despite the accidents of fortune of time, and place so much in advance of his age, so solitary, PG 330, a being amongst the fanatic, the superstitious, and the debased, fondly believed himself Allah's apostle, and the chosen instrument of man's regeneration, considering the ardent temperament of the Arab, his high development of veneration, and his discerning the divine hand in every human work and change. Can we marvel that he attributed the fire of his soul and the strong workings of his mind to a something preternatural, an inspiration, or a revelation? The celebrated mystic Mansur al-Hallaj was stoned by the crowd for using the words "I am truth" Roman 1e the Lord, but his Sufi confraternity still explain away the apparent irreverence of the saying, and believe him to have been, as was said of Spinoza, a god-intoxicated man. Mohammed's mission, then, was one purely of reform. He held that 4 dispensations had preceded his own, and that his object was to restore their pristine purity, but the Adamical had been obsoletized by the Noachian scheme, and this, by the Mosaic, which in its turn, becoming defunct, had left all its powers and prerogatives to Christianity. Thus also the latter dispensation, in the fullness of time, had been superseded by the revelations of el-Islam. The saving faith, all the past, was now effete, and abrogated all the future would be mere imposture, for his was the latest of religions. He, the soul of the prophets, he accused the Jews and Christians of entire corruption of spiritual death, PG 339, and preached to them with fervor a new faith, a doctrine of life. He openly charged them with having altered and remodeled their sacred writings. Nor could this charge be denied. It is now, and was then, impossible to discover what Moses wrote or what was written for him by Ezra, the scribe, and other compilers, the difference of style and language, the frequent changes from the first person to the third, and finally, the account of the law, PG 340, Giver's death and burial, conclusively prove that the Pentateuch had in its present state more than one author. Probably, the original draft was concise and short. Even the Quran contained little that was new, with the exception of some legends, the addition of some regulations touching the daily prayers, and the purification of property, with a few ordinances, as that of diet or blood money, disallowed by the Pentateuch Num Roman 35 and Deut Roman 19, but rendered necessary by the state of Arab society, and some dietetic modifications, camel for instance, and the horse were recognized as pure food. The Quran might almost be extracted from the Mosaic and rabbinical writings, from the evangelists and apocryphalists of the Christian era. There is also but little to commend in it, except its fiery and commanding eloquence. As a code of laws, it is eminently defective. He who could write such a work could have written much better. Muhammad, however, relied for the success of his mission upon far higher claims than any book. Muhammad laid no claims to prophecy or to miracles. He called himself El Rasul and El Nabi, the announcer of good tidings from Allah to the Adamites. He did not give his name to a new system of belief. His ordinances were designated in a mass as El Islam, the salvation, or the saving faith. His night journey to heaven, pg 341, the subject of so much opprobrious declamation, was either a vision or a dream. The splitting of the moon, a tale so monstrously told by his posterity, rests upon no broader basis than a line in the Quran, which might properly be translated, "The hour of judgment shall come, and the moon shall cleave asunder." Probably, this absurdity was the invention of followers who determined to dispute for their lawgiver with Joshua's command over the host of heaven. An ignorant Afghan is said to have boasted that his peer or spiritual pastor, the celebrated poet Abd el-Kaman, was in the habit of making night journeys like Mohammed to paradise, and to have bastinadoed the holy man severely when taxed with impiety. He denied the irreverent assertion, such a muhadis or relator of the Prophet's sayings, as Abu Huraira, the father of the kitten, may fairly, to judge him by his recognized writings, be suspected of such forgery. Muhammad the more especially disdained the claim to miraculous powers, which, as those who know Eastern lands, belong to every petty saint and village santon, the most extraordinary of ordinary men. The historian Hume inferred that because he himself had never seen a miracle, no one else ever saw a miracle. The Oriental traveler will disbelieve in miracles for the opposite reason, because he has seen so many. The rapid and extensive spread of el-Islam, pg 342, considered by the faithful a remarkable instance of divine aid, is to be accounted for. Without the intervention of a deity, the Arabs poured forth from their great center, till the whole surplus population was exhausted everywhere. They appeared as liberators of slaves, especially in Turkey and Persia, where an artificial and over-refined state of society had produced tyrannical despots, an innumerable and insatiable nobility, and a people robbed and spoiled. Another circumstance favored the growth of the religion of the heavens and the earth. Whether we consider the Arabs to have been the aborigines of their native wilds, or, as the modern theory is, we derive them from the highlands of Ethiopia, it is certain that their great success lay amongst a kindred people speaking cognate languages from the earliest times. Indeed, Arabia had sent forth several extensive streams of emigration, essentially an Asiatic form of belief. El-Islam could not progress beyond the barriers opposed to it by geography, not having a St. Paul to modify, to change it. The saving faith broke upon the rock of a new race. But this I claim for el-Islam. The recurring purpose which runs through the world is chiefly manifested by the higher esteem in which man holds man. David made him little lower than the angels. Christianity, a system of asceticism, confirmed this estimate. We are fallen beings, fallen, not pg 343, through our own fault, condemned to eternal death, not by our own demerits, ransomed by divine being, not through our own merits. El-Islam, on the contrary, raised man from this debased status, and with the sound good sense which characterizes the creed, inspired and raised him in the scale of creation, by teaching him the dignity of human nature. Thus modern spiritualism is giving a shock to Christianity, whereas el-Islam has power to resist it. But however el-Islam prospered amongst the kindred races, it fell flat elsewhere. No power of propagandism availed in China, in southern Spain. The faith maintained itself for a long time. Its letter and spirit, however, were almost lost. The Zegris and Abencerrages were European knights, not Eastern, and when pushed forward into a northern people, a single destructive defeat sufficed to set for it bounds, which it has never attempted to cross. In Hungary and Austria again, with a tenfold power, it failed to establish a footing. And when Holy Russia became sufficiently united to be powerful, el-Islam was cast out like a corpse. Again, what reconciled the ancient Muslim, and endears the modern to his creed, is its noble simplicity. The votary has little or nothing comparatively speaking to pay for his moral and spiritual necessary religion. He has no tithes and few fees. His places of worship are built and maintained by religious PG 344, bequests carefully guarded by law and custom, Muhammad Ali. It is true confiscated the waqf left to many of the Cairene mosques and tombs. He also, following the example of Turkey, substituted at Mecca and El-Medina yearly pensions for the produce of their ancient extensive church lands. But he carried out these measures among Egyptians, a race of men whose languor and apathy require repeated inducements to fight for the faith. In Kabul and Bakhara, the boldest and most powerful extortioners would hardly venture upon such a sacrilege. The Islam Muslim, moreover, has no priesthood. Those whose duty it is to preach and pray to the people are not churchmen. They temporarily receive from the wahil or mosque girdan a few piasters per month. But all must live by some honest secular calling. Even the Sultan, the defender of the faith, the representative of the caliphs, and the vicegerent of Allah upon earth, does not disdain handicraft to make and sell toothpicks. Finally, the Muslim has no baptism. He is circumcised by a barber. He can marry himself with a reason for deviating from popular custom. And he can be bathed, buried, and prayed over by any lay fellow religionist. It is generally believed in Europe that Islam is on the decline, and the old prejudices bequeathed by crusades tend to make the assertion popular. It is based upon insufficient grounds. With as much correctness might the Muslim predict the present PG 345 fall of Christianity by the heresies and schisms that distract the Church from the wide spread of visionary Swedenborgians and of the shallow imposture Mormonism. Turkey and Egypt may show traces of latitudinarianism, even as France and Germany have done. No Muslim people, however, has yet ventured to abolish al-Islam by law, but Arabia and Afghanistan still stand firm, as in the first ages of the faith generally. It may be remarked that in Eastern religions the propagandism and missioning of the West has tended to strengthen and confirm the tenets against which they have been directed. Thus Hinduism, after giving a few outcasts to Christianity, has entrenched itself behind the stronghold of Vedantism. The learned are pure deists, the ignorant pure idolaters. Buddhism remains untouched, and the very nature of its encyclopedian tenets renders it unassailable. Even the sect of Gebers has been strengthened by polemical arguments and bids fair to rival its antagonists in disputative theology. In spite of the mighty force brought against it, the Parsi converts to Christianity might be numbered on a man's fingers, nor can these faiths yield to compulsion. The laws of Menu, of Zoroaster, and of Mohammed have still bulwarks not easily to be battered down. And should PG 346 Christianity, as it has often threatened, ever meet the saving faith in mortal conflict, and the cross assail the crescent in the latest of crusades, the Muslim scimitar, rusty, as it is with the rust of ages, will prove the good metal of which it was in the beginning forged. Supposing, however, Islam abolished by civilization, undermined by the slow action of the Christian powers closing around it, or become decrepit from old age, what would be the result? Some renewal, essentially the same, formally different, some revival of its eternal principle monotheism, disguised under a fresh garb of those outward accidents that constitute a religion. Such has ever been the history of the world's creeds at all times. Emerging from the storm, primeval faith uplifts her changeful form, mounts from her funeral pile on wings of flame, and soars and shines another and the same.